Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku became a vigilante Spider-Man instead of going to UA story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku had found out recently that he hated waking up. Granted, he knew why waking up was going to be bad today, but it still didn't help that this kept happening. As such, he woke up in incredible pain, his whole body screaming at him as he let out a mm. He slowly ascended out of his bed, glancing down to see he had been stripped and bandaged. He blinked at the sight before walking into the bathroom, soon doing a small morning routine. And as he did this, he took off the bandages, seeing most of his injuries had started to heal. Ugh! Not sure I can Spider-Man today. He glanced up at the bathroom mirror, now seeing an exhausted look on his face. Did yesterday really happen? The teen walked back into his room and grabbed his phone, turning on the Midoriya Hero app, only to see 2 news articles at the start. One was about himself, fighting 2 groups of villains as the heroes arrived too late. He saw it was linked to several other articles the app collected, all debating over vigilantism and how Spider-Man had done the heroes' jobs. But that was instantly ignored as he saw the headline for the second article. He sped through the writing, his eyes darting back and forth. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 was critically injured by a hero killer. What? His brain mentally yelled. He turned to his desk, where his mom had put his vigilante costume and hoodie, quickly taking out the notebook inside before turning to 𝐒𝐻𝐽's autograph. I don't believe it. He looked back at his phone, rereading the article. 𝐒𝐻𝐽. And as he thought about his encounter with that hero, a new face showed itself in his mind. Tenya Ida, one of Uraraka's friends she had brought over to feast. He remembered the smile on Tenya's face when he had talked about his brother, how he had said he was inspired by him to become a hero. Tenya! Izuku yelled a voice, cutting Izuku's thoughts as he turned to his door, now seeing his mother staring at him. There you are. Her eyes scanned him over and she let out a sigh. Well, I see that healing factor of yours is working wonders again. Still, that was too much yesterday. You need to dash, Mom. I'm sorry. Izuku interrupted, making her come to a stop. She stared directly into his eyes, seeing a mixture of exhaustion and pain. Despite this, she could also see that fire in him, the fire to be a hero, to help others. And she had a feeling what he was going to say next as he continued to speak. I know yesterday got crazy, but dash I know. She now interrupted before sighing. I know. You couldn't help it. She glanced away at this. I'm still getting used to this. Yeah. He walked up to her, putting a hand on her shoulder. She glanced back at him, only for the teen to hug her. She slowly embraced back, letting out another sigh before pulling away. Just promise me to not go too far next time, alright? Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. He glanced away, thinking back to the battle he had just done yesterday, only for Gran Torino's words to ring out in his head. If that's the case, don't go jumping into everything you can get yourself into. If you do, you'll start something that you can't escape. This was followed by the next thing Gran had told him. And when you go down that rabbit hole, you'll never get out of it. You'll keep going in over your head and it won't stop. Those words made him slowly say to his mom, I don't think I can promise that. 𝐒𝐭 blinked at this, staring at him before taking a deep breath. I know. She put a hand on his shoulder this time. Why don't you be Izuku Midoriya for at least this morning? Come on, I'll make you some breakfast. Okay. Izuku responded as they left the room. And as they reached the kitchen, Izuku spoke up again. Hey Mom. Yes. Thanks for bandaging me up. And for everything else. 𝐒𝐭 shined a big grin back. No problem. That's why I'm here. Aizawa had just received the internship offer files. He had done this for many years, but this year's was probably the worst it had ever been. Mainly because only 2 students really got any attention. Another was the fact that he was going to have to attend a meeting later today on the fact that the UA festival didn't get the full televised setting it usually gets, which is why the internship offers amount were even worse this year. It also didn't help that Nezu had warned him that the news outlets were very angry about Katsuki winning the whole thing. Granted, he didn't like it either. The student was a typical thing he got every year, a blowhard that believed their quirk solves everything. And that was fine, because he knew how to handle students like him. They were usually kids that thought the world revolved around them, that they were born better than others. It was irrational, which meant it usually needed some strict schooling to teach them otherwise. However, Aizawa quickly learned that there was no convincing Katsuki, though this was because he excelled at everything except heroic attitude. There was also the issue of him winning every event in the festival. That event should have been where he sees there are other students with just as much if not more power than him. However, that didn't happen to Aizawa's annoyance. Katsuki just beat everything, and he did it brutally. His fights were all one-sided, even against Todoroki, which he had hoped would beat Bakugo, but due to him not using half his quirk, he was easily beaten. That meant that Katsuki Bakugo was now the face of the class. Granted, Aizawa would admit the kid has the most potential out of all of his class. He had the drive, which was so rare these days, the intelligence and the instincts. But his attitude was a problem. But to be honest, Aizawa also wanted to expel all of his class just because he knew it would help them. Shock them into doing better than what they had done in the festival. But technically the class won the festival thanks to having Bakugo and Todoroki being in first and second place. If he expelled them now, they wouldn't realize why they are being expelled. What a pain. It also didn't help that a Gen Ed student, a Shinso Hitoshi, got third in the festival. That meant he'd probably be getting that one as a student. Aizawa honestly didn't mind this, but that also meant he couldn't expel the whole class due to the new student coming in. It would confuse Hitoshi, which is something that can't happen right as he joined Heroic's class. In other words, it was a pain, just like the rest of the nonsense. However, Aizawa knew what the real problem was though. He was missing a key component in his class, something Vlad currently had. He needed that student that pushes the others, that inspires them. It's the type of student Aizawa always wants, though he also hates the most. They're usually people who think they can be a hero that can do it all, which is totally irrational and stupid, but the ability to inspire is something Aizawa would acknowledge is important. And while he could see that Vlad had that with two students, though they were a subdued version that he would admit did work with Itsuka Kendo and Nito Minoma, but Aizawa didn't have that. He just had a class that had a few with drive, but nothing that fully pushed them to go farther. But that wasn't his biggest problem. His class could be fixed, the new student could be introduced and integrated, and he knew Katsuki was a long con, but the final exams should be the push he needed to fix all of it. If the students didn't get expelled by the teacher first. It was Spider-Man that was his true headache now. The vigilante that him and Naomasa suspect is his student's age somehow jumped into a gang war, one that Aizawa and a few others knew that Spider-Man had accidentally helped accelerate, and then just won. He leapt into a war zone of villains and beat them all. Granted, they were all probably C rank or lower, but that didn't really matter. Even Aizawa knew that he would have trouble going into that situation alone. Heck, he knew he wouldn't do it without calling for backup before leaping in. And that event had caught the media's attention. Mainly, it was because it basically happened at UA's doorstep. Also, it was a vigilante doing what was essentially a team of heroes' jobs all alone. The situation was completely irrational, and yet it was happening. And he knew what this meant. It meant the meeting he would have later would involve Nezu meddling into his and Naomisa's investigation. As such, he reached the Class 1A door and slowly opened it, hearing the casual banter of the students. But as the door fully opened, everyone silenced themselves. 3 seconds. Aizawa commented as he walked up to the podium with a stack of papers. Villains would have killed all of you instantly. You're still too slow. He stared at the group of students, most showing their usual hesitant morning faces. He let out a long sigh. As you all probably know, this next week will be internships. As such, there is usually a spread-out number for the offers each year, but due to circumstances, that's not the case this year. He spun around and began writing out the numbers, showing that Shoto Todoroki had the most, being just over 2,000 while second was Katsuki which was almost 1,000. What the why does half and half have more than me? I'm the one that won the thing. Katsuki yelled, Aizawa feeling one of his eyes twitch at this as he continued to write down the numbers on the board. Probably because of your attitude, Kiro. Tsuyu chimed in. What was that, you stinking toad? I'll squash you. Katsuki roared, explosions popping in his hands. See. Tsuyu replied, Katsuki about to get up before his quirk suddenly stopped working. He turned to see Aizawa glaring at him. Enough. Winning the festival means nothing except getting your name out there. Aizawa grumbled, now shut up or you're expelled. Katsuki opened his mouth to bark back, only to close it as he saw Aizawa's glare intensify. The teacher let out a long sigh after this as he pointed back at the board. As you can see, only some of you got offers, but all of you are going to take an internship. There are certain heroes that do it regardless of not giving offers, and if you need help setting something up, I'll help you later. I'll also need your response by tomorrow, which you'll then start your internship the next day. Now, we have something else to do today. With that, Midnight walked into the room and exclaimed, Today, you're making your hero code names. The classroom erupted in cheers, Aizawa groaning as he pulled out his sleeping bag and crawled into it. It was going to be a long day. He just knew it. Izuku had ended up agreeing to not go out as Spider-Man today and tomorrow. Despite the fact that part of him wanted to, this time both his body and mother teamed up to tell him no. It also didn't help that after reading the article over the hero killer, he knew that going after that would be him once again going in over his head. But he also knew he should go after someone like that eventually. Now, he was in his room with his breakfast, his mom going out to her job for the day. Even though I stopped those gangs' rampage yesterday, I didn't really solve anything. He thought as he ate a bit of cereal while skimming through the net on his computer, I still got nothing on either gang leader. Heck, I still don't have a name for the masked guys. There's barely anything on them except failed crimes. That I mainly foiled. He scrolled down another page, sighing to himself, the police haven't really delivered any statement. There's nothing. I guess that's the struggle of being a vigilante. No police info for me. The teen then saw that the articles kept going over just Spider-Man and the hero killer, only for something else to ring out in his brain. There's no articles over the UA Sports Festival. He typed in a search engine at this, only to see just a few pictures and articles. Kaken 1. Here. Guess that means I would have lost if I had tried the festival. His quirk is so much better than mine. His mind went back to the bully, remembering the words that Bakugo had told him. The thought made him shake in his seat before eating another bit of cereal. Don't think about it. You'll become a hero. You'll just have to do a lot more. He feels a small tear go down his face. I wish I could have got in. I wish I could have been in the festival. Stupid support exam. Taking a second, he let out a sigh and shook his head. That's how it works. I need to figure out what I'm doing now. I just wish I could have watched it live. Maybe I'll watch it later. A deep breath later, he decided to go back to the hero killer case. And as he went to another page, he now saw a news outlet talking about previous kills from the hero killer. Apparently, he had ran wild in another district, killing 4 heroes. They were all D-list heroes, ones Izuku had heard of, but he knew most wouldn't have known them. All 4 had only done a few rescues and small-time criminal takedowns. Overall, they weren't much, and most news outlets wouldn't have cared. The only reason this article existed was because the reporter who made it was related to one of the killed heroes. Says here he's well known for spouting anti-hero philosophy. Believes most heroes to be fakes, and only true heroes like All Might are all but lost. Izuku read aloud, currently believed to be hopping district to district, choosing heroes that don't fit his ideology. Izuku leaned back in his chair, sounds like a villain. But should I go after him? I mean, he's obviously got the other hero's attention. Maybe I shouldn't interfere. He looked back at his computer, staring long and hard at the hero killer article again. What do I do? This guy's obviously going to be hunted down by the heroes. But other heroes will be danger cause of this guy. I mean, he is the hero killer for a reason. He closed his eyes for a second, remembering yesterday, the constant fighting and desperation he felt, only to feel something else. He felt like he did the right thing. To go into the fray, saving others and beating the villains. But then Gran Torino appeared in his head, telling him that he was going in over his head. that he shouldn't just jump into everything. That there were consequences for doing so. But I can't do that. He mentally told himself, I want to be a hero. I can't just sit there and let bad things happen. But after yesterday, do I really want to go into something like that again? I mean, that was crazy. What do I do if this is worse? And then Gran's words rang out again. If that's the case, don't go jumping into everything you can get yourself into. If you do, you'll start something that you can't escape. If I go find him, will that happen? He glanced down at one of his notebooks sitting in his lap. The pages turned to a new entry he was creating, one over the hero killer. He flipped to the pages of the gangs he had just fought yesterday, that event replaying in his head. I really did jump into something I wasn't ready for. I mean, I'm not even good enough to be a F-rank hero yet. Should I go into something like that? He closed the book at this, taking in a deep breath. And as he released it, he looked up at the All Might poster he had in his room. The hero shown there was shining his signature smile, the sight making Izuku feel like the hero was talking to him. You would do it anyways, wouldn't you? You would go in and save the day, no matter what. And after a second, he nodded, I understand. He went back to the article on the hero killer on his computer, the teen biting his lip as he muttered out, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go and find this guy, even if I'm not ready. Maybe there will be consequences like 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐼 said, but I can't just sit here. Even if I'm not a hero yet, I can still try and do something. He then turned in his chair and stared at his web-making equipment. But first, I'm running out of ingredients for web fluid. Better go buy some. He looked back at the computer, staring at the news article for a second. I'll deal with you soon. 2 days later. Izuku let out a long yawn as he woke up, slowly ascending from bed while doing several stretches. He had most of his bandages removed now, the teen going to the bathroom and taking off the rest. He found he was mostly healed, though some were still a tiny bit sore. Seeing this, he quickly did his routine and had some breakfast, 𝐒𝐿 telling him she was going to the hospital to work today. After saying goodbye to her, he swayed into Spider-Man, invisibly crawling out his window and swinging into the city. His mother had found out he was going to go investigate the hero killer, which she was very against, even when he told her about the relationship with Tenya. She then told him that she knew he wouldn't listen, but to not overdo it. Despite this, he had also spent the morning looking up extra information on the hero killer, only to find that he was last sighted in Hosu, mainly due to that being where he had fought in 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵. As such, he swung over to the train station and landed on top of the building. After listening to the announcer for half an hour, he heard him talking about a train going to Hosu, Izuku smiling under the mask before hopping on top of the train. One ride later, he was in Hosu, a few people gasping as they saw the Vigilante swing away from the station. He zipped up to a nearby rooftop, perching on its edge before taking out his phone. Now, let's see. He turned on the Midoriya Hero app and opened its other feature, a long list of all the heroes he had ever recorded. It was a list made from several years of analysis and fanboying, and he went to the ones that were in Hosu. So, the main heroes in Hosu are Manual, Native, The Fly and Takeshita. I need to figure out which ones the hero killer will go after. Izuku mentally said as he tapped the phone, I don't have any of their routes, so I guess I'll just swing around and see if they're on patrol. He turned on the police scanner app at this and pointed his wrist at a nearby building. I hope I'm not too late. Hours passed by as he swung around, quickly finding one of the 4 heroes. He first found the Fly, which he followed for an hour or so. Izuku realized he had never really tailed someone before, even with the years of seeking out heroes. Thankfully, staying on the rooftops made it easy, as most weren't going to look up. He watched him for about 2 hours, jotting down a few notes as he saw the hero patrol around. So, according to what little there is online, it said the hero killer goes after what he considers to be fake heroes. He glanced back down at the hero, watching him asking if everything was okay to a few civilians before continuing his patrol. The sight made Izuku tap his pencil on his chin. What does the killer qualify as fake though? One that just does it for money or glory? Or is it one that doesn't do enough? Izuku came to a stop at that thought, glancing back down at his notes. Do I qualify in that? I know I don't do enough. Would he hunt me down? I didn't see any reports on him going after vigilantes. He looked back at the fly one last time before turning away. I don't know enough. I don't think he'll go after the fly though. I should look for another hero. He put his notebook away, firing a web line before slinging across another street. The teen swung around for another hour, taking a short break to eat a snack he had prepared before continuing. And as he did this, he found another hero, along with the one thing he was both fearing and expecting. A teen dressed up to look just like Ingenium. That's Manuel. And that's got to be 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐫. He mentally commented as he saw the teen walking beside the hero. Oh no, the only reason he would be here is because of the hero killer. He sat down on the rooftop above them, putting a hand to his face. What do? I can't just swing down and tell him to not go for the killer. I also can't do that as Izuku Midoriya. He pulled out his phone, staring at for a long hard second as he pulled up the texting app. Do I tell Uraraka? I mean, if I do, she'll probably figure out I'm Spider-Man. Would that put her in danger? I mean, I know she's training to be a hero, but... He slumped down at this before putting both hands on the sides of his head. Oh, I can't believe this. This is exactly what Gran Torino meant. I'm so in over my head. He let out a long sigh at this, soon glancing back down to see that the duo had walked away. Maybe I should just follow them. I'll figure out what to do later. This was followed by another 2 hours of tailing, mainly seeing both do a long roundabout patrol. Izuku felt a bit nasty for having to tail someone that was friends with his only friend, but he also knew this was for the greater good. And after these 2 hours, he concluded that Manuel seemed to be a truly upstanding hero. He only really knew that Manuel had a water quirk, but he saw that the hero went out of his way to inspire people, constantly complimenting and helping others with little things while making sure to look out for crime and villains. He could also tell Tenya was distracted. The teen was jittery, something Izuku could tell even from the long distance between sidewalk and rooftop. The sight made Izuku's heart drop, as he knew what this meant. Tenya was probably wanting to go on a war path, and this was the only way. Despite this, after the 2 hours, he decided to stop tailing them. He figured that the hero killer probably wouldn't go for Manuel, as he was honestly an even better hero than the fly in his opinion. Granted, he still didn't know what the hero killer would go for, but as he swung away and was about to go for another snack, he found his third hero. It was Native, who was currently in the middle of a crowd of fans. He was signing autograph after autograph, along with taking selfies. The sight made Izuku blink, sitting down on the edge of a rooftop across the street. He watched as Native stood there, doing this for over half an hour before moving through his patrol. The sight made Izuku gulp. I think I know who the hero killer might go after next. Izuku thought as he hopped onto another rooftop to follow Native. He then saw the hero go down 2 more streets before having another crowd surround him. Seeing this, Izuku sighed and took out another snack. Yeah. This is bad. Should I go find Takeshita first or stay watching him? I mean, I think he's probably gonna be targeted. Izuku pulled out his phone at this, tapping it a few times as he tried to look up Native. He found that he was considered on the lower end, though he was very public as well. Just a few rescues and villain takedowns, nothing really major though. Izuku sighed at this and closed the app before looking back at Native, who was giving out his last autograph. I should at least figure out his patrol route first. Then I can decide what to do next. It took 3 hours for Izuku to see Native's full route. This was mainly due to the constant stops, which Izuku found himself almost putting a spider tracer on Native and napping on the last hour due to just how much it happened. But he didn't, and as Izuku recorded the full route in his notebook, he put it away and decided it was time to go home. Native had stopped patrolling, going into a hero agency building. Izuku hadn't found anything on the hero killer attacking buildings, instead always attacking the heroes while they're on patrol, so he figured Native was probably safe for now. As such, he swung back to the train station and took a ride home. I hope Takeshita isn't the next target. Then again, I'm surprised the hero killer didn't show up today. I didn't see him on any news. He thought as he rode the train, well, there's always tomorrow. The train soon came to a stop, the web slinger hopping off and swinging away. It wasn't long till he got home, the vigilante going invisible before sneaking into his room through his window. His mother was thankfully no longer surprised at this, and revealed she had some katsudon waiting for him. Gladly taking it, the two talked about their days, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 surprised that Izuku hadn't really fought anything today, not even a mugger. She then told him that Feast was going to be doing a few events in the next few days and that Izuku should try and help. He agreed, but only if he didn't find anything tomorrow. But as he went to sleep, he had a feeling that wasn't going to be the case. The next day, Izuku woke up slow that day, the teen dragging through his morning routine, checking his body and seeing most of the wounds were gone. There were still some bruises, blue patches around his chest and back, but nothing that would slow him down. He went to his desk after this, fully stocking himself in web cartridges before switching to Spider-Man. And after telling his mom goodbye for the day, he crawled out his window, swung over to the train station and got on the first ride to Hosu. It wasn't long till he got there, swinging off the train as he got up to the first rooftop he could reach. And as he got up there, he pulled out his notebook. Okay, I should probably go tail native first. Good thing I recorded his route. He leapt off the rooftop at this, quickly swinging down a few streets. And as he did this, he felt his body tense up. It wasn't like when he went after Spinner, waiting for a single bank robber, or when he went after a warehouse of thugs and drug dealers. He had spent another few hours last night looking into the hero killer, seeing that the man had killed a lot of people. He was nothing like anything he had faced before. I wonder what his quirk is. I better figure it out quickly when I find him. He thought as he swung down another street. But as he did this, he stared in the distance, only to go wide-eyed. A few blocks ahead, what looked like a black portal opened up on a rooftop. The sight made him take a sharp turn and landed on a nearby roof. And as he got there, he turned invisible as he continued to stare at the portal. What is that? He mentally asked, only to see a muscular man walk out of it. He was wearing a mishmash-like outfit with an eye mask, long messy hair, no nose, and several blades all over his clothes. Great! More swords. This was followed by another person, a lanky white-haired individual with a hand on his face. The sight made Izuku lean back for a second before seeing the first man hop off the rooftop and leap to another. Izuku glanced between the two, only to look down at his web shooters. Suching out the cartridges, he then leapt off the roof and began swinging after the first man. And as he did this, he found that the man had quickly came to a stop after a few rooftops. Izuku landed on the side of the building's wall, still invisible as he slowly crawled over to the man, now getting just in earshot. All fakes. They're all fakes. The man hissed, pulling out a blade and looking it over. That worthless villain. To think he would want me to join him while he had no conviction. Worthless villain. Izuku thought as he then glanced down to where the man was staring at, only to go wide-eyed. One street over was Native, who was currently doing a few autographs. He glanced back at the man, only to feel something come off the guy. It felt like pressure. Like an invisible force hitting the teen like an unending burst of wind. Another fake, the man growled. Your time is now. Fake. Izuku did a slight gulp as he continued to feel the pressure. But as he felt this, his mind connected all the pieces. It's him. He's the hero killer. He slowly crawled up to the rooftop at this, staying right behind the killer, only to feel another wave of pressure off of him. What is this? What is he doing? Despite being invisible, Izuku looked down at his unseeable body, feeling his legs shake. He felt it now, fear. And as he glanced back up at the killer, he knew what it was now. This is killing intent. He bit his lip at this, his whole body shivering as he tried to point his wrists at the villain. I can't calm down. Why can't I dash whoever you are not worthy of fighting me, the villain suddenly said, slowly spinning around. Izuku went wide-eyed at this, glancing down at his hands and seeing he was still invisible as the killer continued to talk. I don't see you, but I know you're there. You are hesitating. You are afraid. He knows I'm here. How? Is he like Gran Torino? Am I really that loud? Izuku thought as he saw the villain slowly walk across the rooftop. The teen saw that the man was about to reach him, only to come to a stop just a few inches away from the teen. Well, where are you? So close. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 mentally gulped, still feeling that killing intent pour over his entire body. But as he felt this, he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I gotta move. I didn't come all this way to just be beaten right as I found him. Though I didn't really think I would find him so fast. And as he finished his deep breath, he opened his eyes and saw the killer was still standing in front of him. The glare alone from the hero killer looked like it could kill, but 𝐒𝐭𝐴 felt his legs slowly stop shaking. No. I gotta try. He was still slightly shivering, but then electricity began to crackle along his hands. And with swift motion, he balled up a fist and moved it right at the villain. The villain slowly said, now hearing a tiny sound right in front of him. Venom punch. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 screamed as he turned visible, throwing the electric punch right at the villain's chest. But as he did this, the killer quickly unsheathed 2 knives, blocking the blow as he put them in a cross formation in front of his stomach. There you are, the villain commented as he uncrossed the blades and moved one at 𝐒𝐭𝐴, his spider sense screaming at him. The attack was the fastest thing 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had ever seen, but his spider sense was faster. He quickly backpedaled at this, dodging the first move, only for the killer to start swinging his blades everywhere. It was a rapid, fluid motion that he used those knives with, but it was an even greater dance that 𝐒𝐭𝐴 did. His spider sense rang out every split second, motioning him to do the slightest movements, ducking and dodging each blow. And as this happened, the killer began to push 𝐒𝐴 over to the rooftop's edge, 𝐒𝐴 feeling his feet about to go over the edge. I gotta do something. He mentally yelled, only to feel no more floor beneath him. And when the villain moved the blade again, 𝐒𝐴 backpedaled off the building. Whoa! He quickly fired a web line, catching the top of the roof as he planted his feet on the building's side. Seeing this, the villain let out a snort. Not bad. You have good instincts. I've been told that a lot recently. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 instantly quipped, only to blush under the mask as he realized how quickly he said that. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 the killer grumbled, so, who are you? Another fake hero trying to stop me. You look like you're a child. Not exactly. 𝐒𝐴 replied, I'm actually a vigilante. A vigilante? Yup. Name's Spider-Man. Who are you? The villain just glared at him, 𝐒𝐴 feeling like the killer was looking right through his costume before replying, Stain. 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 The villain responded, now, why is a vigilante after me? 𝐒𝐴 blinked at this. Well, you're the hero killer, right? So, I'm here to stop you. Stain let out another snort at this. 𝐒𝐻. That is no job for a child. Especially one that relies on parlor tricks. Only All Might is worthy of facing me. He spun around at this. I won't kill you though. I have respect for vigilantes. You do not care about the law to do right. That is a good quality to have. 𝐒𝐴 just stood on the side of the building after hearing that. What? He kills heroes but respects vigilantes. What kind of logic is that? He thought before seeing Stain leave. He was about to pull himself up to the roof, only to stay still for a second longer. Wait 𝐒𝐴, don't just leap at him. Use your webbing this time. With a small yank, he hopped back up to the roof, now seeing Stain about to leap off it to go after Native. And as he saw this, he fired a line of webbing, instantly hitting Stain's back. Feeling this, the killer reflexively spun around and cut the line. But as he did this, 𝐒𝐴 fired 2 more shots of webbing, both at Stain's feet. As they hit the soles, 𝐒𝐴 yanked at both, Stain now finding himself losing balance. But as this happened, he quickly stretched his arms out and cut both lines, his back hitting the rooftop before instantly rolling and standing back up. Seeing this, 𝐒𝐴 fired a 3rd line, Stain blocking it with the flat side of his blade, only for 𝐒𝐴 to yank at it. But as the knife left Stain's hand, he used his now free hand to grab another knife and throw it at the teen. Spider sense blaring at this, 𝐒𝐴 reflexively moved his leg upward as the knife came, kicking it at the precise moment it got close. The sight made Stain let out a hiss before charging at the teen, pulling out another blade at the same time. I don't have time to mess with you. Stain roared as he moved the blade at 𝐒𝐴, the teen ducking under it before trying to throw a punch back. But as this happened, Stain easily sidestepped it before swiping with his other knife. 𝐒𝐿 quickly tried to backpedal at this, only for it to nick him in the arm. 𝐶 then leapt back at this, raising the blade to his mouth. Danger! Here! Why is my spider sense yelling at that? 𝐒𝐿 thought before seeing 𝐶's mouth open to show a long pulpy tongue. His brain instantly clicked, the teen firing a web line right at the knife. However, 𝐶 saw this and lifted up his other blade, the webbing hitting it instead just as he liked the knife. 𝐒𝐿 felt his body instantly tense up, the teen falling over a second later. What the dash, he mentally gasped before glancing up to see 𝐶 cut the web line off the knife. Not bad. I was right about you having good instincts. 𝐶 commented as he put one of the knives away. I can't move. 𝐒𝐿 muttered out, the 𝐵𝐿 did you dash? You figured it out that quickly. 𝐶 responded, showing what could only be seen as an expression of a tiny bit of surprise. Indeed. That is my quirk. The villain then walked over to the edge of the rooftop, now seeing Native finish his last autograph signing. My prey is ready. He glanced back at the now squirming downed Vigilante, holding a knife right above him. 𝐒𝐿 saw the blade, aimed right at his head. He could feel another wave of killing intent pour off the man, 𝐶 staring down at him as his tongue slithered out of his mouth. And though the killer couldn't see it, there was a look of both fear and determination on 𝐒𝐿's face. He could feel his life about to flash before his eyes, only for 𝐶 to say, I have respect for you. You showed great fear in facing me, but still tried. I could sense your conviction. But none shall face me except All Might, for he is the only true hero. He raised his knife at this, ready to strike downward. Only for the killer to put it away, I will spare you. Just don't meddle with me again. Those words made 𝐒𝐿 go wide-eyed, only to see 𝐶 spin around. No. Wait. The teen yelled, but it was too late. 𝐶 was already gone. 𝐒𝐿 woke up earlier than usual. He had noticed recently that he had a lot more energy and didn't have to sleep as much, but he found he still needed to sleep. Despite this, he pulled out his phone and saw he had woken up 2 hours early, making him sigh. Last night, he had come home and crashed, which he had expected would make him sleep in, but that didn't happen. Shuffling over to his desk, he stared at the web cartridges he had made. Yesterday had drained out quite a few, which made him spend the next hour creating the fluid, only to go back to bed after checking his online classes and seeing he was a month ahead now. After this, he woke up an hour later, letting out a yawn as his mom came into his room. She told him she was going to feast today, and wanted him to come there too for the rest of the day. They were going to watch the UA Sports Festival with the rest of Feast. As such, the two ate a semi-large breakfast before 𝐒𝐿 told her he was going to do a small patrol before heading to Feast, his mom not liking this, but relented on the fact that he promised to come by Feast afterward. Another hour or so later, he was swinging through the city. His mom had called him, telling him she had just got to Feast as he swung around, the teen telling her he'll be over there in a bit. The UA Sports Festival. He thought as he did a backflip after a long arced web swing, man, could you imagine me in that festival? With this quirk. That would be so cool. He then grimaced at his own thoughts, shaking his head as he fired another web line. Then again, I probably would die of embarrassment first. I still can't imagine myself on TV. And as he thought that, he stared straight ahead and saw a certain series of buildings in the distance, UA. The sight was something else to the teen, its size alone being beyond incredible in his mind. And as he swung over to it, he turned invisible and landed on a nearby rooftop, glancing down to see a few heroes walking around. So it is true. They do go all out with the security. He thought, remembering that the only times he had seen the festival was on TV. This was the closest he had ever been to the event, and he had a feeling he shouldn't get any closer. Still, this is cool to see this many heroes together. I think every hero in Musutafu is here. Maybe I should change and go down and get a few autographs. He then saw a group of police officers put up a small barrier, pushing out a growing crowd outside of the building. Or not. Better not push my luck. He walked back at this, turning visible but out of sight as he pulled out his phone at this, his fingers shaking as he went to his contacts and sent a text. Midoriya 𝐒𝐿, hey Uraraka. I just wanted to say good luck. He pressed the send button, his hand still shivering as he stared at the phone. I hope I did that right. He thought, only to get a reply. Uraraka Okako, thanks. If you don't mind, please root for my friends as well. Oh, I already talked to Gloria, so you don't have to tell everyone at Feast to root for us. Izuku blinked at the text, only to let out a hum. Here. Guess I should get over to Feast. The festival will be starting soon. He sent a small text that just said before spinning around, firing a web line and swinging away. As he did this, he took a few turns, zipping down a street or two as he stared ahead. Let's see. Feast should be 3 streets over, and then 𝐂𝐸𝐫. The noise rang out, sounding like a bomb going off. Izuku turned to his right, only to see nothing but a row of buildings. Despite this, he quickly fired 2 web lines, soon slingshotting himself over a few buildings. And as he flung himself over, he went wide-eyed at the next sight. On the streets below at a 4-way crossing was a gang of more than 30 masked men, most equipped with guns as they began firing shots across the crossing. On the other side of the crossing was a whole group of mutant quirk users, all of them leaping over cars as they charged at the masked men. The masked guys and Tombstone's gang. Wait. Are they fighting right now? They can't be serious. He mentally gasped before swinging over to a nearby rooftop. As he landed and perched, he found himself looking at exactly what Gran Torino had warned him about. Before him was a full-on gang war battle, Tombstone's men grabbing cars and throwing them like baseballs while the masked men were firing guns off like everything was a target. Screams could be heard everywhere, Izuku seeing a bystander getting shot down by a stray bullet in the moment he had landed on the roof. The sight made him freeze up, his eyes going back and forth as he watched these gangs just attack each other. It was like 2 groups of wild animals going in a frenzy. And as another scream rang out, he returned to reality as he aimed both wrists at the battle below him. But as he did this, his mind told him one thing: don't just jump in. He quickly swayed his web cartridges at this before looking back at the ongoing battle, his eyes darting around. Assess the situation, Izuku. Don't be stupid. Take out the worst stuff and then get in there. And then, I guess I'll have to improvise as much as I can until the heroes show up. There was hesitation after this. He turned invisible and fired a web line and swung down to a nearby traffic light. Landing on it, he pointed at the masked men and fired a volley of webbing, each one hitting the guns they were wielding. And in those next few seconds, he yanked every single one of them out of their hands. Before he had known it, he had grabbed over 20 guns, all quickly webbing them up into one single package that he plastered to the traffic light pole. The spider, one of the masked men yelled, pointing at the light as Izuku felt his head start to hurt, making him turn off his invisibility. And as the masked man exclaimed this, the others that had their guns taken all started yelling. It was here that Izuku noticed a black van in the corner of the crossing, which opened up as a few masked men ran out of it, all of them holding a bunch of katanas. Oh, come on! Izuku mentally growled as he saw the masked men began to replace their guns with swords. He then aimed his wrist at them, ready to yank those away as well. Danger. Izuku went slightly wide-eyed before leaping off the light, only to glance down to see a shark man hit the traffic light and rip it off with his teeth. He then spit it out as he turned to Izuku, the vigilante landing on a nearby overturned taxicab. Nice teeth. He commented, only for a weasel man to leap at him. Spider sent screaming at Izuku as he fired a blast of webbing at the thug's face. It instantly blinded him, making the weasel man collide with the car, shaking it slightly as Izuku looked back at the shark man. Here we go. Electricity sparked off his hands at this. Let's do this. The shark man leapt at him, spider sense blaring as Izuku charged at him. And as the shark man lunged his head forward, Izuku pushed his strength into his feet and jumped, hopping over the thug as he moved both hands into the shark man's shoulders. Electricity surged through the villain, instantly falling over as Izuku spun around and fired a blast of webbing, sticking the thug into the street. And as he landed, 2 masked men charged, swinging their katanas wildly. I've said this like 10 times already. Izuku growled as he sidestepped one of the blades, the second thug moving a sword after that, Izuku leaping back to dodge this one. No more sharp pointy weapons. He fired a web line at the first thug's foot and yanked it, the masked man instantly flopping over. The second then tried to slash at 𝐒𝐿 again, his spider sense yelling as he ducked under it before doing a sweeping leg kick, knocking the thug down. He then fired 2 globs of webbing, sticking both to the street as his spider sense flared again. Danger! 𝐒𝐿 turned to see 3 more charging masked thugs, only for his spider sense to yell again, making him glance back to see a tiger man and a puma man now leaping over a car. Seeing this, 𝐒𝐿 fired 2 shots of webbing, hitting the mutant men's faces, blinding both. As this happened, 𝐒𝐿 glanced back at the masked thugs, dodging a katana swipe before moving a punch into the thug's chest. The blow knocked him off his feet as the other 2 moved their swords at him. 𝐒𝐿 ducked under both, his spider sense screaming as he jabbed at one thug as electricity surged through the fist, zapping the masked man. As this happened, the other raised his blade up high and swung it down, 𝐒𝐿 spinning around before hopping back, only for it to nick his arm. Ugh, he grunted before firing a glob of webbing into the thug's mask before yanking, pulling the thug into the street, shattering the mask. A second later, a blast of webbing struck him the thug into the street, 𝐒𝐿 spinning around to see the tiger man ripping the webbing off his face. He then leapt at 𝐒𝐿, the team quickly hopping to the side, barely dodging the animal man before grabbing the tiger's side. Electricity flew through his hand, shocking the beast man. As this happened, 𝐒𝐿 glanced back to see the puma man leaping at him. But as he leapt, 𝐒𝐿 fired 2 shots of webbing, hitting the thug before 𝐒𝐿 yanked downward, slamming the puma man into the street before he could even get close to the vigilante. That was awesome, 𝐒𝐿 thought, only for his spider sense to yell again, making him turn to now see 7 charging masked men. And that's not awesome. He fired a web line upward, yanking himself onto a nearby building's wall. As he landed, the thugs all turned to stare at him, only to swing their swords, firing energy waves. Seeing this, 𝐒𝐿 leapt off the building and started web swinging around, dodging the attacks. This is crazy. Where are the heroes? He thought before swinging down, slamming his feet into one of the thugs, knocking the thug flying. He landed on a wall again, leaping off a second later as an energy wave hit the wall. The teen landed on one of the thugs, grabbing his shoulders and zapping him before leaping over to another thug, swinging his foot into the masked man's chest. The blow knocked the thug across the street, only for 2 thugs with swords to charge at him. Spider sense blaring, 𝐒𝐿 spun around and fired 2 web lines at the thug's legs, yanking at both. They were flung off their feet, only for a tiger man to leap at 𝐒� as his spider sense yelled at him again, the teen turning to the animal man. However, 𝐒� was too late, the tiger thug tackling him into the street. They both hit the dirt, the tiger man opening his mouth as he tilted his head to bite right into 𝐒𝐿's neck. Bad kitty, the vigilante yelled as he grabbed the tiger man and charged bioelectricity into him. The thug screamed as the electricity surged through him, 𝐒� then slamming his knees into the thug's chest before kicking him off. As he did this, a masked man stood over the still-down vigilante, moving a blade right at 𝐒�'s head. He went wide-eyed before rolling to the right, dodging the sword before kicking the thug's feet, knocking him over. "I'd like to keep my head, thank you," 𝐒� yelled as he fired several shots of webbing, tying down both the tiger thug and the masked man. As he did this, his spider sense yelled again, only to feel a giant fist hit his side. "Bluff!" 𝐒� yelped as he was sent flying across the crossing, slamming into a car. Ugh, he spat as he felt himself slump down the car, making him glance up and see that a walrus man had hit him. 3 masked men then charged at the walrus man, only for him to knock them all away with a single punch. Not good. 𝐒� only to see 2 more masked men charge at him with blades in hand. He pointed his wrists upward, firing the webbing before slinging himself up again. As he did this, the masked men swung their blades, energy waves flying out as one of them hit 𝐒�'s foot, an explosion happening next, or. 𝐒� lost grip with the 2 web lines, but shot another as his spider sense yelled again, yanking at the line as it pulled him upward again. He fired a second line, quickly getting into a swinging motion as he began dodging energy waves again, gasping under his mask. "Gotta keep moving and stall these guys. The heroes have to show up eventually." Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 was doing a few stretches as the rest of Class 1A walked up to the starting line of the event. The first trial of the festival was going to be an obstacle course, the classes all staring at what was ahead. As she did this, 𝐬𝐫 walked up to her, pushing his glasses up his face. It seems we have quite the competition ahead of us today. Not only that, I saw the crowd of heroes they have here for security. It's a huge number. 3 times more than usual. Yep. Uraraka replied, her face morphing to one filled with determination. Let's win this thing. TCH. You're better off just giving up. Growled a voice beside her, the girl turning to see Katsuki Bakugo. You worthless extras are all going to fail. Bakugo, please refrain from saying such things. 𝐬𝐫 yelled as he chopped the air with one of his hands. Oh yeah. And who beat all you worthless weak trash in all the combat exercises and the tests? Oh yeah, me. Katsuki spat as he pointed at himself. You're all garbage extras, so just stay out of my way. Katsuki walked away at this, Uraraka and 𝐬𝐫 both glaring at him. 𝐻. How rude. With that attitude, he is nothing like a hero. I don't think he wants to be a hero. Uraraka added with crossed arms, I think he just wants attention. She then turned to 𝐬𝐫. Oh yeah, I just got a text from Midoriya and Gloria. They said everyone is rooting for us. Oh, wonderful. 𝐬𝐫 exclaimed, if that is the case, we must show them that we are true heroes in training. Especially Midoriya. And as 𝐬𝐫 yelled this, Katsuki stopped and glanced back, seeing the two continue to banter before growling, Deku. He grit his teeth at this, tiny explosions popping off his hands as he let out a low growl. That quirkless loser. How do those worthless extras know him? Another explosion went off in his hand. They said he was rooting for them. That means he's here. I told him to never step foot in UA or else. Smoke began to float off the teen as he growled, walking away as he hissed, where are you, you worthless pebble? Web swing kick. Izuku yelled as he swung down and slammed both feet into a masked man's stomach. The thug went flying into 2 more masked thugs as Izuku landed, dodging a katana swipe from another thug before exclaiming, Venom punch. Zap. The masked thug went flying at this, his back hitting an overturned car as Izuku fired another web line and swung back up into the air. There's no end to these guys. He thought as he flipped over 2 energy waves before swinging down and punching another thug. He then leapt away just as the walrus man from earlier charged at him, quickly dodging him before seeing another tiger man jumping at him. Izuku spun and kicked him in the chin, knocking the thug back before firing another web and yanked himself up into the air. And as he started swinging, he felt himself breathing, gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Izuku then fired 2 web lines and slingshot himself back down, slamming his feet into one of the masked thugs. As he did this, spider sense flared as he leapt off the thug, dodging 2 more swords before spinning around, firing 2 web lines at the masked men before yanking, knocking both off their feet. He fired several globs of webbing at this, sticking them to the street just as a shark man leapt at him. Spider sense yelling, Izuku turned to the thug and flicked his wrists, only to hear a small pest. Oh no! He thought before the shark man tackled him, punching the vigilante in the face a second later. And as he pinned Izuku down, the teen grunted as he put both hands on the shark man's shoulders, surging electricity through them. The shark man screamed at this, Izuku kicking him off. But as he did this, the teen tried to get back up just as he saw 3 more thugs charging at him. Oh, come on! He mentally yelled before clenching his eyes for a second. He turned invisible at this, the masked men coming to a stop as they saw their prey vanish. Izuku then opened his eyes and began to walk away, slipping behind an overturned car as he fiddled with his web shooters, reloading both with new web cartridges. Gran Torino was right. I'm in way over my head. I need the heroes to get here now or his thoughts came to a stop as another scream could be heard behind him, making him go wide-eyed. He glanced back at the disaster around him, the 2 gangs still fighting each other as he saw one of Tombstone's gang grabbing a nearby woman. No, he turned visible and fired a web line, instantly yanking himself over to the thug. He tackled the villain, both slamming into the street before Izuku leapt off him and fired a glob of webbing. It instantly stuck the thug to the street before he fired another web line at the woman. He pulled her over to him, catching her as she let out a neep. Get out of here. Now, he yelled, the woman flinching at this before nodding and running away. Thank you, she exclaimed back as she cut into a sprint, Izuku looking back at the crossing. The two gangs were still clashing as a pair of masked men charged at him. He let out a long sigh as electricity surged through his hands. Got no choice. Until the heroes get here, I'll knock out every villain I can. Back at UA. And that's it for the preliminary event. Present MIC exclaimed in the commenters box, his co-host Aizawa putting in earplugs at this. For first place, we have Katsuki Bakugo, along with second place Shoto Todoroki and third Ibara Shiozaki. He turned to his co-host, I noticed all of your class made it. Surprised? A little. Aizawa grumbled, but they are showing potential. Of course, that was nothing compared to what's next. Ain't that the truth? MIC laughed before wildly gesturing to the microphone before him. Anyways, we'll be going to the next event now. Midnight, take it away. He then tapped the MIC mute button on the system, only for both to hear the door to the office open. The duo spun around to see Nezu walk in. Hey boss. How's it going? Not well. Nezu replied, it seems there may be a problem outside of UA. What do you mean? Well, I've been watching all the news feeds that tune into our event and one of them is not showing us. I checked it and they seem to be doing a different story in Musutafu. Seriously? What's bigger than us? I don't know. However, they're not showing footage yet, but say they're about to report it. Nezu replied, only to see a fierce glare from Aizawa. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? A villain is taking advantage of all the heroes being here along with other heroes watching this. Aizawa asked, Nezu nodding back. Wait. I get that, as it happens all the time, but the heroes in other districts are still there. Why do it in Musutafu? That's where we are. MIC exclaimed, there's a ton of heroes here. Who'd have the ball to do that? Doesn't matter. Aizawa grumbled before pointing to at MIC, send a message to all heroes here. Tell them they need to respond to whatever's going on. Okay. MIC muttered out before turning back to the audio equipment, I really hope it's nothing too bad. Nezu pulled out his phone at this, another news channel now showing footage, I wouldn't be so sure. A second channel just swayed away from UA to the other news story. What do you mean? What's the story? Aizawa asked next, only for Nezu to show him the footage. Oh no. MIC then glanced over to see it, grimacing at the headline, Mini Army of villains attacking Musutafu, right at UA's doorstep. Spider-Man seemingly taking them all on alone. Where are the heroes? That's bad for business. MIC gulped, Aizawa glaring back at him. Call the heroes and get someone over there now. Venom punch. Izuku screamed as he slammed an electric fist into a tombstone goon, sending them flying into two more, zapping them as well. As he did this, his spider sense yelled at him, making him duck as a blade just barely missed him. He then moved a leg upward, smacking his foot into a masked thug's chin. The man went flying back as Izuku then fired a web line, yanking himself up and over the street. The teen wasn't sure how many he had beaten now. It felt like this fight had been going on for hours, even though he knew it was nowhere near that long. He didn't even really react when a news helicopter suddenly appeared above the fighting. Instead, he just leapt at the enemies now, barely feeling the few blows they could land as he let his spider sense guide him. He had been trying to figure out a fighting style, writing page after page on how it would work, but found that in practice, all fighting styles didn't exactly work the way he wanted it to. Improvising was everything. Plans were only good if everything worked out perfectly, and Izuku knew by now, even with just the 2 weeks of vigilantism he had on his belt, nothing went perfectly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the injuries he kept getting. Instead, he found that his spider sense was everything when it came to fighting. It always gave him the idea on where to go next, the teen flipping, swinging and ducking around everything he could. It wasn't perfect, but it was all he had. As such, he swung down at a group of 3 masked thugs, web swing kick. He slammed both feet into one of the goons, knocking him flying before firing a glob of webbing at him, sticking him to the street as soon as he landed. And as Izuku landed, He quickly ducked under both masked thugs as they swung their katanas at him. He then tapped one on the side, zapping him with electricity before sidestepping around the other as he tried to stab Izuku. And as he dodged the blade, he moved a fist into the thug's face, the blow instantly knocking the goon off his feet before webbing covered him as well. However, two more tombstone thugs appeared at this, the walrus man from earlier along with the hippo man. Izuku leapt over both, only for a third thug to suddenly appear behind them, body-checking into the vigilante. He felt the blow, pushing him back as the hippo and walrus men spun around, both then slamming fists into Izuku's back. The teen was knocked into the third thug at this, the thug grabbing him in a waist hold and tried to squeeze him. But as he did this, Izuku just grabbed his shoulders, zapping him with ease. The thug fell over at this, letting Izuku go as he turned back to the other two, both throwing punches. Izuku just sidestepped both before countering with a jab into the walrus man's face, making him stumble back before ducking under another punch from the hippo man. And as he ducked under this, the teen bent down and did a leg sweep, knocking the hippo down with ease. He fired some webbing next, sticking the hippo to the pavement as the walrus charged at him. However, Izuku just charged a venom punch, slamming it into the walrus man's stomach, knocking him across the street. There's so many, Izuku thought, his mind slowing down as he spun around and saw three more masked goons charging at him. Kill the spider. He must die. One of them yelled, Izuku sighing at the sight. Come on guys. Izuku emmed as he fired two shots of webbing, grabbing two of the thugs' chests before being yanked, making both stumble and fall over. The third moved his blade at Izuku, the teen backstepping before throwing a punch right in his face, breaking the mask. The blow knocked him over, Izuku firing globs of webbing, sticking them all to the pavement. But as he did this, another masked man ran up to him, katana in hand. Seriously? Can't you just, give up? I've beaten like 2 million of you guys already. Kill the spider, he roared as he leapt at Izuku, the teen just sidestepping as the goon slashed downward, only for his sword to hit pavement instead. Nope. Izuku muttered as he kicked the thug's side, the blow flinging the goon into an overturned car. He hit it and slumped over, Izuku turning back to the crossing. The teen now saw most of the Tombstone gang knocked out, their numbers less than the masked men, and most were all webbed up. Seeing this, he turned to find 3 more masked thugs climbing over the car. Electricity sparking in his hands, Izuku charged at them. Come on Izuku, you got this. Just a few more till the heroes show up. Dang, that was intense. Gloria commented as they watched the second event come to an end at the UA Sports Festival. It showed Katsuki Bakugo in first place, yelling profanities as he declared how great he was. Gloria's small tongue stuck out for a second before turning to Inko, the woman watching the television with a blank stare. Hey, you okay? Inko didn't respond, prompting Gloria to poke her shoulder. Inko asked as she turned to Gloria. You okay? Here. Oh, Inko barely replied before glancing away, just worried about Izuku. Oh yeah. Gloria chimed before looking back at the rest of Feast. Everyone was crowded around to the place's television, only 1 or 2 not watching. Little guy still isn't here. Wonder why he's late. Knowing him, he's got himself into something. Inko sighed, making Gloria glance back at her. What do you mean? Inko just waved a hand at her. Oh, it's nothing. Gloria chuckled at this. I wouldn't say that. I think that shows you really love your son. Inko just let out a sigh. I do. She glanced down at her phone. Still, I hope he responds soon. As she said this, one of the people watching the television said, what's going on? Inko and Gloria looked back up at the screen, only to see the UA Sports Festival disappear and show something else. Breaking news, a reporter said. As footage showed a battle happening in a street crossing. For unknown reasons, 2 gangs of villains are fighting and tearing apart the crossing of Jellucan Drive and Umbra Street in Musutafu. However, it seems the vigilante known as Spider-Man has come in and is trying to shut the situation down, but for some reason, the heroes have not arrived. Whoa! Gloria muttered out, that's just a few streets over. I hope it doesn't end up here. And as she said that, She didn't see 𝐒𝐭𝐻's face now paling as she stared at the footage of her son taking out another masked thug. "Oh Izuku! Please be careful. Rah!" Izuku roared as he punched another masked thug, the man slamming into two more. Spider Sense rang out next, a hyena man running up to him next, leaping at the vigilante. In response, Izuku sidestepped, dodging the thug as the hyena guy spun around and threw a punch. But as he did this, Izuku threw his own, his fist hitting first, causing the thug's punch to hit air as he felt the blow slam into his big nose. "Kill the spider," yelled a masked thug as they leapt over an overturned car, slashing a katana down right at the teen. Spider Sense screaming again, Izuku leapt to the side, dodging the weapon before firing a web line at the masked man's weapon, pulling it a split second later. The thug kept his grip on the weapon as Izuku did this, only to feel the teen's foot slam into his face, knocking the thug off his feet. Webbing covered him next, Izuku then firing another web upward and yanking himself back into the air. There's no end to this. The teen thought as he stared down at the street, seeing two masked men get beat up by an alligator man while another masked man punched a rat-faced man. The sight made him sigh before he swung down and exclaim, "Web swing kick." 2 feet slammed into 2 masked men's faces, flinging them across the crossway as Izuku fired a web line at a third masked thug before yanking, sending him straight into the man. "Hiya!" Izuku yelled as he zipped right up to the thug and moved a kick into the man's stomach, sending the thug into a man with a weasel face. "Gotta keep moving. Gotta stop these guys," Izuku thought as his spider sense rang out again, making him instinctively duck down, avoiding a katana slicing through the air. This was followed by an uppercut from the teen, smacking a masked thug off his feet. But as this happened, Spider Sense kept yelling at him, only to see 2 more masked men, these just throwing punches. The teen sidestepped the first one, only for another to slam a fist into his face. Ugh! 3 more punches smacked Izuku's face, the teen closing his eyes from the blows before blindly swinging a punch back, knocking away the one that had missed hitting Izuku. This allowed the other to keep punching Izuku, slamming a fist into Izuku's stomach before doing a side jab into the teen's face. He felt the blow as his spider sense kept yelling at him, Izuku's eyes creaking back open as he saw another punch come for his face. Reflexes took over next, Izuku tilting his head to dodge the blow before throwing a punch back, slamming it into the thug's face. The man's mask broke instantly, the thug falling over a second later before Izuku fired a glob of webbing, sticking the thug to the concrete. "Ooh, that hurt." Izuku mentally groaned as he fired a web line upward, yanking himself back up into the air once again. But as he did this, his eyes scanned over the whole situation, his mind going over what just happened. Each time I beat one of these guys, 2 more pop up. Is there no end? He then swung down and kicked another thug off his feet before firing a glob of webbing over another, the teen leaping at a third and throwing a punch. And as the blow connected, one more thought went through his head, I keep beating them though. Spider sense rang out at this, Izuku jumping away as 3 more thugs leapt at him, the teen dodging them all. As he did this, he whispered to himself, I think I can do this. Electricity appeared around his arms at this, no. I will do this. Like a real hero would. The masked thugs charged at him next, Izuku yelling back, bring it on. Katsuki Bakugo was angry. Granted, that was his normal mindset, he was rarely anything but angry, but he was really angry right now. The UA Sports Festival, something he had watched for years, imagining himself on that podium, being cheered on and worshipped like he deserved. Only to finally be a part of the festival, and found it was filled with nothing but weaklings. They were all trash. Worthless pebbles that weren't even worthy of being a piece of a stepping stone. The first round was a dumb obstacle course, the second round was a stupid cavalry battle where he had to cooperate with a bunch of pathetic losers. And this final round was the most worthless of them all. He had just won his second fight of the final round, and it was a disappointment. It was another weakling, a piece of trash. It was that orange ponytail chick of the other class, who he beat without trying. All he had to do was push through her worthless giant hands, grab the top of her head and slam his explosive quirk in her face a few times. She was knocked out almost instantly, only for Midnight to say he had to stop or be disqualified for being too rough. What a load of garbage. If she was that weak, she shouldn't be here. Same goes for his first fight, which was Round Cheeks, the girl with gravity powers. What a pointless weak quirk. She doesn't deserve to be a hero. She thought she could trap him by levitating the pebbles around the arena. What a stupid plan. It was so easy to beat, and then she stood there, showing those defiant eyes. She could barely stand, her legs shaking as she charged at him after failing her trap, thinking she stood a chance. How pointless. How stupid. And her eyes. Those defiant eyes. Eyes that reminded Katsuki of him. Deku. He was here. Deku had to be here. That made him so angry. He had spent years telling that quirkless loser he wasn't allowed to set foot, not even a toe, into UA. If he did, he would turn that piece of trash into ash. It's what Deku deserved. He believed he could be a hero. That thought made him want to explode. It made him so angry. Didn't Deku know that quirkless trash only exists to be put in the ground? Didn't he spend years telling that piece of garbage that he'll never amount to anything? Didn't Deku know he'll never become or deserve to be a hero? His palms kept crackling, popping every second as he stared out at the stadium. Each fight he did, they kept booing him after he won. Why are they booing? He's the greatest. He's the best there is. They should be worshipping him, Katsuki Bakugo, the next #1 hero. He was already better than All Might. He let out a growl next, making him look down at the arena, only to see. Was that bird head? Whatever. Here's another pathetic pebble that was now walking out of the arena while some purple-haired Gen-Ed noodle-looking garbage just stood there. And everyone looked like they were confused about what that guy's quirk was. It was so obvious. It was a villain quirk. Why is everyone so stupid? Worthless extras. He growled as he saw his future opponent be declared worthy of going to the next round. An extra with an obvious brainwashing quirk was next. TCH. At least I'll win the next round easily. Here's hoping half and half will give me a good fight in the final round. And as he said this, he glanced out at the stadium, only to see a ton of people staring at their phones. Like, half the stadium weren't paying attention to the festival. Whatever. As long as they watch him, it didn't matter. His eyes darted around next, searching for a certain green-haired teen. But found nothing. Where are you, Deku? I know you're here, mocking me. He let out a low hiss, where are you? Venom smash. Izuku roared as he slammed his fist into the ground, electricity surging out of him, knocking 4 more masked goons back. He had just taken out the last tombstone thug before using that venom smash, and now his ears heard the sounds of screeching tires, making him turn to see 2 black vans drive up to crossing. Seriously? He mentally yelled before his spider sense screamed at him, making him duck down just as a blade swung over his head. He spun around to see another masked thug moving a sword at the teen, only for Izuku to swing his leg upward, kicking the goon right in the face. The thug hit the pavement a second later, Izuku firing another glob of webbing, sticking him into the street. He glanced back at the black vans, now seeing a few thugs walk out of vehicles, along with 2 bulky masked men. Oh great, so you're all sextuplets. Or is it septuplets? I give up. Izuku fired 2 web lines at this, yanking at them as he threw himself at the thugs, venom punch. He moved an electric fist into one of them, slamming it into the thug's chest. The blow knocked the guy flying, only for 2 goons to charge in with blades, Izuku quickly leaping onto one of the black vans before they could get close. You know, I'm gonna declare this as another no-sharp deadly weapon zone. Die Spider, the other bulky thug yelled as energy poured out of his fists. He then swung his fist at the van Izuku was on, the teen spider sense yelling as he quickly leapt off the vehicle just as the fist hit it. The blow made the car go flying, slamming it into a nearby building as Izuku landed across the rest of the masked men, Izuku seeing there was only 5 left beside the bulky thug. Kill the spider, the masked thugs roared as they charged at Izuku, the teen just pointing his wrists at them, firing a round of webbing at their faces. Blinding 4 of them, they began tripping into objects that were scattered across the street, the 4 falling over as Izuku ran in and punched the remaining one in the face, shattering his mask and knocking him out. As this happened, he fired webbing over the other 4, sticking them all to the pavement. But as he did this, his spider sense yelled before looking back up and seeing a giant fist slam into his chest. Bluff! 𝐒𝐿 yelped as the bulky thug's fist knocked the vigilante across the street, his back hitting a building. Ugh! 𝐒𝐿 ummed before hitting the pavement, almost slumping over. Oh! 𝐒𝐿 muttered out, clutching his chest as he tried to stay standing. You will die today, Spider, the bulky thug said as he slowly stomped over to him. And I still can't understand you. 𝐒𝐿 replied as he pointed his wrist at the thug and pressed the web shooter trigger, only to hear a pest. Oh, great. Die, the thug roared as he pulled back a fist before moving it. Seeing this, 𝐒𝐿 just ducked under the jab before slamming his own fist into the thug's stomach. The blow made the thug slightly stumble back, only to swing another punch, but 𝐒𝐿 caught it with his own hand. Gotcha! 𝐒𝐿 laughed as electricity charged into the hand, zapping the thug. 𝐒𝐿 then pushed forward, knocking the thug off his feet. The team glanced up at this, now seeing no more villains charging at him. Nothing but a bunch of webbed-up thugs, several overturned cars and a small fire coming from 2 vans. Scorch marks littered the crossing, and parts of nearby buildings had giant burn marks on them. I did it. I won. I beat them all. 𝐒𝐿 muttered out as he leaned on the building behind him. He then grabbed a web cartridge out of his hoodie and swayed it out of his web shooter, only to hear a new noise. It was the sound of police sirens, making him turn and see several police cars, along with a certain giant hero walking up to the crossing. It was Mount Lady, Kamu Woods on her shoulder as they got ahead of the police cars. There they are. What took them so long? He thought before a surge of pain hit his entire body, adrenaline now wearing off as he grabbed his chest and slumped down. No hurts. Everywhere. Gotta. Get. Outer. Here. He took a deep breath before turning invisible, the team then crawling up the building he was leaning on. And when he reached the top, he fired a web line and began to invisibly swing away. The UA Sports Festival was over. Katsuki Bakugo stood on the top podium, roaring at the crowd. As he was tied down in chains. In second place was Shoto Todoroki, whose face was covered in burns, his non-scarred eye closed while leaning on a crutch. Third was Shinso Hitoshi, who was also covered in burns and had an arm in a sling. All Might had appeared next, giving the medals out as the crowd mainly cheered for the #1 hero. But as this happened, 𝐒𝐿 was now in his office. He usually was part of the entire UA festival every year, but this one was different. This was because he found himself getting multiple calls from news outlets, all complaining that the winner of the sports festival looked like some violent thug rather than a hero. Granted, he agreed to an extent, but Aizawa told him that was what Endeavor was, and Katsuki had only been a student for 2 weeks, not enough to change personalities. However, that wasn't the main topic of the phone call he was on right now. It was the Hero Commission president, who was chewing him out for taking all the heroes of Musutafu to the UA Sports Festival, only for half of the news outlets that covered the festival to suddenly switch to the Spider-Man story, and then no heroes showed up until Spider-Man had already saved the day. This is unacceptable, the president screamed, 𝐒𝐿 just sighing at her reaction. Listen, we cannot help it when villains attack. What happened? I don't care about what happened. I care that there weren't heroes there to deal with it as soon as it started because they were at your festival. You have All Might at your disposal. Use him. All Might is not a tool. All Might can beat any villain 2 seconds flat. The president roared, the sound of a fist hitting a table ringing out through the phone. He's the greatest hero this world has ever seen, so don't tell me he couldn't have gone in there and handled that. 𝐒𝐿 let out another sigh. I understand your frustration, but we did send heroes to the situation. It is not our fault how long it took them to get there. He could hear the president grinding her teeth before letting out a hiss. Listen here, rat, I have already told that dog Tsuragami that Spider-Man must be arrested. We cannot allow a vigilante to do a hero's job, especially not after this. Do you understand? Listen, do you understand? She screeched, making 𝐒𝐿 pause for a second. Understood. Good. I'm hanging up now because I now have to talk to every news outlet that decided that a vigilante is more important than the UA Sports Festival. A click could be heard before 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝑢 leaned back in his chair, sighing yet again. He rubbed his face with his hand as he muttered out, "It seems this could be a problem." He then pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a quick smoke. Perhaps Aizawa will now allow me to be part of his investigation with Naomasa. Izuku wasn't sure when he got home. He knew it took him a bit longer, mainly cause he swung one-handed due to his injuries. It had actually only took him a few minutes after beating all the thugs to get home, but it felt like hours to him. As such, he crawled into his room's window, opened and closed it, and crashed onto his bed. He tried to do a text on his phone, only to fall asleep before he could even tap out a word. An hour or so later, his mom came home. She found him knocked out, sighing at the sight before stripping and bandaging him up. She was so glad he had that healing factor, even if it was super slow. She then put his costume in the wash and just shook her head at the sight of her sleeping son. "You're going to be the end of me, aren't you?" she whispered to herself before walking into the living room and turning on the television. There, it showed the footage she had seen earlier. It was her son fighting a giant group of villains. The sight of him flipping around, kicking and punching made her go wide-eyed. He really was born to be hero, wasn't he? She thought as she leaned back into the couch, "I can't stop worrying about him. And yet I feel so proud." But as she did this, she glanced back at the television, only to see it turn to another news piece. One that made her go wide-eyed as she whispered, "Oh dear. I hope Izuku doesn't see this." Tombstone took a swig of whiskey as he walked into a stained blue-colored warehouse on the edge of town. It was a perfect place to hide things away, as it had a long old wire fence around it and broken streetlights. And as he walked in, he saw the lights inside were on, showing several piles of boxes. And a group of masked men laying out on the floor, the villains staring at the sight. "So, were we right?" he grumbled as he walked up to one of the masked men. "Was the whole point of the street fight was so they could try to rob this place?" "Yeah, boss. I figured." Tombstone sighed as he picked up one of the masked men like a ragdoll, the thug not responding to even the slightest touch. "And they're still doing that weird not moving thing." He dropped the thug before putting his foot over the thug's face and slammed it down, the sound of crunching bones ringing out next. It made his men in the warehouse flinch at the sound, only to see Tombstone take another swig of whiskey. "So much for war. And it looks like that spider whatever is gonna be a pain now." And as he smacked his lips at this, he put his drink down on a nearby table before taking out a phone, which showed a news feed of Spider-Man fighting his gang on television. "Guess we'll need to do some more recruiting. The heroes will actually start trying to find us now." He then saw the feed change to show another message. Breaking news. Pro-hero Ingenium severely injured by hero killer. Tombstone's mouth slowly formed a tiny smile, then again, maybe not. He turned to one of the thugs. "Call the boys. I want the shipment done ASAP." "Sure, boss." And as the thug took out his own phone, Tombstone grabbed his whiskey and took another swig. "Looks like Lady Luck's on my side. Time to get rich while the heroes stay distracted." He wiped his lips at this. And maybe that spider guy will get caught in the mess as well. Izuku had found out recently that he hated waking up. Granted, he knew why. Waking up was going to be bad today, but it still didn't help that this kept happening. As such, he woke up in incredible pain, his whole body screaming at him as he let out a mm. He slowly ascended out of his bed, glancing down to see he had been stripped and bandaged. He blinked at the sight before walking into the bathroom, soon doing a small morning routine. And as he did this, he took off the bandages, seeing most of his injuries had started to heal. "Ugh. Not sure I can Spider-Man today." He glanced up at the bathroom mirror, now seeing an exhausted look on his face. Did yesterday really happen? The teen walked back into his room and grabbed his phone, turning on the Midoriya Hero app, only to see two news articles at the start. One was about himself, fighting two groups of villains as the heroes arrived too late. He saw it was linked to several other articles the app collected, all debating over vigilantism and how Spider-Man had done the heroes' jobs. But that was instantly ignored as he saw the headline for the second article. He sped through the writing, his eyes darting back and forth. Ingenium was critically injured by a hero killer. What? His brain mentally yelled. He turned to his desk, where his mom had put his vigilante costume and hoodie, quickly taking out the notebook inside before turning to 𝐒𝐴𝐺𝐵's autograph. I don't believe it. He looked back at his phone, rereading the article. 𝐒𝐴𝐺𝐵. And as he thought about his encounter with that hero, a new face showed itself in his mind. Tenya Ida, one of Uraraka's friends she had brought over to feast. He remembered the smile on Tenya's face when he had talked about his brother, how he had said he was inspired by him to become a hero. Tenya! Izuku yelled a voice, cutting Izuku's thoughts as he turned to his door, now seeing his mother staring at him. There you are. Her eyes scanned him over and she let out a sigh. Well, I see that healing factor of yours is working wonders again. Still, that was too much yesterday. You need to dash, Mom. I'm sorry. Izuku interrupted, making her come to a stop. She stared directly into his eyes, seeing a mixture of exhaustion and pain. Despite this, she could also see that fire in him, the fire to be a hero, to help others. And she had a feeling what he was going to say next as he continued to speak. I know yesterday got crazy, but dash I know. She now interrupted before sighing. I know. You couldn't help it. She glanced away at this. I'm still getting used to this. Yeah. He walked up to her, putting a hand on her shoulder. She glanced back at him, only for the teen to hug her. She slowly embraced back, letting out another sigh before pulling away. Just promise me to not go too far next time, alright? Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. He glanced away, thinking back to the battle he had just done yesterday, only for Gran Torino's words to ring out in his head. If that's the case, don't go jumping into everything you can get yourself into. If you do, you'll start something that you can't escape. This was followed by the next thing Gran had told him. And when you go down that rabbit hole, you'll never get out of it. You'll keep going in over your head and it won't stop. Those words made him slowly say to his mom, I don't think I can promise that. 𝐒𝐴𝐵 blinked at this, staring at him before taking a deep breath. I know. She put a hand on his shoulder this time. Why don't you be Izuku Midoriya for at least this morning? Come on, I'll make you some breakfast. Okay. Izuku responded as they left the room. And as they reached the kitchen, Izuku spoke up again. Hey Mom. Yes. Thanks for bandaging me up. And for everything else. 𝐒𝐴𝐵 shined a big grin back. No problem. That's why I'm here. Aizawa had just received the internship offer files. He had done this for many years, but this year's was probably the worst it had ever been. Mainly because only 2 students really got any attention. Another was the fact that he was going to have to attend a meeting later today on the fact that the UA festival didn't get the full televised setting it usually gets, which is why the internship offers amount were even worse this year. It also didn't help that Nezu had warned him that the news outlets were very angry about Katsuki winning the whole thing. Granted, he didn't like it either. The student was a typical thing he got every year, a blowhard that believed their quirk solves everything. And that was fine, because he knew how to handle students like him. They were usually kids that thought the world revolved around them, that they were born better than others. It was irrational, which meant it usually needed some strict schooling to teach them otherwise. However, Aizawa quickly learned that there was no convincing Katsuki, though this was because he excelled at everything except heroic attitude. There was also the issue of him winning every event in the festival. That event should have been where he sees there are other students with just as much if not more power than him. However, that didn't happen to Aizawa's annoyance. Katsuki just beat everything, and he did it brutally. His fights were all one-sided, even against Todoroki, which he had hoped would beat Bakugo, but due to him not using half his quirk, he was easily beaten. That meant that Katsuki Bakugo was now the face of the class. Granted, Aizawa would admit the kid has the most potential out of all of his class. He had the drive, which was so rare these days, the intelligence and the instincts. But his attitude was a problem. But to be honest, Aizawa also wanted to expel all of his class just because he knew it would help them. Shock them into doing better than what they had done in the festival. But technically the class won the festival thanks to having Bakugo and Todoroki being in first and second place. If he expelled them now, they wouldn't realize why they are being expelled. What a pain. It also didn't help that a Gen Ed student, a Shinso Hitoshi, got third in the festival. That meant he'd probably be getting that one as a student. Aizawa honestly didn't mind this, but that also meant he couldn't expel the whole class due to the new student coming in. It would confuse Hitoshi, which is something that can't happen right as he joined heroics class. In other words, it was a pain, just like the rest of the nonsense. However, Aizawa knew what the real problem was though. He was missing a key component in his class, something Vlad currently had. He needed that student that pushes the others, that inspires them. It's the type of student Aizawa always wants, though he also hates the most. They're usually people who think they can be a hero that can do it all, which is totally irrational and stupid, but the ability to inspire is something Aizawa would acknowledge is important. And while he could see that Vlad had that with 2 students, though they were a subdued version that he would admit did work with Itsuka Kendo and Nito Monoma, but Aizawa didn't have that. He just had a class that had a few with drive, but nothing that fully pushed them to go farther. But that wasn't his biggest problem. His class could be fixed, the new student could be introduced and integrated, and he knew Katsuki was a long con, but the final exams should be the push he needed to fix all of it. If the students didn't get expelled by the teacher first. It was Spider-Man that was his true headache now. The vigilante that him and Naomasa suspect is his student's age somehow jumped into a gang war, one that Aizawa and a few others knew that Spider-Man had accidentally helped accelerate, and then just 1. He leapt into a war zone of villains and beat them all. Granted, they were all probably C rank or lower, but that didn't really matter. Even Aizawa knew that he would have trouble going into that situation alone. Heck, he knew he wouldn't do it without calling for backup before leaping in. And that event had caught the media's attention. Mainly, it was because it basically happened at UA's doorstep. Also, it was a vigilante doing what was essentially a team of heroes' jobs all alone. The situation was completely irrational, and yet it was happening. And he knew what this meant. It meant the meeting he would have later would involve Nezu meddling into his and Naomisa's investigation. As such, he reached the Class 1A door and slowly opened it, hearing the casual banter of the students. But as the door fully opened, everyone silenced themselves. 3 seconds, Aizawa commented as he walked up to the podium with a stack of papers. Villains would have killed all of you instantly. You're still too slow. He stared at the group of students, most showing their usual hesitant morning faces. He let out a long sigh. As you all probably know, this next week will be internships. As such, there is usually a spread-out number for the offers each year, but due to circumstances, that's not the case this year. He spun around and began writing out the numbers, showing that Shoto Todoroki had the most, being just over 2,000 while second was Katsuki which was almost 1,000. What the why does half and half have more than me? I'm the one that won the thing. Katsuki yelled, Aizawa feeling one of his eyes twitch at this as he continued to write down the numbers on the board. Probably because of your attitude, Kiro. Tsuyu chimed in. What was that, you stinking toad? I'll squash you. Katsuki roared, explosions popping in his hands. See. Tsuyu replied, Katsuki about to get up before his quirks suddenly stopped working. He turned to see Aizawa glaring at him. Enough. Winning the festival means nothing except getting your name out there. Aizawa grumbled, now shut up or you're expelled. Katsuki opened his mouth to bark back, only to close it as he saw Aizawa's glare intensify. The teacher let out a long sigh after this as he pointed back at the board. As you can see, only some of you got offers, but all of you are going to take an internship. There are certain heroes that do it regardless of not giving offers, and if you need help setting something up, I'll help you later. I'll also need your response by tomorrow, which you'll then start your internship the next day. Now, we have something else to do today. With that, Midnight walked into the room and exclaimed, Today, you're making your hero code names. The classroom erupted in cheers, Aizawa groaning as he pulled out his sleeping bag and crawled into it. It was going to be a long day. He just knew it. Izuku had ended up agreeing to not go out as Spider-Man today and tomorrow. Despite the fact that part of him wanted to, this time both his body and mother teamed up to tell him no. It also didn't help that after reading the article over the hero killer, he knew that going after that would be him once again going in over his head. But he also knew he should go after someone like that eventually. Now, he was in his room with his breakfast, his mom going out to her job for the day. Even though I stopped those gangs' rampage yesterday, I didn't really solve anything. He thought as he ate a bit of cereal while skimming through the net on his computer. I still got nothing on either gang leader. Heck, I still don't have a name for the masked guys. There's barely anything on them except failed crimes that I mainly foiled. He scrolled down another page, signed to himself, the police haven't really delivered any statement. There's nothing. I guess that's the struggle of being a vigilante. No police info for me. The team then saw that the articles kept going over just Spider-Man and the hero killer, only for something else to ring out in his brain. There's no articles over the UA Sports Festival. He typed in a search engine at this, only to see just a few pictures and articles. Kaken won. Here. Guess that means I would have lost if I had tried the festival. His quirk is so much better than mine. His mind went back to the bully, remembering the words that Bakugo had told him. The thought made him shake in his seat before eating another bit of cereal. Don't think about it. You'll become a hero. You'll just have to do a lot more. He feels a small tear go down his face. I wish I could have got in. I wish I could have been in the festival. Stupid support exam. Taking a second, he let out a sigh and shook his head. That's how it works. I need to figure out what I'm doing now. I just wish I could have watched it live. Maybe I'll watch it later. A deep breath later, he decided to go back to the hero killer case. And as he went to another page, he now saw a news outlet talking about previous kills from the hero killer. Apparently, he had ran wild in another district, killing 4 heroes. They were all D-list heroes, ones Izuku had heard of, but he knew most wouldn't have known them. All 4 had only done a few rescues and small-time criminal takedowns. Overall, they weren't much, and most news outlets wouldn't have cared. The only reason this article existed was because the reporter who made it was related to one of the killed heroes. Says here he's well known for spouting anti-hero philosophy. Believes most heroes to be fakes, and only true heroes like All Might are all but lost. Izuku read aloud, currently believed to be hopping district to district, choosing heroes that don't fit his ideology. Izuku leaned back in his chair. Sounds like a villain. But should I go after him? I mean, he's obviously got the other hero's attention. Maybe I shouldn't interfere. He looked back at his computer, staring long and hard at the hero killer article again. What do I do? This guy's obviously going to be hunted down by the heroes. But other heroes will be danger cause of this guy. I mean, he is the hero killer for a reason. He closed his eyes for a second, remembering yesterday, the constant fighting and desperation he felt, only to feel something else. He felt like he did the right thing. To go into the fray, saving others and beating the villains. But then 𝐼𝐴𝐼𝐼 appeared in his head, telling him that he was going in over his head. That he shouldn't just jump into everything. That there were consequences for doing so. But I can't do that. He mentally told himself, I want to be a hero. I can't just sit there and let bad things happen. But after yesterday, do I really want to go into something like that again? I mean, that was crazy. What do I do if this is worse? And then 𝐼𝐴𝐼's words rang out again. If that's the case, don't go jumping into everything you can get yourself into. If you do, you'll start something that you can't escape. If I go find him, will that happen? He glanced down at one of his notebooks sitting in his lap. The pages turned to a new entry he was creating, one over the hero killer. He flipped to the pages of the gangs he had just fought yesterday, that event replaying in his head. I really did jump into something I wasn't ready for. I mean, I'm not even good enough to be a F-rank hero yet. Should I go into something like that? He closed the book at this, taking in a deep breath. And as he released it, he looked up at the All Might poster he had in his room. The hero shown there was shining his signature smile, the sight making Izuku feel like the hero was talking to him. You would do it anyways, wouldn't you? You would go in and save the day, no matter what. And after a second, he nodded, I understand. He went back to the article on the hero killer on his computer, the teen biting his lip as he muttered out, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go and find this guy, even if I'm not ready. Maybe there will be consequences like 𝐼𝐴𝐼 said, but I can't just sit here. Even if I'm not a hero yet, I can still try and do something. He then turned in his chair and stared at his web-making equipment. But first, I'm running out of ingredients for web fluid. Better go buy some. He looked back at the computer, staring at the news article for a second. I'll deal with you soon. 2 days later. Izuku let out a long yawn as he woke up, slowly ascending from bed while doing several stretches. He had most of his bandages removed now, the teen going to the bathroom and taking off the rest. He found he was mostly healed, though some was still a tiny bit sore. Seeing this, he quickly did his routine and had some breakfast, 𝐒𝐭 telling him she was going to the hospital to work today. After saying goodbye to her, he swayed into Spider-Man, invisibly crawling out his window and swinging into the city. His mother had found out he was going to go investigate the hero killer, which she was very against, even when he told her about the relationship with Tenya. She then told him that she knew he wouldn't listen, but to not overdo it. Despite this, he had also spent the morning looking up extra information on the hero killer, only to find that he was last sighted in Hosu, mainly due to that being where he had fought in Ingenium. As such, he swung over to the train station and landed on top of the building. After listening to the announcer for half an hour, he heard him talking about a train going to Hosu, Izuku smiling under the mask before hopping on top of the train. One ride later, he was in Hosu, a few people gasping as they saw the Vigilante swing away from the station. He zipped up to a nearby rooftop, perching on its edge before taking out his phone. Now, let's see. He turned on the Midoriya Hero app and opened its other feature, a long list of all the heroes he had ever recorded. It was a list made from several years of analysis and fanboying, and he went to the ones that were in Hosu. So, the main heroes in Hosu are Manual, Native, The Fly and Takeshita. I need to figure out which ones the hero killer will go after. Izuku mentally said as he tapped the phone. I don't have any of their routes, so I guess I'll just swing around and see if they're on patrol. He turned on the police scanner app at this and pointed his wrist at a nearby building. I hope I'm not too late. Hours passed by as he swung around, quickly finding one of the 4 heroes. He first found the Fly, which he followed for an hour or so. Izuku realized he had never really tailed someone before, even with the years of seeking out heroes. Thankfully, staying on the rooftops made it easy, as most weren't going to look up. He watched him for about 2 hours, jotting down a few notes as he saw the hero patrol around. So, according to what little there is online, it said the hero killer goes after what he considers to be fake heroes. He glanced back down at the hero, watching him asking if everything was okay to a few civilians before continuing his patrol. The sight made Izuku tap his pencil on his chin. What does the killer qualify as fake though? One that just does it for money or glory? Or is it one that doesn't do enough? Izuku came to a stop at that thought, glancing back down at his notes. Do I qualify in that? I know I don't do enough. Would he hunt me down? I didn't see any reports on him going after vigilantes. He looked back at the Fly one last time before turning away. I don't know enough. I don't think he'll go after the Fly though. I should look for another hero. He put his notebook away, firing a web line before slinging across another street. The teen swung around for another hour, taking a short break to eat a snack he had prepared before continuing. And as he did this, he found another hero, along with the one thing he was both fearing and expecting. A teen dressed up to look just like Ingenium. That's Manual. And that's got to be Tenya Ida. He mentally commented as he saw the teen walking beside the hero. Oh no, the only reason he would be here is because of the hero killer. He sat down on the rooftop above them, putting a hand to his face. What do? I can't just swing down and tell him to not go for the killer. I also can't do that as Izuku Midoriya. He pulled out his phone, staring at for a long hard second as he pulled up the texting app. Do I tell Uraraka? I mean, if I do, she'll probably figure out I'm Spider-Man. Would that put her in danger? I mean, I know she's training to be a hero, but... He slumped down at this before putting both hands on the sides of his head. Oh, I can't believe this. This is exactly what Gran Torino meant. I'm so in over my head. He let out a long sigh at this, soon glancing back down to see that the duo had walked away. Maybe I should just follow them. I'll figure out what to do later. This was followed by another 2 hours of tailing, mainly seeing both do a long roundabout patrol. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 felt a bit nasty for having to tail someone that was friends with his only friend, but he also knew this was for the greater good. And after these 2 hours, he concluded that Manuel seemed to be a truly upstanding hero. He only really knew that Manuel had a water quirk, but he saw that the hero went out of his way to inspire people, constantly complimenting and helping others with little things while making sure to look out for crime and villains. He could also tell Tenya was distracted. The teen was jittery, something 𝐒𝐭𝐴 could tell even from the long distance between sidewalk and rooftop. The sight made 𝐒𝐭𝐴's heart drop, as he knew what this meant. Tenya was probably wanting to go on a war path, and this was the only way. Despite this, after the 2 hours, he decided to stop tailing them. He figured that the hero killer probably wouldn't go for Manuel, as he was honestly an even better hero than the Fly in his opinion. Granted, he still didn't know what the hero killer would go for, but as he swung away and was about to go for another snack, he found his third hero. It was Native, who was currently in the middle of a crowd of fans. He was signing autograph after autograph, along with taking selfies. The sight made 𝐒𝐭𝐴 blink, sitting down on the edge of a rooftop across the street. He watched as Native stood there, doing this for over half an hour before moving through his patrol. The sight made 𝐒𝐭𝐴 gulp. I think I know who the hero killer might go after next. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 thought as he hopped onto another rooftop to follow Native. He then saw the hero go down 2 more streets before having another crowd surround him. Seeing this, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 sighed and took out another snack. Yeah. This is bad. Should I go find Takeshita first or stay watching him? I mean, I think he's probably gonna be targeted. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 pulled out his phone at this, tapping it a few times as he tried to look up Native. He found that he was considered on the lower end, though he was very public as well. Just a few rescues and villain takedowns, nothing really major though. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 sighed at this and closed the app before looking back at Native, who was giving out his last autograph. I should at least figure out his patrol route first. Then I can decide what to do next. It took 3 hours for 𝐒𝐭𝐴 to see Native's full route. This was mainly due to the constant stops, which 𝐒𝐿 found himself almost putting a spider tracer on Native and napping on the last hour due to just how much it happened. But he didn't, and as 𝐒𝐿 recorded the full route in his notebook, he put it away and decided it was time to go home. Native had stopped patrolling, going into a hero agency building. 𝐒𝐿 hadn't found anything on the hero killer attacking buildings, instead always attacking the heroes while they're on patrol, so he figured Native was probably safe for now. As such, he swung back to the train station and took a ride home. I hope Takeshita isn't the next target. Then again, I'm surprised the hero killer didn't show up today. I didn't see him on any news. He thought as he rode the train, well, there's always tomorrow. The train soon came to a stop, the web slinger hopping off and swinging away. It wasn't long till he got home, the vigilante going invisible before sneaking into his room through his window. His mother was thankfully no longer surprised at this, and revealed she had some katsudon waiting for him. Gladly taking it, the two talked about their days, Inko surprised that 𝐒𝐿 hadn't really fought anything today, not even a mugger. She then told him that Feast was going to be doing a few events in the next few days and that 𝐒𝐿 should try and help. He agreed, but only if he didn't find anything tomorrow. But as he went to sleep, he had a feeling that wasn't going to be the case. The next day, 𝐒𝐿 woke up slow that day, the teen dragging through his morning routine, checking his body and seeing most of the wounds were gone. There were still some bruises, blue patches around his chest and back, but nothing that would slow him down. He went to his desk after this, fully stocking himself in web cartridges before switching to Spider-Man. And after telling his mom goodbye for the day, he crawled out his window, swung over to the train station and got on the first ride to Hosu. It wasn't long till he got there, swinging off the train as he got up to the first rooftop he could reach. And as he got up there, he pulled out his notebook. Okay, I should probably go tail Native first. Good thing I recorded his route. He leapt off the rooftop at this, quickly swinging down a few streets. And as he did this, he felt his body tense up. It wasn't like when he went after Spinner, waiting for a single bank robber, or when he went after a warehouse of thugs and drug dealers. He had spent another few hours last night looking into the hero killer, seeing that the man had killed a lot of people. He was nothing like anything he had faced before. I wonder what his quirk is. I better figure it out quickly when I find him, he thought as he swung down another street. But as he did this, he stared in the distance, only to go wide-eyed. A few blocks ahead, what looked like a black portal opened up on a rooftop. The sight made him take a sharp turn and landed on a nearby roof. And as he got there, he turned invisible as he continued to stare at the portal. What is that? He mentally asked, only to see a muscular man walk out of it. He was wearing a mishmash-like outfit with an eye mask, long messy hair, no nose, and several blades all over his clothes. Great! More swords. This was followed by another person, a lanky white-haired individual with a hand on his face. The sight made Izuku lean back for a second before seeing the first man hop off the rooftop and leap to another. Izuku glanced between the two, only to look down at his web shooters. Suching out the cartridges, he then leapt off the roof and began swinging after the first man. And as he did this, he found that the man had quickly came to a stop after a few rooftops. Izuku landed on the side of the building's wall, still invisible as he slowly crawled over to the man, now getting just in earshot. All fakes. They're all fakes. The man hissed, pulling out a blade and looking it over. That worthless villain. To think he would want me to join him while he had no conviction. Worthless villain. Izuku thought as he then glanced down to where the man was staring at, only to go wide-eyed. One street over was Native, who was currently doing a few autographs. He glanced back at the man, only to feel something come off the guy. It felt like pressure. Like an invisible force hitting the teen like an unending burst of wind. Another fake, the man growled. Your time is now. Fake. Izuku did a slight gulp as he continued to feel the pressure. But as he felt this, his mind connected all the pieces. It's him. He's the hero killer. He slowly crawled up to the rooftop at this, staying right behind the killer, only to feel another wave of pressure off of him. What is this? What is he doing? Despite being invisible, Izuku looked down at his unseeable body, feeling his legs shake. He felt it now, fear. And as he glanced back up at the killer, he knew what it was now. This is killing intent. He bit his lip at this, his whole body shivering as he tried to point his wrists at the villain. I can't calm down. Why can't I dash whoever you are not worthy of fighting me, the villain suddenly said, slowly spinning around. Izuku went wide-eyed at this, glancing down at his hands and seeing he was still invisible as the killer continued to talk. I don't see you, but I know you're there. You are hesitating. You are afraid. He knows I'm here. How? Is he like Gran Torino? Am I really that loud? Izuku thought as he saw the villain slowly walk across the rooftop. The teen saw that the man was about to reach him, only to come to a stop just a few inches away from the teen. Well, where are you? So close. Izuku mentally gulped, still feeling that killing intent pour over his entire body. But as he felt this, he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I gotta move. I didn't come all this way to just be beaten right as I found him. Though I didn't really think I would find him so fast. And as he finished his deep breath, he opened his eyes and saw the killer was still standing in front of him. The glare alone from the hero killer looked like it could kill, but Izuku felt his legs slowly stop shaking. No. I gotta try. He was still slightly shivering, but then electricity began to crackle along his hands. And with swift motion, he balled up a fist and moved it right at the villain. The villain slowly said, now hearing a tiny sound right in front of him. Venom punch. Izuku screamed as he turned visible, throwing the electric punch right at the villain's chest. But as he did this, the killer quickly unsheathed two knives, blocking the blow as he put them in a cross formation in front of his stomach. There you are, the villain commented as he uncrossed the blades and moved one at Izuku, his spider sense screaming at him. The attack was the fastest thing Izuku had ever seen, but his spider sense was faster. He quickly backpedaled at this, dodging the first move, only for the killer to start swinging his blades everywhere. It was a rapid, fluid motion that he used those knives with, but it was an even greater dance that Izuku did. His spider sense rang out every split second, motioning him to do the slightest movements, ducking and dodging each blow. And as this happened, the killer began to push Izuku over to the rooftop's edge, Izuku feeling his feet about to go over the edge. I gotta do something. He mentally yelled, only to feel no more floor beneath him. And when the villain moved the blade again, 𝐒𝐿 backpedaled off the building. Whoa! He quickly fired a web line, catching the top of the roof as he planted his feet on the building side. Seeing this, the villain let out a snort. Not bad. You have good instincts. I've been told that a lot recently. 𝐒𝐿 instantly quipped, only to blush under the mask as he realized how quickly he said that. 𝐒𝐻𝐚𝐥 the killer grumbled, so, who are you? Another fake hero trying to stop me. You look like you're a child. Not exactly. 𝐒𝐿 replied, I'm actually a vigilante. A vigilante? Yup. Name's Spider-Man. Who are you? The villain just glared at him, 𝐒𝐿 feeling like the killer was looking right through his costume before replying, Stain. 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 The villain responded, now, why is a vigilante after me? 𝐒𝐿 blinked at this. Well, you're the hero killer, right? So, I'm here to stop you. Stain let out another snort at this. Teach. That is no job for a child. Especially one that relies on parlor tricks. Only All Might is worthy of facing me. He spun around at this. I won't kill you though. I have respect for vigilantes. You do not care about the law to do right. That is a good quality to have. 𝐒𝐿 just stood on the side of the building after hearing that. What? He kills heroes but respects vigilantes. What kind of logic is that? He thought before seeing Stain leave. He was about to pull himself up to the roof, only to stay still for a second longer. Wait 𝐒𝐿, don't just leap at him. Use your webbing this time. With a small yank, he hopped back up to the roof, now seeing Stain about to leap off it to go after Native. And as he saw this, he fired a line of webbing, instantly hitting Stain's back. Feeling this, the killer reflexively spun around and cut the line. But as he did this, 𝐒𝐿 fired 2 more shots of webbing, both at Stain's feet. As they hit the soles, 𝐒𝐿 yanked at both, Stain now finding himself losing balance. But as this happened, he quickly stretched his arms out and cut both lines, his back hitting the rooftop before instantly rolling and standing back up. Seeing this, 𝐒𝐿 fired a 3rd line, Stain blocking it with the flat side of his blade, only for 𝐒𝐿 to yank at it. But as the knife left Stain's hand, he used his now free hand to grab another knife and throw it at the teen. Spider sense blaring at this, 𝐒𝐿 reflexively moved his leg upward as the knife came, kicking it at the precise moment it got close. The sight made Stain let out a hiss before charging at the teen, pulling out another blade at the same time. I don't have time to mess with you. Stain roared as he moved the blade at 𝐒𝐿, the teen ducking under it before trying to throw a punch back. But as this happened, Stain easily sidestepped it before swiping with his other knife. 𝐒𝐿 quickly tried to backpedal at this, only for it to nick him in the arm. Stain then leapt back at this, raising the blade to his mouth. Danger! Here! Why is my spider sense yelling at that? 𝐒𝐿 thought before seeing Stain's mouth open to show a long pulpy tongue. His brain instantly clicked, the teen firing a web line right at the knife. However, Stain saw this and lifted up his other blade, the webbing hitting it instead just as he liked the knife. 𝐒𝐿 felt his body instantly tense up, the teen falling over a second later. What the dash, he mentally gasped before glancing up to see Stain cut the web line off the knife. Not bad. I was right about you having good instincts. Stain commented as he put one of the knives away. I can't move. 𝐒𝐿 muttered out, the beely did you dash. You figured it out that quickly. Stain responded, showing what could only be seen as an expression of a tiny bit of surprise. Indeed. That is my quirk. The villain then walked over to the edge of the rooftop, now seeing Native finish his last autograph signing. My prey is ready. He glanced back at the now squirming downed vigilante, holding a knife right above him. 𝐒𝐿 saw the blade, aimed right at his head. He could feel another wave of killing intent pour off the man, Stain staring down at him as his tongue slithered out of his mouth. And though the killer couldn't see it, there was a look of both fear and determination on 𝐒𝐿's face. He could feel his life about to flash before his eyes, only for Stain to say, I have respect for you. You showed great fear in facing me, but still tried. I could sense your conviction. But none shall face me except All Might, for he is the only true hero. He raised his knife at this, ready to strike downward. Only for the killer to put it away. I will spare you. Just don't meddle with me again. Those words made Izuku go wide-eyed, only to see Stain spin around. No. Wait. The teen yelled, but it was too late. Stain was already gone. Tenya Ida wasn't sure what to think. The hero he was now interning under had told him that he couldn't go off on his own. The very notion was considered to be vigilantism, something that no one would approve of. In fact, the conversation had reminded him of the stuff he'd been talking about with his classmates. After being told about the internships, when they met for lunch, Mina had revealed that the UA festival had been criticized due to Bakugo, which he was not surprised about. Tenya had not liked him since the moment he met him in the first day of class. And what was considered to be an event that was more popular than the Olympics was suddenly sidewinded by Spider-Man, who had stopped a gang war outside of UA's doorstep. It was insane to think about. Now, Tenya did not dislike Spider-Man, though he didn't like seeing someone break the law constantly, even if he was trying to help. Despite this, that very thought of breaking the law, to do vigilantism against the one that did this to his brother. It was all he could think about these past few days. It was the very reason he was there, walking behind Manuel despite his eyes constantly darting around, trying to find something, anything on the hero killer. And yet, he felt only one thing now: vengeance. He wanted the hero killer to pay. He knew it was wrong, but his mind told him one thing: don't worry about it. Don't even think about it. All you need to think about is avenging Tensai. As such, he continued to walk down the street with Manuel, a permanent glare on the teen's face despite being hidden behind a mask. And as he strolled behind Manuel, a sudden noise rang out. Boom. The sound made both spin around, only to see a smoke appear behind a few buildings. And as they stared at it, a large creature with wings flew out of the black fog. That's Ida thought, recognizing the beast. It looked like a flying version of the monster he had seen at the USJ. What the heck is that? Manuel yelped before turning to Ida. Do you know what that is? Ida stuttered out, only for the two to start hearing several screams. Never mind. We need to evacuate the people now. Manuel yelled, grabbing Ida's shoulder. Snap out of it and help me. Tenya turned to him, giving a quick nod. Okay. Manuel spun around at this and began to yell at the people around them, gesturing to them to follow. He then saw Endeavor fly over him, slamming into one of the monsters. The sight made him glance back, only to see his intern was now gone. Oh no! You are another disgusting fake! Stain hissed. It had taken the villain a bit longer than he expected to catch the hero in front of him. It seemed that scuffle on the rooftop with the vigilante had pushed him a bit off balance, messed up his timing to be precise. That or that conversation he had just had with Shigaraki. Stain was still debating on going back and killing him as he stood over Native. The pro-hero was wincing, his whole body shaking like a leaf as Stain pointed his blade at his chin. What did you do to me? Judgment. Stain replied, I have deemed you unworthy of the title of hero. It is a word that has lost all meaning in this society, and you are another stain on its meaning. No, please. I don't want to die. Native screamed as the blade slowly went up his chin. Those who have fallen in battle have no right to choose their fate. Stain remarked, especially a fake like you. Your kind is a poison to this society, one that I will cure. Stain then raised the katana up high, a malicious grin on his face as Native felt the killing aura pour off the villain. The pressure alone was choking, Stain clenching his grip on the blade as he prepared the killing blow. But as he was about to do this, his eyes went wide. Turning to his right, a sudden figure burst into him. Stain quickly held up his hands and sword, blocking the blow before swiping upward, knocking the assailant back. The sound of tinging metal followed this as a helmet bounced on the pavement. Who are you? Stain hissed as he saw the assailant completely now. It was Ida in full hero costume with the exception of his helmet. Another child. Ida didn't respond, instead just getting back up as he glared at the killer. The sight made Stain scoff. Your eyes are filled with vengeance. He pointed his blade at the teen, Let me guess, you wish to avenge someone I killed. I am the brother of the pro-hero Ingenium, the one you cut down. I am here to face you in his place. Ida roared, only to see the killer just squint his eyes at him. You are a fool. And you're meddling with my work. He turned back to Native, do not meddle with me, child. I will kill you if necessary. Ida then scratched the pavement under him with his foot. I am Ingenium, for it's the name that will defeat you right here, right now. Stain's eyes drifted back to the teen, making him let out a sigh. 𝐻𝐻. I see. You believe yourself to be a hero. He pointed his blade at him, then prepare for death. Ida then charged straight at his, the engines in his calves bursting as he zipped down the alleyway. But as he got close, Stain just jumped over him, easily dodging the charge before slamming his foot down into Ida's right arm. The blow knocked the teen to the ground, only for Stain to land and slam his katana into Ida's left shoulder. Oh! Ida screamed as he felt the blade go through, only to feel Stain's foot on his back. You're just as worthless as your brother. Stain spat as he slowly moved the blade out of the teen. The only reason I let Ingenium live was to spread rumors. You and your brother are weak. All because you're both fake heroes. My brother is a great hero. Ida barked back as he tried to get up, only to feel Stain push him back down with just his foot. I'll kill you to avenge him. Hearing this, Stain let out a scoff, oh please. He then took his foot off of Ida and pulled the sword out, Ida wincing at this as the killer pointed at Native, then save him. What? You heard me. Stain hissed as he put the blade up to his mouth, liking it. The act makes Ida tense up, as if something had now made him unable to move. However, Stain continued to speak, a true hero acts selflessly, rescuing others and does not use his power for his own sake. But you use it for yourself. You just want revenge, which makes you the furthest thing from being a hero. And as he said that, Ida now felt Stain's boot hit his head, slamming him into the pavement. Worthless. That's why you're going to die now. You will be another offering for a just world. You're wrong. Ida screamed as he tried to move, Stain just shaking his head at the sight. You're just some that hurt Tensai. And you are nothing but a fake. He then lifted his blade over the teen, and now you will dash web swing kick. And as Stain heard the sudden voice, he turned to the right, only to feel something hit him directly in the face. The blow knocked him off his feet, only to land on his back and quickly roll onto his feet a split second later. But as he did this, he glanced around, not seeing his assailant. The sight made him let out a long hiss, you again. Didn't I tell you to not meddle with me? Sorry, but when I see a murder about to happen, I have to interfere. It's one of my many rules, said a voice, Ida and Native glancing up as they tried to see where it was coming from. 𝐻𝐻 fine. Stain growled as his eyes darted around. So I assume you're going to continue using this little invisible parlor trick of yours. No, I can't hold it forever, but... Two webs shot down, both instantly grabbing the katana in Stain's hand. With a single powerful yank, it was pulled out of the killer's grip. And as the blade was sent flying up the alleyway, a certain green-colored vigilante appeared as he grabbed the sword's handle. This was followed by him webbing the katana to the building his feet were sticking to, about 3 stories up from the ground. I can declare this a no katana zone. You! Stain hissed as he pulled out 2 knives. What's the matter, Mr. Stabs-a-lot? Lost your favorite weapon? Izuku quipped, Native and Ida now staring straight up with wide eyes at the vigilante. As for Izuku, his mind was kicking him as it yelled, what are you doing, Izuku? Don't antagonize him like that. He already beat you once. Just figure out how to save Native and Tenya and get out of here. Die! Stain roared as he threw both knives at Izuku, only for his spider sense to scream at him. Letting his uncanny radar sense take over, he reflexively caught both with his hands, only to web them up as well. I don't think so. Izuku commented as he glanced back down at Stain, you're not getting me again. I know your trick now, and I can do this all day. Stain pulled out a third knife, this one having BLD on it. 2 web lines shot down next, Stain quickly cutting both, only for a third to grab his foot. A pull followed this, knocking Stain off balance before a fourth web to hit the knife, yanking it out of his grip. The knife reached Izuku instantly, the team catching it and webbing it up. However, he didn't stick it to the wall, but instead put it in his hoodie. That one had my BLD on it, didn't it? I'll be putting that one away for sure. He commented before glancing down at Stain. Looks like you're all out of tricks. And that is your only trick, isn't it? That comment made Ida go wide-eyed as his mind told him, Aizawa-sensei is right. I'm a one-trick pony. And I lost because of it. You. Stain hissed before taking out another knife, only to turn back to native. The hero was still sitting on the pavement, unable to move thanks to Stain's quirk. And as he moved his blade at him, another web line shot down, the killer instantly turning and blocking it with his knife. But as the webbing hit the weapon, Stain grabbed the web line and pulled on it. Izuku felt himself being yanked, making him lose grip on the wall. Whoa, he yelped before cutting the webbing from his shooter, then moving his arms upward as he fired 2 more web lines, slowing his descent. He was now only about 1 story above the killer, Stain then hopping on the wall and wall-kicking off it. He began to slash right at the teen, Spider Sense screaming at the motion. A split second later, Izuku pulled on the web lines, yanking himself just out of Stain's reach. Yikes. Izuku thought as he caught himself before sticking to the wall and firing 2 more web lines at Stain. The killer slashed at both, only for Izuku to fire more and more. That's it. I'm fixing this situation now. Webbing flew out of the shooters, the substance now beginning to miss the villain, instead hitting the sides of the wall and ground, sticking everywhere as Stain continued to slash through the webs. And as he did this, Izuku then hopped down and landed between Stain and Ida, Stain cutting one last strand of webbing. Finally came down to face me. Stain roared, only to see Izuku shake his head. Nope. Just made sure you can't kill someone else. Stain blinked at this, only to glance back to see that half of the alleyway was now covered in a giant webbing wall, cutting him off from native. The sight made him hiss, only to look back at Izuku and see him hop onto the wall again and fire a web at Ida's back, yanking him down the alleyway, away from the villain. You. Stain growled, the killing aura he always had now pouring out of him. You're not killing anyone else. Izuku declared as he came back down again. He stared straight at the villain, feeling the overwhelming pressure of his killing intent flow off him. And despite this, Izuku felt himself taking a deep breath as his mind said, I think I can do this. He closed his eyes at this, taking another breath before opening them. Yeah, let's do this. Bioelectricity surged through his hands as Stain stared him down, the killer reaching for another knife. Ida, who could feel his body starting to slowly move now, watched with bated breath at the end of the alleyway. But as he did this, Izuku cut the electricity as he fired a web line, Stain quickly slashing it. The villain then charged at this, Izuku's Spider Sense yelling at him as the knife came. Izuku quickly sidestepped the move, Spider Sense guiding him as Stain turned the move into a sideswipe, Izuku ducking under it. Stain then swung the blade in 3 separate strikes, Izuku dancing around each blow within a single centimeter of difference. It looked like a performance to Ida, watching the killer he hated so much swinging the blade around like a maniac, only to see Spider-Man nimbly dodge every blow. And as Stain tried to slash him, Izuku watched the maniac continue to try and hit him, the teen focusing everything he could on his Spider Sense. And as the sense kept guiding him, he started to see an opening. As this happened, the two were about to exit the alleyway, both having slowly gone down the whole alley. Ida felt himself able to move now, quickly getting up and leaping out of the way as the two left the alleyway, only to see Izuku finally counter the killer. He shot a web line straight at Stain, the villain raising his knife to block it. But just as the webbing struck it, Izuku immediately yanked at it, instantly pulling the knife out of Stain's grip. Seeing this, Stain quickly moved a punch, hitting Izuku in the face. He then did rapid fury of punches at this, Spider Sense yelling at Izuku as he tried to block each blow, only to feel 4 punches to the face. Stain then slammed a fist into Izuku's stomach, making him gasp as the villain roared, "Weak." He then pulled back another fist, but as he tried to punch Izuku again, Izuku ducked under it before moving a leg upward, the foot. smacking Stain in the face. He stumbled back, only for Stain to reach behind his back to grab another knife, only for Izuku to pull back a fist, electricity surging off it. Venom punch! Izuku screamed as he moved the fist, Stain quickly switching from grabbing the knife to blocking the blow by crossing his arms. But as the fist hit him, Stain felt for the first time today, pure pain. The blow knocked him off his feet, making him screech as he was knocked back into the alleyway. Seeing this, Izuku quickly pointed his wrists at the killer, ready to fire a bunch of webbing danger. "Look out!" Ida yelled as his calves ignited, shooting himself over to Spider-Man. He tackled the teen just as a giant claw suddenly swiped above the two. The pair hit the pavement before both scrambling up, now seeing a 𝐻𝐽 land a few feet away. "Thanks," Izuku replied before looking up at the creature. "What the heck is that?" "Well, that's him," Ida stuttered out, only for the 𝐻𝐽 to let out a roar. "Hold that thought," Spider-Man remarked as he grabbed Ida as the 𝐻𝐽 leapt at them. He fired a quick web line and yanked at it, pulling both away from the monster. "Whoa!" Ida yelped as he felt himself get lifted across the street. And as the 𝐻𝐽 missed them, Stain walked out of the alleyway with killing intent flooding off him. The villain turned to see the creature land again, letting out a long hiss. "You must Shigaraki's. Such a disgusting being." The killer spat as the 𝐻𝐽 continued to roar before leaping at Stain next. As it did this, he pulled out a knife and jumped, the beast tackling him, only to stab the weapon into the monster's back. Stain let out an irk of pain as the 𝐻𝐽 then slammed him into the street, only to like the blade. The monster instantly flopped over at this, Stain letting out a 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫 before getting up and slicing the creature's neck. "Disgusting." Stain spat before getting up. "After I'm done here, I will make that fake villain pay." And as this happened, Ida and Spider-Man stared at the killer. Ida could feel himself shaking, his eyes going between the villain and the vigilante. As for Spider-Man, he stared directly at the villain, only to glance down at this web shooters. "I gotta be low. I need to change it, now." The killer turned back to them, Izuku whispering to Ida, "Hey." The teen almost hopped in place as his eyes darted back to the vigilante. "Yes. You good to fight this guy?" Izuku asked. "I might need your help." Ida went wide-eyed at this. "What? But haven't you been handling him this whole time?" "𝐻𝐽𝐽 beat me instantly." Izuku wanted to shake his head at that. "No. I've been improvising the whole thing. That and if he likes your BLD, he wins. So, I've been trying to be super careful." "You have?" Ida muttered out. "Yeah." Izuku turned to him. "Remember Izuku, you can't tell him you're Izuku." Izuku took a breath for a second and said, "Listen, you're obviously related to Ingenium, right? Are you here for revenge?" Yes." Ida replied. "Do you know my brother?" "I worked with him once." Izuku responded, "But that's not important. I need your help." "You do?" Ida slowly said, "But I can't." "You can do it. If you want to be a hero, help me." Those words made Ida tense up, only for both to suddenly flinch as they felt a wave of killing intent hit them. Feeling this, Izuku whispered to Ida, "Can you give me an opening?" Ida bit his lip at this, only to see Stain begin to walk over the 𝐻𝐽. "You fakes. You worthless fakes." He screeched as he pulled out a second knife. "I'm done playing around. I'll kill you both." Hearing this, seeing the killer before him just scream like an animal, the sight made Ida sick to his stomach. This was what hurt his brother, this monster that was rambling like a lunatic. But as he saw this, he felt a wave of fear and anger hit him at the same time. And as he felt this, he saw Spider-Man just stare ahead, unmoving as he put himself into a crouched fighting stance. He could see he was shaking, but the vigilante was ready to take Stain on. Ida looked back at the villain, now seeing what he was facing before. "I was wrong. I just ran into this without thinking. This is all my fault." He then glanced back at Spider-Man one last time, "But he just hopped in here with no plan and saved me in native. Like a real hero." His eyes went back to the Stain, the killer now over the 𝐻𝐽 and walking on the pavement, before taking one of his fingers to push up his glasses. I'll do it. 𝐒𝐿 blinked at him before nodding. Alright. Let's do this. A burst of steam blasted out of Ida's calves, his body tensing up as he stared straight ahead. And as he did this, 𝐒𝐿 reached into his hoodie and silently grabbed a web cartridge, quickly changing it as Ida charged. Recipro burst. Ida roared as he leapt at the villain. He moved a leg right at Stain's face, the killer raising both hands to block it. The blow pushed Stain back, his feet grinding on the street. And with a JRK of his leg, the attack broke through Stain's guard, knocking him back. The killer flew over the down Nomu, his body hitting the pavement before quickly flipping himself back onto his feet. But as he did this, a web line hit his chest, making him glance down. He swiped his knife, cutting the line, only for another one to hit the knife. Stain tensed his grip on the weapon, feeling a yank, but kept his hold. As this all happened, Ida charged at him again, Stain growling as he cut the line with the second knife. He then moved his blades at the teen, only for 𝐒𝐿 to yell, "Dodge it!" Ida quickly leapt at this, zooming over the killer as he tried to swing his knife upward. But as he did this, another web line hit his chest, Stain cutting this as well. And as he did this, he turned to see 𝐒𝐿 leap right at him, fists sparking in electricity. The killer began to counterattack, moving a blade right at 𝐒𝐿 just as he landed in front of him. And as this happened, 𝐒𝐿 slightly dodged as the blade nicked his shoulder. But that was enough. Venom punch. 𝐒𝐿 screamed as his fist hit Stain's chest. Electricity surged through the villain's body, his whole body flying off the pavement. A second later, his back slammed into a wall, blood spitting out of his mouth. And before he could fully fall over, thwip. 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 Globs of webbing covered Stain neck to toe, sticking him to the building wall. Stain let out a hiss at this, trying to move his hands, only to find he couldn't move an inch. He pulled and squirmed, but found he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could move was his head. "Grr, you little. You fakes." Stain growled as his head tilted around. And as he tried to move, 𝐒𝐿 and Ida walked over to him, now watching this bloodthirsty killer be reduced to a webbed-up thug on a wall. The sight made Ida just glare at him, seeing the man who hurt his brother be helpless. He felt his fists clench up at this, both shaking as fire burned in his eyes. 𝐒𝐿 turned to Ida, seeing the rage on his face. What do I do here?" He looked back at Stain, the killer no longer moving but just staring straight at him. His eyes were directly on 𝐒𝐿, as if Ida wasn't there. "It seems you beat me." Stain hissed before his eyes slowly turned to Ida. "Well, are you going to kill me like you said before, you fake hero?" Ida raised his fist at this, ready to punch him, only to feel a hand grab his shoulder. The teen turned to the vigilante, nothing but rage on Ida's face. Despite this, 𝐒𝐿 spoke up in the most calming tone possible. "Listen, I might not know everything going on here, but what?" Ida growled. I don't think getting revenge will help you." 𝐒𝐿 replied before pointing at Stain. "I mean, just look at him. Do you think you'll get what you want by punishing him?" Ida glanced back at Stain, seeing even more rage than he was showing now pouring off the killer. The sight made the teen sick, as if looking at a rabid animal that had taken everything away from him. However, his own mind then asked him, is that what a hero does? 𝐒𝐿 glanced back down at Ida's fist, only to see it uncurl. The teen let out a long sigh, glancing away. I really want to kill him. But I know Tensai wouldn't want that. I just. Silence came next, Ida now looking away. As for 𝐒𝐿, he stared at the teen, wishing he could say more, but no words would come out of his mouth. But as this happened, another voice suddenly rang out. "Ida!" All three turned to the voice, seeing it was Manuel as he ran up to them, only to go wide-eyed as he saw Stain webbed up to the building wall. "That's the hero killer," Ida slowly said before pointing to a certain vigilante. Spider-Man beat him mostly." "It wasn't mostly. He's the only one who beat me," Stain screeched, all three turning to him as he glared at Ida. "He's a real hero, unlike you. You're just a worthless fake." Ida opened his mouth to respond, only for Spider-Man to wave a hand in front of him. "You're wrong." Stain glared at the teen, 𝐒𝐿 then adding, And before you say anything, I'm not a real hero. I failed to become one. That's why I'm a vigilante. Those words made both 𝐸𝐫 and Manuel go wide-eyed, only to hear Stain let out a snarl. So that still makes you more of a hero than him. The killer spat, I saw your conviction. You care to save and protect others, unlike this fake who only seeks revenge. He might seek that, but he just showed you he's learned his lesson. Izuku instantly replied before pointing at Stain, and didn't you tell me earlier that the only true hero is All Might, only to say I'm a real hero? You're nothing but a hypocrite. Shut up. You understand nothing. Stain roared, only to turn his head, the rest following it as they saw a crowd begin to form from far away. A news crew was there, cameras and everything, along with a certain flaming hero, 𝐸𝐵. The sight made them all go wide-eyed, only for Stain to scream, you all know nothing. The word hero has lost all meaning in this world. Do you hear me? It's lost all meaning. He then glared back at Izuku, that is why only All Might is worthy of defeating me. And as he yelled this, 𝐸𝐵 walked up to them, the flames on his form blazing off him. 𝐸𝐵 turned to him at this, seeing 𝐸𝐵's son Shoto Todoroki standing beside the hero as 𝐸𝐵 pointed at Stain, is that the hero killer? The trio were about to reply, only for Stain to spit at the hero, 𝐸𝐵. You're the fakest hero of them all. You only live for fame and glory. You're not a real hero. 𝐸𝐵 turned to the villain, flames rising off him even more, only for Stain to glare right back. It felt as if a flood of killing intent had been unleashed, everyone now feeling it. Manuel, 𝐸𝐵, Izuku, and even Shoto all shook at this, but 𝐸𝐵 remained firm, hiding the surprise in him at feeling this much pressure, and the fact that something like this had been taken down by those around him. Despite this, Stain just glared at the hero before turning back to Izuku. You call yourself Spider-Man, right? Izuku turned to him, about to respond, only for Stain to say, I accept defeat from you. I said that the word hero has lost all meaning. But you're a real hero. Izuku just shook his head at this, you're wrong. It still has meaning, as I know there are plenty of real heroes still out there. Stain let out a hiss at this, did you not hear what I just said? I said 𝐷𝐻𝑇ℎ𝑤𝑖p. A glob of webbing covered Stain's mouth, making 𝐸𝐵 and Manuel go wide-eyed as Izuku added, I don't need to be told I'm a hero from a murderer. This was followed by another round of Stain's malefic aura, his bloodlust pouring out of him at Izuku's words. Even 𝐸𝐵 flinched at this, Izuku shivering at this as he thought, that's what I was just fighting. He almost shook his head at this, I really went in over my head, didn't I? I need to listen to Gran Torino's advice and slow down. He mentally took a deep breath before turning to the others, well, I gotta go. You okay with calling the cops to escort him to prison? Sure. Manuel replied, only for 𝐸𝐵 to walk in front of him. You will not be going anywhere. Vigilante. You're also under arrest. On what charges? You know, besides the vigilantism and the Izuku tried to quip, only to see a pillar of flame about to erupt out of the hero's back. Vigilantes are nothing but villains who think they can do good. 𝐸𝐵 growled as fire consumed his right fist, I've seen firsthand what their meddling can do. Surrender now, or I will burn you. Now hang on there. I was just trying to help, and I caught the villain for you. The teen croaked out, feeling himself start to backpedal, that's gotta count for something, right? It means you are more dangerous than him. 𝐸𝐵 replied in a matter-of-fact tone. And as he said this, a teen with white and red hair walked up beside the hero. Izuku muttered out, his mind yelling at him, you stupid Deku. Do something. Or run, or something. Now hang on, 𝐸𝐵 sir. 𝐸𝐵 suddenly spoke up, Spider-Man just be silent child. It's obvious you're trying to be a vigilante too. 𝐸𝐵 hissed, making 𝐸𝐵 gulp as he knew he couldn't deny that. But as this exchange happened, Izuku's teenage brain took over as he spoke up again. You know what, Mr. 𝐸𝐵 sir? The hero glanced back at the vigilante, I'm gonna have to pass on the whole you burning me thing. I don't know about you, but I prefer stuff fried instead of burnt. Though I am good with grilled, roasted, or baked, but I prefer fried. The fire on Endeavor's body plumed at this, everyone now backpedaling, including Endeavor's son, whose eyes started to widen as he heard Izuku talk back to his father. "You will surrender now, or else." Endeavor growled, his eyes narrowing. The flames on him surged. Well, Izuku stuttered out as he felt like he was shrinking in the mere presence of the number 2 hero, his brain now kicking him, "You moron. What did you say that for?" Izuku then opened his mouth, "No. Don't do another quip. Just run. Now." But his brain was too late as Izuku spoke up and said, "I think I'll just take a rain check on the whole surrendering thing too. Bye." And with that, the teen instantly turned invisible. The sight made Endeavor's right eye twitch before moving a flaming fist downward, a giant volley of fire bursting out of it. Spider Sense blaring at this, he quickly leapt up and fired a webline, yanking himself just out of the flame's reach as everyone else leapt to the side. Endeavor then turned to see webs suddenly appearing midair, leaping after it a split second later. Danger! Oh no! Izuku thought as he fired another webline, quickly yanking himself down an alleyway. A second later, flames burst into the edge of the alleyway, Endeavor now flying over the buildings. "Come back here, you coward!" Endeavor roared. Glancing back, Izuku then saw flames encase the whole alley just as he swung out of it. What the heck? He's using lethal force. He glanced back at the buildings ahead, his spider sense still yelling as he swung across a street. "I gotta get out of here." And as he went into another alleyway, he glanced up to see Endeavor was still just behind him, only to see Endeavor aim right for his previous web line. The sight made him go wide-eyed. That's it. He then took a sharp left out of the alleyway, only to quickly land. And as Endeavor flew over the alley, Izuku fired 2 more web lines across the street, both connecting to tops of buildings. Endeavor soon saw them and went across the street, Izuku then running down a block before into another alleyway. His invisibility soon turned off, his head hurting from having to use it while under that much stress. He then slipped behind a dumpster and waited, hearing Endeavor roar in the distance. "Where are you? Don't think you can escape me." And after a few minutes, he got up and glanced out of the alleyway and saw that the hero had gone the opposite direction. Letting out a sigh of relief before darting his eyes around, only to remember that the city had been evacuated earlier due to the monsters, he fired a new web line before swinging away. It wasn't long till he found the train station, hopped on for a ride to Musutafu, and knew he needed to go to bed as soon as possible. And as he waited on the train, his adrenaline suddenly left him and the memories of today flooded into his mind. He could feel all the moments of near death, the killing intent from Stain as he thought to himself, "That's it. No more Spider-Manning for today. I think I might need a vacation." He slumped over on the train, letting out a long and a nap. A long nap. Izuku collapsed when he got home. His mother was there when he arrived, but her words didn't reach his ears. And as she saw him instantly fall asleep on his bed, she let out a long sigh before remarking the boy was shaving 10 years off her life before bandaging him up again. This was followed by the night passing, soon turning to morning as he woke up in a slump. "Uka!" he emmed as he flopped out of bed, his mind feeling like mush as he tried to stand up. "Izuku Midoriya!" yelled a certain voice, making him slowly turn to see his mother glaring at him. She had her arms crossed as she let out a long sigh. "I told you to not jump into everything. Now look at you." Izuku let out a mumble at this, his form just now fully standing up. And as he let out a yawn, he said, "I'm sorry." Inko blinked at him for a second, only to sigh again, "I know." She shook her head before walking over and grabbing Izuku's shoulder. "Take the day off, alright? No Spider-Man today." Izuku stared at her for a second, only to suddenly hug her. Inko flinched at this, embracing back a few moments later. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay." Izuku muttered out, "Yesterday was just too much." "You're probably seeing too much." Inko replied before ending the hug, "You're too young for this sort of thing. Though, do you want to talk about it?" I don't know. I just went in over my head." Izuku felt tears appear in his eyes, the teen blinking them away. He was a real monster, Mom. I still don't know how I stopped him. I figured. Do you? Want to talk about it or no? I'm okay. Izuku responded before scratching the side of his head, and I'll take a day or two off as Spider-Man, good. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 giggled before gesturing him to follow. Come on, I'll make you breakfast. The teen followed his mom, soon eating a light breakfast before turning on the news. And when he stared at the television, his eyes went wide at the headlines. Vigilante defeats the hero killer. Spider-Man strikes again. The screen then showed 3 people around a table, all debating about the Vigilante. One was saying that Spider-Man should be praised, only for the other 2 debating if he should be arrested immediately. They then went over the impact of the hero killer, showing a clip that the news crew had got of him saying how the word hero had lost all meaning, only to then praise Spider-Man. Seeing this, his mother turned to him with wide eyes. Did that really happen? She asked as the clip of Stain yelling, "The word hero has lost all meaning," repeated on loop on the television. Izuku put a hand to his face, groaning, "I don't want to talk about it." The footage then cut to Spider-Man fleeing Endeavor, and then showing a few days before with him fighting the Masked Men and Tombstone's gang. A reporter then spoke up. As you can see here, Spider-Man seems to have taken the hero's jobs. Both situations have the Vigilante go in and save the day when heroes should be there, only they are not. Even Endeavor, the number 2 hero, arrived too late to take on the hero killer. The report made Izuku squirm in his seat, hearing the reporter now complain about the heroes. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 watched him with a long frown, only to glance back at the screen to see footage of the hero killer again, though Ida was also there. Is that Ida boy okay? I don't know. Izuku replied as he put a bit of scrambled egg in his mouth. I hope Manuel and the police don't get too angry at him. Ida was laying in a hospital bed, his body slumped over as his glasses slid down his nose. Yesterday's events kept playing in his mind, watching Spider-Man take on Stain, seeing him outthink the killer and save him and Native at the same time. It kept playing over and over in his head, only for Spider-Man to ask him if revenge would help. He then remembered Stain's face, the demonic look on it, as if staring at a rabid vicious animal. Then a knocking sound rang out, Ida turning to the door. Come in. The door slowly opened, the teen's face paling as he saw who walked in. First was a man in a tan overcoat, a calm smile on his face as he strided over to the front of the bed and sat down on a chair. Following him was Manuel, along with the person that frightened Ida the most. It was his teacher, Eraserhead, who had the longest glare coming out of his eyes despite his face hiding behind his scarf. He could feel a long gulp go down his throat as the first man spoke up. Hello, I'm Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐴 𝐒𝐿. As you can probably guess, I need to ask you some questions over your encounter with the hero killer. I understand. I'll answer anything you want to know. Ida instantly replied, only to see his teacher walk up to the side of his bed. The glare he was giving felt like pure death, the teen stuttering out, sensei. The teacher leaned down at this, 𝐒𝐿 about to tell Aizawa to not scare the kid, only for Aizawa to hiss out, Ida. I don't have to tell you that you're in big trouble. I'm 1 second away from expelling you and blacklisting you from every hero school in the country. The only reason I don't is because of Manuel, who says he believes you've learned your lesson. However, that doesn't mean I believe it, or that you have my trust. What you did is not acceptable in any way, no matter the reason, and if you want to stay at UA, you're going to have to earn my trust back. Got it? Ida slowly nodded. Why this, sensei? Good. Aizawa leaned back. Now, you're going to answer all the detective's questions, and you're going to answer them truthfully. And before you think of lying, he has a lie detector quirk. So, if you lie, I'll know, and you'll be expelled. Got it? Yes, sensei. Ida replied, his voice barely above a squeak. Now, don't scare him like that. 𝐒𝐿 added as he waved his hand at Aizawa before looking back at Ida. Sorry about him. He's here because, well, he's part of the investigation team over Spider-Man. Over Spider-Man, yes. Aizawa grumbled, thanks to recent events, he's considered to be a priority capture. I was brought in beforehand, but thanks to what happened, he's an even bigger priority now. Oh. Ida barely responded, his mind now going over this information. But before he could really think, 𝐒𝐿 spoke up again. Now, let's begin. I'll start by saying we already know your motive. You are the younger brother of Tensei Ida. Hearing those words made Tenya tense up, his whole body shaking for a second as 𝐒𝐿 continued, and we also know about your injuries. Based on the equipment we recovered from the hero killer, we can assume how each injury happened. That being said, I need you to recount the entire event for me as much as you can.
Oh, okay.
Ida replied, feeling his lips go a bit dry as he responded. His mind went back over everything that had happened, the pain, the surprises, the sight of Spider-Man fighting the monster that hurt his brother. And then there was the hero killer himself. A being that Ida now saw as a nightmare, a malefic monster that was more wild rabid animal than man. On the other side was Spider-Man, who seemingly hopped into the situation and slowly but surely pushed the hero killer back. Spider-Man was careful, precise and persistent, things Ida didn't do in the slightest. He had just charged in, guns blazing and not a bit careful. He took a deep breath at this, and stared straight ahead, right into the detective's eyes. To start, I want to say that I'll try to tell you all I can, but I didn't see everything that happened thanks to the hero killer's quirk.
His quirk?
Aizawa chimed in, only for 𝐒𝐿 to pull out a paper and give it to the hero. He quickly took it and scanned it over, blood curdle.
I see.
That does make sense. He gave the paper back as 𝐒𝐿 responded to Ida, that's all right, we understand. Now, please tell us everything you know. Ida took a deep breath and began to talk. It began when I found the hero killer in the alleyway, about to kill that other pro-hero.
Native.
Ida nodded, yes. I then recklessly charged at the hero killer, and he instantly countered me. It was here that the expressions on everyone's faces began to change in that room. 𝐒𝐿 and Aizawa had already interviewed Native, but the hero didn't really give much. He was so terrified of the hero killer that it seemed he had blanked out most of the encounter. It also didn't help that Spider-Man had separated the hero from the fight midway, making Ida's recounting of the tale a bit more engaging. He began by telling them what seemed like an invisible force just came in and knocked the hero killer off his feet. This was followed by Spider-Man repeatedly disarming him, Ida commenting on how Aizawa-sensei was right about heroes needing to not be one-trick ponies. 𝐒𝐿 laughed at this, Manuel chuckling as Aizawa let out a grumble before Ida continued. He followed by telling them about the webbing wall Spider-Man created, the dance between the two as Spider-Man seemed to just be a hair ahead of Stain before knocking him back. But then the 𝐿𝐵 came into the story, Ida remarking that it just attacked Stain and he killed it with ease. But it was the part after this that intrigued 𝐒𝐿 and Aizawa the most. Spider-Man asked Ida to help, and then they beat Stain, though Spider-Man did take some damage. This was followed by him webbing the killer up to the wall. And then Ida tried to recount all the words the two said as they talked to each other. Wait. He said he failed to become a hero. Aizawa asked first, Ida nodding back. Yes. Ida remarked, only to glance over at Aizawa, I was surprised too. I mean, I know our class had talked about him. Ashido suggested he may be an expelled student or something. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, when was this? Oh, Uraraka had witnessed him catching a purse snatcher a week or so ago. She said it was like watching a pro on how he did it. Ida glanced back down at this, I have to admit, I believe she is right. Spider-Man seemed so skilled. I was shocked when he told me he had improvised everything. Aizawa and 𝐒𝐿 shared a glance, both knowing they were thinking the same thing. The footage the two had watched over and over, showing that Spider-Man was new to the game, but at the same time, showing firsthand how experience is 10 times the teacher compared to training. Even Aizawa knew that even if you did tons of training, experience could trump it with ease. The very thought was unsettling to the duo, knowing that this meant only one thing. Spider-Man was starting to get better and better at a very fast rate. But that discussion wasn't for the current situation, both turning back to Ida as Aizawa remarked, I'm guessing that's all you need 𝐒𝐿.
Yeah.
𝐒𝐿 nodded, I think I got a good idea on where to go from here. Thank you for time, young man. Ida did a quick bow, I'm sorry I couldn't give you much. 𝐒𝐿 shook his head, no, this is more than we hoped for. His eyes darted back to Aizawa. We'll talk later. Got it. Aizawa replied as Naomasa left the room, the teacher then gesturing his head to Manuel. The hero did a small nod before leaving the room as well. And as the door shut, Ida found himself alone with his teacher. So, I'm not going to expel you. Aizawa interrupted while crossing his arms, Ida letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding in, only for Aizawa to add, I was also told you asked for your arm to not get repaired. Is that true? Yes. Get the surgery done. Here. Ida yelped as he was interrupted again. Aizawa put a hand to the bridge of his nose and sighed, listen, it's irrational to not have parts of your body working when they could. Even if you're not going to be a hero. But just do it. Even if it knocks you out of physical activities for some time. Aizawa sighed as he spun, slowly making for the door. And before Ida could say anything else, the teacher glanced back at him. And I want you to rest up for the remainder of the internship. Come back to school in top shape or you're expelled, got it? Why with sir? Ida responded while bowing again. And as he was left alone, the teen turned to the nearby window, staring out at the city. His mind went back to yesterday, the fight, the emotions, the memories. Everything was swirling in his head. He glanced back down at his hands, muttering to himself, Spider-Man, thank you. All for one let out a long sigh as he watched the scene before him. He had told his apprentice Tomura Shigaraki to meet the hero killer Stain, which had ended in a total failure. To be fair, the boy was not cooperative about anything, but he was someone that could be manipulated. The boy had raw hatred for heroes, something that could be used and modified. As such, the hero killer should have been an easy win, a great help to have Tomura learn. That didn't work though. Instead, Stain showed how lacking Tomura was. The killer was a man that had been driven insane by his philosophy, a unique specimen even in this day and age. But Tomura wouldn't listen to him, both instead spouting their views, the killer having a direct view while Tomura was still lacking in vision. Now the hero killer was gone. Captured by the authorities. And that was followed by something else that intrigued the villain, as Stain was beaten by Spider-Man. A curious vigilante that had appeared on the scene a little over 2 weeks ago now, and wielded a power that even now he didn't understand despite his giant volume of quirks. Not only that, to what little footage he could acquire, he saw that the vigilante was gaining power. This led to the scene right now, Tomura growling at the television in the bar as it showed the same video over and over. Stain proclaiming that the word hero has lost all meaning and then reports on Spider-Man and how he beat the hero killer and his scuffle with 2 gangs while the UA Sports Festival was happening. The sight made Tomura furious, complaining that his Nomu that he had used on Hosu deserved to be reported instead of the killer and vigilante, and All for One had told him that Tomura could not use any more Nomu until he had learned his lesson. Instead, Tomura just stayed angry. The sight was draining in a way. He knew the boy was filled with hatred, and yet he did nothing but be angry than actually try to improve or learn. It seemed that Tomura was going to stew in rage for a while. That was fine. All for One still had time, so he would let Tomura sit there in a pool of hatred before telling him what the next step would be. It seems I'll need to look into my other plans. After all, it pays to have backups. He remarked to himself as he leaned back in his chair. And as he did this, a door opened behind him, the sound making All for One speak up, Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, Mr. The doctor bowed before walking up to the machines connected to the villain. We need to do your usual treatment. Very well. All for One slightly sighed, tired that this broken body of his needed so much maintenance. He then heard the doctor stop right beside him, the motion unusual for the man. Doctor. Is something wrong? The doctor slightly muttered before speaking up. I got a call from one of my contacts. I see. Is there a problem? The doctor bit his lip. They saw the Hosu footage and they instantly figured out that the Nomu was us. All for One felt the pause come from the doctor, the villain grinning a second later. Is that so? Which contact? The doctor leaned down and whispered into his ear, the villain's grin growing at this. All for One let out a chuckle. Let me guess, they wish to acquire one of our Nomu. Perhaps in exchange for something else. Yes, the doctor flatly replied. A large laugh came out of the villain next before humming, "Very well." The villain lifted his hand and raised a finger, "Let me speak to them first." The doctor blinked at this. Are you sure?" "Oh yes." All for one cackled, "I haven't negotiated a deal with the sum of the world in some time. When my plan completes with Tomura, that skill will be even more necessary. This will be good practice." Aizawa closed the door behind himself, letting out the longest sigh he could possibly make. The noise made Naomasa chuckle, making the teacher glare at him. Frustrated. "You have no idea." Aizawa grumbled, "So I'm guessing this means we change the profile. Again." "Yep." Naomasa replied as he looked back down at his notes, "To be fair, it does give us a slightly better picture." Aizawa ummed, shaking his head, "You know that's not enough. Have you been watching the news and what those disgusting vultures have been showing?" "I know." Naomasa sighed, "But we have to take every little bit we can get." "Indeed. That is the most optimal strategy when it comes to information gathering," said a new voice, both turning and looking down to see a certain principal of UA, Nezu. The sight made Aizawa tense up as Nezu added, "Hello Aizawa, Naomasa. I suppose you two know why I'm here, yes?" "Yeah. You're my worst nightmare." Aizawa groaned, "Let me guess, the Hero Commission demanded you help us." "Oh yes. I am now officially part of the Spider-Man investigation." The animal chuckled before climbing onto Aizawa, quickly getting onto his shoulder. "Now, let's go find a good place to talk. We have a lot to go over." Aizawa and Naomasa shared a glance, Naomasa shrugging before all three began their walk out of the hospital. It was going to be a long day, Aizawa just knew it. Izuku had a feeling today was going to be a long day. Usually, when he was Spider-Man, the days zoomed by, though that was mostly due to him fighting a villain or two and then going to bed. Really early bed. However, this was a Izuku Midoriya day. That meant either him sitting at his desk, doing homework and making web fluid, or going to feast. Turns out, it was both. After eating breakfast, he took 2 to 3 hours making a few extra cartridges of web fluid while doing his classes before going to feast. His mom was already there, as she had called him a few minutes before, telling him to come and help. He invisibly web swung over, knowing that he shouldn't really be seen after yesterday's events. As such, he walked into feast and was greeted by Gloria, who motioned him to follow her to the kitchen. And as he entered the room, he saw stacks of boxes filled with canned goods. "Whoa!" he slowly said, only to see Gloria chuckle at him. "What is all this?" "Part of a food drive. This was the first batch they gave us." "Food drive?" Gloria nodded back, "Yup." She patted the side of one of the stacks. "Food drives help us keep our food stock up. However, every now and then, we get an overload. So, we're gonna donate this stuff out. Let me guess, you need to move this to the trucks." "Yep." Gloria repeated as her tongue flickered out. "Got it." Izuku sighed as he picked up a few and began to move them outside. Gloria followed him with just one box, the two soon putting them into the truck. A few trips later, the truck was filled, but there was still more. Guess we'll have to do multiple trips." Gloria commented with crossed arms. "We don't have another truck." "We have several. But they're all at the other location right now." She turned to the left and saw a bus that Feast also owned, the sight making her slightly hesitate, "Though, we could use the bus." Izuku glanced back at her, "Is there something wrong?" "Yeah. I don't know where the keys are for it." Izuku raised an eyebrow at this, "Wouldn't Mr. Lee have them?" Gloria shook her head, "Nope. He's not here today. Something about making a few deals in another place. The guy cannot stay still." Izuku blinked at this. He remembered Gloria telling him this before, the teen now remembering that Mr. Lee usually seemed to be here. Most of the time. Every now and then, he wasn't. However, that thought led into another as a bulb went off in his head. Maybe there's a key in Mr. Lee's office. Gloria turned to him, her tongue flickering out for a second. "Here. I don't know. His office is locked right now though. Is there no spare key?" Gloria opened her mouth, only to close it as she replied, "Not sure.
Let me go check. She spun around and began to walk back into the building, Izuku following her. She then went into the kitchen, walking up to Wanza and asking him about the key. As she did this, Izuku went into the main area of the building, seeing the usual people there. But as he did this, he saw several sitting around a television. He walked up to them, seeing it was the few retired heroes that come at feast every now and then. They were all intensely staring at the box, which was showing something that made Izuku grimace. It was a round table of debaters, all talking about the incident with the hero killer. The sight reminded him of the news he saw this morning as the debate began. I believe that Spider-Man did the right thing, one said. He swooped in and stopped a murderer. Surely that counts for something.
Yeah.
Breaking the law. A second replied, you don't have the right to just use your quirk like that, even if it's doing something good. He's a criminal. One I would debate is worse than the hero killer.
How so? A third asked.
He's been shown to repeatedly save lives. And he could end up endangering more, the second countered. He is showing no regard to the law with his quirk usage. Imagine if children now see this and think it's okay to just use their quirks in public. It will cause a disaster. History has proven it will. Ain't that the truth? One of the retired heroes chimed in, making Izuku turn to him. Stupid Spider-Man kid. You have no idea what you're doing. Why, back in my day, everyone thought they could just use their quirk willy-nilly and it cost them everything. And you didn't, another retiree responded, the first one now glaring at him. I was responsible. I was a great hero. Yeah right, the retiree spat before pointing at the screen, which was now showing footage of Spider-Man. Whoever that kid is, he's got the right heroic spirit. Yeah, he's a vigilante. But sometimes that's necessary.
Bah.
I don't believe it. A third retiree spoke up, rules are rules. I made sure to follow them and I turned out all right. This Spider-Man is nothing but a menace. Izuku's eyes darted between the three and then back at the screen, making him slightly gulp as he saw another debater. This one claimed to be a representative of the Hero Commission, the sight making his eyes shrink in shock. We at the Hero Commission do not approve of Spider-Man. We believe he must be caught, as with all vigilantes. If they wish to be heroes, they must obey the law, as we all do. Otherwise, they are no better than the villains who abuse their quirks. Izuku felt himself backpedal at that, the other sounds and people around him vanishing. It was like he was alone, unnoticed, and isolated. Like he was stuck in an endless void as those words repeated in his head. The Hero Commission. They made it sound like I'm a villain. But why? All I've done is help people. I mean, I know I saw that the news didn't like that I fought those guys while the sports festival was happening, but I didn't really think it was that bad. He thought, feeling tears about to appear in his eyes. Have I not been helping people? Am I a villain? And as he continued to backpedal, a hand grabbed his shoulder. The action startled him, making him spin around to see 𝐒𝐿.
Whoa. You okay?
I am. Izuku muttered out, rapidly blinking to destroy the tears in his eyes. You don't look so hot. Izuku glanced away for a second. Sorry. Just Gloria blinked at him before saying, listen, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. Okay, he whispered before taking a deep breath, trying to set his mind back into reality. And after a few seconds, he looked back at Gloria. WW, what's up? WW, what do you need? Gloria's eyes squinted at that. Hey now, don't start up the stuttering again.
Sorry.
Izuku muttered out. It's fine. Gloria replied before holding out a hand, Izuku seeing it had a key in its palm. Here. What's this? Key to Lee's office. Go up there and see if you can find a spare bus key. Izuku blinked at it before taking the key. Why me? Just do it for me, would YA. And don't make a mess, alright?
Okay.
Izuku responded, nodding. The teen then spun around and walked over to the stairs, his mind racing over what he had just watched and witnessed. Am I really doing the right thing as Spider-Man? Meanwhile, I must say, the profile you have here is very well done, gentlemen. Nezu commented as he put down a folder on Naomis's desk. It's given me the extra pieces I need. Good.
𝐼𝐺𝐻 replied as he loaded up a few videos of Spider-Man footage. Now, we also have no need. I'll look at that later. Nezu interrupted as he hopped into a chair and pulled out a notebook and pen. He scribbled down a few things and rubbed his chin. The motion made 𝐈𝐺𝐻 roll his eyes, making him rub the temple of his nose. Okay, Nezu. I know that look. You figured something out already, haven't you? I have. Nezu chuckled as he closed his notebook. Really? 𝐼𝐺𝐻 asked, the stoat nodding back. Indeed. As I told you while we coming over here, I had already been making a case ever since you showed Spider-Man to me after the USJ incident. Nezu responded, though thanks to what happened during the UA Sports Festival and now the Hero Killer, the Hero Commission has pushed me to do a full investigation. And you already got a suspect, don't you? 𝐈𝐺𝐻 added, Nezu shaking his head. I don't. However, I do have a theory that if it is correct, will narrow down the suspect pool immensely. Alright. That's unusual for you to not have any suspects, but I won't deny that this is a different kind of case. Percentage on the theory. I'm 27.38% sure. Nezu chimed in a matter-of-fact tone. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 had never seen 𝐈𝐺𝐻 go wide-eyed in surprise. Sure, he had seen the pro-hero be unsure of himself at times, but he always kept a neutral expression. But this time, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 looked genuinely surprised. However, Nezu knew this was happening as well, even if he wasn't looking at 𝐈𝐺𝐻. And after a second, 𝐈𝐺𝐻 spoke up, okay. I've worked with you plenty of times before, but I've never heard you give me that low of a percentage. Heck, I didn't know it could get below 70%. I know. Nezu calmly replied, but this is a very special set of circumstances. According to the profile you've created, the timeline of events, and in particular the interviews of Spinner and Tenya Ida, along with my own investigation. I believe that is how far I've gotten in terms of determining the identity of Spider-Man. 𝐈𝐺𝐻's surprised expression vanished at this, his face now showing a cross between intrigue and slight frustration, as if he was expecting the stoat to just give the answers he was looking for. As such, he let out a long sigh. I'm guessing you're missing something extremely vital. Indeed. The problem is twofold. One is his quirks, which seem to be unnatural at best. It is an entirely unique case, even involving those who could wield multiple quirks. You know I prefer to use science to solve cases, and quirk science is simplistic once you have enough clues. But that does not work here. Nezu commented as he leaned back in his seat. The second is that I believe that whoever Spider-Man is, his profile in the database and quirk registry will be something so vastly different that is it impossible to connect it with the Vigilante. That makes almost all sources useless, which also makes tracking him based on physical appearance even harder. That does check out. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 muttered as his eyes glanced between Nezu and 𝐈𝐺𝐻. So, what's our next move? Simple. We must raise the percentage. Nezu replied before waving a paw at 𝐼𝐻, and before you say that we should do more interviews or review the footage I'm sure you two have watched for hours now, I will say that will only help my theory slightly. At most, I suspect it will only raise the percentage up to 32.83%. Isn't that still worth it? If the percentage was already higher, yes. Nezu responded as he pointed to his head, but you see, despite everything that both my brain and quirk have gone over, this case is specifically different. It involves things that are technically impossible in terms of how quirks work. There is only one recorded case of an individual with this many quirks, and I believe this case has nothing in common with it. In fact, I suspect they're entirely separate, which means there's an even bigger mystery here. 𝐈𝐺𝐻 and 𝐼𝐺𝐻 shared a glance at this. So, what will raise the percentage to something much higher? 𝐈𝐺𝐻 asked with crossed arms, only to see the stoat shine a huge grin. Well. Izuku stared at the door to Mr. Lee's office, his mind still muddled from before. He looked down at the key, only to shake his head. Don't think about it. Remember, Mom said to not be Spider-Man today. He clenched his fingers around the metal object. You know what? Why don't I do that vacation I was thinking about after fighting Stain? Maybe rest for a few days before going back out there. He nodded his head at that as he put the key into the door. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. Just be Izuku Midoriya for a few days. He then opened the door, turning on the light a second later. He glanced around as he put the key in his pocket, making his way to the desk in the middle of the room. He scanned it over before opening the desk's drawers, but found nothing. Where is it? He whispered before glancing over to a wardrobe that was standing next to several filing cabinets. The teen walked up and opened it up, now seeing a small fixture with a few keys on it. I guess I'll take them all. Maybe Gloria will know which one it is. He took the keys and closed the wardrobe, only for something to catch the corner of his eye. The teen leaned over and saw there was a small crack behind the wardrobe. Squinting his eyes, he put his finger behind the wardrobe, only to feel a tiny bit of air. A hidden room. He thought before slightly moving the wardrobe, surprised even his finger could push the wardrobe before remembering his super strength. But as he did this, he suddenly went wide-eyed as he saw something in the crack behind the wardrobe. The best way to raise the percentage would be for Spider-Man to take on another villain. Nezu finished, only to see Aizawa and Naomasa glare at him. You do realize that's gonna get the Hero Commission even more angry, right? Aizawa grumbled, Nezu chuckling at his response. Oh, I do. But you see, I believe this will help me to figure out his identity. Nezu remarked before rubbing his chin, in fact, I'm sure of it. As I just said earlier, this is an entirely unique case in terms of quirks and the science of quirks. That means the usual avenues will not work. However, that means nothing if we look purely at a psychological profile. Naomasa and Aizawa shared a glance again before Aizawa spoke up, all right, I'll bite. What's the profile you've created for Spider-Man? Nezu pointed at a second folder Naomasa had, the detective giving it to him. In it, it showed a full timeline the detective had compiled over Spider-Man. The profile I've created has concluded a few things on this vigilante. For one, all these villains he's taken on has allowed my quirk to deduce that Spider-Man is very intelligent, driven, and according to the footage you gave us back at the USJ incident, it shows that once this Spider-Man gained his quirk, his limiters were released. The vigilante shows an ability to learn and evolve at a heightened rate. However, it also shows he's untrained. Everything for him is experience. Naomasa grimaced at that, Aizawa sighing as they saw Nezu tap the folder with a paw. I must also say that he understands that heroism is a host of roles. There is showings of him patrolling, saving others in all scenarios both big and small, and he's also done good detective work with beating the police to the punch over Spinner. It's honestly incredible. This tells me that Spider-Man is probably akin to a genius or a prodigy, or even both. An individual that is a natural in hero work, something very rare even in our hero-obsessed society. I don't like where you're going with this. Aizawa commented, if what you say is true, that's gonna make it even harder to catch him. Correct. Nezu chuckled before rubbing his chin with his paw, and yet, there is also a paradox to this puzzle. One that when we consider him being a hidden genius, makes it more understandable why he is the way he is. What do you mean? Naomasa asked, his attention slightly more focused, intrigued compared to Aizawa. Well, I suspect Spider-Man to be an individual that for some unknown reason, believes the world is against him. I don't know the complete reason why, but the Spinner interview along with a bit of the Tenya Ida interview paint this picture. This also happens to unknown prodigies, but it's how Spider-Man shows that he is one of the few that has a true heroic spirit that makes this more paradoxical. It tells us that he is one that will meddle into others' affairs to help whoever is in need. This viewpoint is extremely necessary in understanding what Spider-Man's true identity is. And you think this will help you catch him? Naomasa asked, just letting him fight more villains. Nezu nodded back, oh yes. To prove my point, I would bet he's about to do something soon that will lead us down the rabbit hole that is Spider-Man. After all, if he does have this true heroic spirit, he will seek out to meddle into everything. And that includes him trying to find villains. Izuku closed the crack behind the wardrobe, his eyes glancing around the room as he felt sweat pour down his face. He still couldn't believe what he had seen. The teen's eyes darted upward, trying to see if there was any cameras, but found nothing. Then again, he was sure his spider sense would alert him. Hopefully. He then glanced back at the wardrobe, staring at where the crack was as he remembered what he had saw. That was one of the masks those masked guys wear. He put a finger to his lip as he felt his brain shake and stir. Mr. Lee is one of the masked men. Izuku wanted to throw up. His mind wanted to do the same. The teen had a hand over his mouth as he slowly walked out of the office, locking it behind him as he shuffled down the stairs. His hand then went up to his forehead, his eyes shaking as he walked into the kitchen. Why is one of those masks in Mr. Lee's office? Why does he have a secret room there? Why is he would never. Mr. Lee is so nice, why would I don't? His mind raced, the teen's eyes twitching as he kept thinking about what he had just saw. Mr. Lee, are you a villain? And as that question entered his brain, it was replaced with a quote from a certain elderly hero. And when you go down that rabbit hole, you'll never get out of it. You'll keep going in over your head and it won't stop. It happened. It went exactly how Gran Torino had told him it would go. From gang wars, to the hero killer, and now this. It was like dominoes in his brain, just one crazy thing after another. The thought alone made him stumble, not noticing a certain snake-headed lady walk up to him. Yo! Did you find the dash? Gloria's words came to a stop as he turned to her, his face's expression making her flinch. You okay? Izuku's mouth mumbled for a second, only to just show the woman a handful of keys. She raised an eyebrow at this, soon grabbing them and stared at each one. Here it is. She then handed the keys back. Go put these back in the office for me, would ya? Izuku looked down at the keys, Gloria blinking as she saw him just stare at the keys. Izuku. Kid. You okay? I don't know. He slowly replied, Gloria tilting her head at this. Sorry. I just freaked out there for a second. Gloria stared at him for a second before shrugging. Okay. If you need a second, take it. We're not in a rush. Thanks. Say when is Mr. Lee coming back? I think tomorrow. Why? No reason. Just wanted to know. Izuku responded before spinning around, quickly running back up the stairs. He felt his form zipping into the room and putting the keys up in a flash, his mind blank as he did this. The teen hopped down the stairs next, quickly getting back to the kitchen as he lifted up the boxes. A second later, he was taking them to the bus, Gloria just now opening the vehicle. That was fast, she commented as she opened the back, Izuku quickly putting the boxes up. And as he walked back into Feast, he found his mother standing at the front door. Izuku, what's wrong? She asked as he came to a stop in front of her. Gloria told me you looked like something had frightened you. What happened? Izuku flinched at those words, his eyes darting around before leaning down and whispering, let me finish helping Gloria and I'll tell you. It's Spider-Man stuff. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 raised an eyebrow at this, only to sigh, this doesn't mean you're gonna do something reckless later, are you? Her son shook his head, no. Yes. I don't know. I mean, I don't think I'll do it today but Izuku. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 started to glare at him, what's going on? And before he could reply, Gloria walked up to two, her tongue slightly slipping out. Hey Izuku, we still have some room in the bus. Ready to put one more round into it. Yeah. Izuku responded before gesturing his head to his mother, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 rolling her eyes before nodding. He then went inside with Gloria, soon taking out the last few boxes to the bus. As he did this, Gloria got some volunteers to drive and they were soon gone, Izuku telling Gloria he was going to stay at Feast with his mom. And after they left, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 took him aside, the two walking out of the building. As they did this, Izuku and 𝐒𝐴𝐴 found a small table with chairs to sit down on. The two made themselves comfortable, 𝐒𝐴𝐴 glaring at her son. As she asked, so what is this all about? Why were you acting like that earlier? Izuku muttered out, shaking his head for a second before saying, I think I saw something in Mr. Lee's office that I shouldn't have. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 tilted her head at this, what do you mean? Well, you know those masked guys you've seen me fight on TV. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 nodded back, I found one of those masks in Mr. Lee's office. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 went wide-eyed at this, what? She squeaked out.
Yeah. I know. Izuku replied as he put a hand over his face. When I saw it, I didn't know what to do. I mean, if he has that mask, that means Mr. Lee is a villain. 𝐒𝐭 just stared at him, letting out a long sigh next as she slumped down into the chair. She saw her son twitch in his seat, the woman able to tell that his mind was swimming. She slowly reached over and grabbed his hand, pulling it off his face as he stared right into her eyes. Oh Izuku, I'm so sorry. I can't escape it, can I? You asked me to not jump into everything, and then this happens. Izuku bitterly chuckled. 𝐒𝐭 let go of his hand and took a deep breath, her head slightly shaking. I'm sorry. I wish I knew what to tell you. Yeah. Izuku let out a at this. Gran Torino was right. I don't know what I'm doing. He tapped a finger on the table, the two sitting in silence for a few minutes. And as the time passed, the teen bit his lip before asking, So what do you think I should do? I mean, if Mr. Lee is a villain. 𝐒𝐭 blinked at this, her mind going back to all the times she had been around Martin Lee. She remembered how much he tried to help people, helping others around Feast and doing whatever he could. The thought just didn't sit right with her, making her say, Well, do you really think he could be a villain? Izuku stared at her, knowing what she was thinking. I don't know. He glanced down at the table. I just can't see it, but Gloria has been saying he's been constantly gone recently. 𝐒𝐭 frowned at that, only for him to add, I did ask Gloria and she said Mr. Lee is gonna be back tomorrow. His mother bit his lip at this. So, what are you gonna do when he comes back? I still don't know. 𝐒𝐭 shook her head. You really jump into everything, don't you? Yeah. 𝐒𝐭 closed her eyes for a second before reaching out and grabbing his hand again. The teen slowly looked up at her, showing nothing but confusion and despair in his eyes. She could tell his heart and mind was messed up, probably more than she had ever seen before. She let out a long breath before saying, You can be Spider-Man tomorrow. He went wide-eyed at this, only for her to add, Try to figure out what's going on, okay? And if he really is a villain? Well, we'll figure it out, okay? And if he isn't? Then we'll try to figure out how to help him. Izuku did a slow nod, okay. The next day, a small pale finger circled around the top of a glass of whiskey, a low growl escaping the finger's owner's lips. His long white hair drooped over his face as he took the glass and slugged it down in one go. He felt the liquid burn down his throat before glancing up at the bartender, a man that looked like a purple mist. Something wrong, Mr. Shigaraki? The bartender asked as Tomura let out a sigh. Shut up, Kurogiri. Shigaraki hissed as he glanced up at the TV in the bar, showing what he considered to be another news report of Spider-Man and the hero killer. He could feel his eye twitching at this, one of his hands going up to scratch the side of his neck. Why do those two get all the attention? It seems the nomus you used did not do their intended effect. Perhaps it's because the hero killer and Spider-Man's methods are more subtle. Shigaraki grumbled as he pushed the glass from before away. Whatever. Mr. Shigaraki. Shut up. Tomura hissed, only for a small television in the room to turn on. Now, Tomura, a voice glitched out of the screen, do not be discouraged. Even if the public do not acknowledge you now, that only means you must aim higher. I know, sensei. Shigaraki responded, but I don't know what to do next. I mean, I could totally try to mess over UA again, but that ended in total party wipeout last time. And the rest of those minions that didn't get wiped bailed on us. Agreed. That is why you must do what I did back in my prime. What was that, sensei? Recruitment, the voice replied, Shigaraki knowing his sensei was smiling behind that screen at this, and you need to make sure they are not normal, basic thugs. This time, go for quality over quantity. Shigaraki scratched the side of his neck again, sounds like a pain. He then turned to Kurogiri, call Jiran. Of course, Mr. Shigaraki. Izuku's morning was the most robotic thing he had done in a long time. He barely remembered what his morning was as he did this routine, quickly preparing his Spider-Man costume under his clothes, putting the rest of it in a backpack before going off to Feast. His mom had to go to the hospital,
A few emergencies going off last night and she had to help with the cleanup. As such, he did the slow method to get there, riding the train alone. He had spent all last night thinking about how Lee could be a villain. He was such a nice guy, always encouraging him and helping others. The very thought felt wrong. And as he thought about it, the harder it was to consider it being real. And yet, when he went home last night, he remembered his first encounter with Lee. The man had said he had a villainous quirk, something that Izuku didn't believe in. The teen had always believed no one had a villainous quirk, but that thought had stayed in the back of his head. He still didn't know what Lee's quirk was, and that thought was the scariest part about all of this. What is Mr. Lee's quirk? He thought as he felt the train rumble, making him glance up. The train came to a stop, the teen slowly getting up and leaving the car. He shuffled his feet as he walked down the sidewalk, his mind drifting as he looked ahead. The feast building was already in the distance, the teen not realizing just how much time had passed. But as he stared at the building, he felt a wave of dread cover him before letting out a sigh. You can do this, Izuku. You just suspect someone you admire to be a villain. A villain that's part of a gang you've fought like 6 times now. He took a deep breath as he walked up to the stairs outside the building. Just maybe consider this like another case. Start with an investigation and find some clues. Or something like that. He slowly went up to the front doors and opened them, his eyes darting around for a second. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding before walking into the main area, only to see the usual bunch of beds and chairs like always. Several seniors were sitting around a TV, all arguing over the news while 2 of them were at a chess table. They were the usual there, Izuku having played against them both several times. He watched them move a few pieces, his mind telling him who was going to win before going to the kitchen, only to see no one was there. Odd. Gloria's usually here. He thought before leaving the room and glancing upward, his eyes settling on Lee's office on the 2nd floor. The teen shuffled over to the stairs, slowly taking them as he walked up to the room. And as he got there, he saw the man he was looking for just outside of the office. It was Maritin Lee, who was currently talking to Gloria. You sure? Gloria asked. I mean, I don't mind taking over, but is it really that bad? It is. Lee sighed. I have a group running the 2nd location now, but as for here, you're the only one I got. I need you to look over it because it's the best part of me. Gloria glanced away at this, her forked tongue sticking out for a second before looking back. All right. I'll do it. Thank you. Lee slightly bowed to her, only to turn around and ask, Oh. Hello, Izuku. How long have you been there? I just walked up the stairs. What's going on? Lee let out a long groan at this. I have to leave for a few days and wanted to make sure everything is fine with Feast. He rubbed the side of his head at this, Izuku realizing this was the first time he had seen Lee actually look frustrated over something. Turns out, some guys want to buy our building. Gloria chimed in, making Izuku turn to her with wide eyes. What do you mean? Gloria shrugged as Lee spoke up. Don't worry about it. It's just something I'm trying to solve. Lee glanced back at Gloria. I'm gonna go ahead and get going. You good? No prob, Gloria responded while nodding. Thank you. Lee replied before looking back at Izuku. Sorry to leave so early, but duty calls. Okay. Izuku squeaked out before the man walked past him, slowly going down the stairs. As he did this, Gloria went up to Izuku. Hey kiddo. Sorry to say, but I got nothing for you to do today. Just the usual is happening here. Oh. Izuku glanced down at this. Okay. Sorry. Izuku shook his head. No, it's okay. I just had a day off and thought I should come help. I get YA. Welp, I gotta go downstairs and talk to Wanza. I'll talk to you later. Okay. Izuku responded as the snake lady walked over to the stairs, Izuku following her. And as she walked into the kitchen, the teen quickly shifted over to the front doors of the building. And as he opened them, he saw Martin Lee walk to the side of the building, Izuku blinking at the sight. He tiptoed to the side of the building as he followed the man, only to see Lee get into his car. I can't believe this is happening. I mean, I didn't expect him to leave this quickly. Izuku thought as he reached into his backpack and pulled out a spider tracer and his web shooter, quickly putting it on and firing the device at Lee's car. The tracker hit the bumper, the sight making Izuku almost smile. Got it. He took the shooter off and put it back in the bag a second later, taking in a deep breath. Okay. Now to change into Spider-Man. He looked back at the feast building one more time, the sight making him take a deep breath before slowly walking into a nearby alleyway. And as he tiptoed down it and glanced around, making sure no one was looking, he turned invisible and crawled up the wall. A second later, he was on the rooftop before changing into his vigilante alter ego, equipping his web shooters as he whispered, "All right, Mr. Lee, let's see what you're really up to." Nezu's eyes were glued to the screen before him. He was in his office at UA, a large screen on the other side of the room as it showed every bit of footage Naomasa and the police had collected on Spider-Man. When he had confronted the detective and Aizawa, he had been very precise in terms of what theories he had on the vigilante, but also made sure to not say his true intentions. However, as he stared at the screen, this one showing Spider-Man fighting the gang war that had happened while the UA Sports Festival was going on, he shined the biggest grin as he watched it for the third time. The sight made him light a cigarette, the tiny white stick soon touching his lips as he chuckled to himself. I must say, this Spider-Man truly is intriguing. He said to himself, to think a hero like this is possible. And considering everything I've looked over, I still don't know your identity. That thought made Nezu want to do backflips. One of the biggest problems Nezu had with trying to solve puzzles is that they were always too easy. As Aizawa had stated earlier, his investigations always had success. The Stoat's quirk allowed him to easily figure out any puzzle, whether it be logic, science, or the in-between. However, this case was different. He let out a puff of smoke at this, his mind creating a profile in his head as he spoke his thoughts aloud. The problem here is the logic. We have a teen, which considering his body type and what little we have in terms of his voice thanks to the Scorpion incident, probably a teen around the age of the students here. That somehow failed. I've looked over all our footage in the heroic exams and found nothing. All the files show no one like him. That should make it easier, as that would take out suspects, but somehow it doesn't. The Stoat puffed again as the cigarette twiddled in his paw. This vigilante is a scientific impossibility crossed with a profile that makes no logical sense. His quirk seems to have a mutant aspect to it, but also has multiple emitter quirk abilities with the webbing and electricity. There's also a transformation aspect with invisibility, which means the quirk registry we have here will probably be different than what his quirk really is. After all, the closest I've found in terms of our records for the exams is an invisible student and a student that uses electricity, and I know it's not either of them. There was also no spider mutant quirks that participated in the exams. That can only mean that they went to another hero school. Nezu put the cigarette in a small ashtray at this, but why would he do that if he's obviously in Musutafu? Almost everything he's done has been in this city, so he has to live here. Financial problems, perhaps. Even so, the rate for him to move around from here to another hero school would be almost the same expense as trying us. No, that means he failed to get into UA. The Stoat tapped a remote next, the footage switching to what little it had on the hero killer fight, watching Spider-Man flee as Endeavor went after him. The sight made him smile, but you also believe the world is against you, and that's a mindset that has to be created, not learned. Though it does make sense why you would switch to vigilantism for that. After all, if you truly did fail like Ida said. Nezu's grin got even wider at that. The Hero Commission wants you taken in. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they'd put you away in Tartarus just because of the good you've done. He then tapped the remote again, shutting off the footage. Not a chance. I want you for myself. And as he said this, the Stoat began to laugh, his staff now all feeling chills go down their spines despite not even being around him. Izuku had found that web swinging was a bit too fast for tailing, especially in a city where cars are constantly starting and stopping. This also made Izuku not want to learn how to drive, as he felt web swinging was so superior that it made cars look boring. As such, after an hour of following Lee's car, mainly just running on rooftops, which he found no one really seemed to notice, only for the vehicle to come to a stop in front of a building. Izuku saw it looked like an old car garage crossed with a warehouse, something that a man dressed like Martin Lee, who was in an expensive-looking full black suit, wouldn't exactly walk into. Despite this, Izuku swung over to the building's roof and perched there, watching the man get out of his car. He saw Lee tug at his suit before closing the driver door, only to walk up to a small orange door on the side of the building. Lee glanced around at this, only to take out a key and open the frame. Seeing this, Izuku turned invisible and slowly crawled down the side of the building, getting down at the door and grabbing the knob. However, he saw it was already locked, making him grimace before crawling back up the building. Guess I gotta find another way to get in. He thought before looking the building over. There's no windows. Maybe I can find a vent. A few minutes later, he found exactly what he was looking for, a small duct that he found he could crawl through. Once again, he found his body could easily slip through, glad his new reflexes made it so simple. He zipped through the vents, his ears picking up the familiar sound of a language he couldn't understand. Hearing this, he picked up his crawling pace, only to find an open vent. The teen's eyes squinted as he leaned his head down, trying to view what he could of the room below him. And as he did this, his went wide. Below him was a room filled with boxes and masked men, the vigilante seeing several open the boxes to reveal tons of rifles and guns. The sight made him flinch. Weapons smuggling. He watched them open another crate, this one showing an RPG. Holy! How did they get all this stuff? But as his thoughts kept swimming at the sights below him, his brain came to halt as a new figure walked into the room. It was Martin Lee, the man slowly striding through the place as the masked men all came to a stop and bowed to him. Izuku's eyes went wide again as he saw this, only to see Lee tug at his suit. And then activate his quirk. Martin Lee's skin suddenly turned black, his black suit became white, and his eyes went completely black with white pupils. The sight made Izuku barely lean back, now seeing even Lee's hair change from black to white. And as Lee did this, his hands turned black before a familiar-looking black and white energy sparked around them. What the? Izuku thought as he saw Lee flex his hands, the energy now sparking even more out of his fingertips. And as this happened, two masked men walked up with a third man, this one not wearing a mask. "A new volunteer, sir," one of the two masked thugs said. "Excellent," Lee replied before touching the man. Energy flowed out of his hand and into the third man, the individual letting out a small scream, only to go silent. Izuku then saw the person twitch for a second, his body turning a shade of black before going still. And as this happened, Lee spoke up, "You are now one of us. One of the inner demons." "Yes, Mstr." The third man replied before another thug walked up and gave him a mask, the man quickly putting it on. And as this happened, Izuku put a hand to his face, his whole form shaking as he stared at Martin Lee. The man began to speak again, issuing orders to the others, but Izuku wasn't listening. Instead, his mind was racing as he thought only one thing. Mr. Lee is the leader of the masked men. Izuku wasn't sure how much time passed as he stayed crouched down in that vent. He knew he didn't move for some time, his eyes just blankly staring at the sight below him. He watched Lee order the men around, seeing a few pack up some boxes filled with weapons before slowly making their way out of the room. However, Izuku barely paid attention, his eyes just staring holes into Lee. "I don't understand. Why is Mr. Lee a villain?" His mind said as he felt his body tense up at those thoughts. "Was everything he told me a lie? Does he not care? I mean, these masked guys have done a lot of bad. I should know, I fought them. Was it all a big fat lie?" He let out a silent sigh, his brain now shuffling through his memories of his time at Feast. The encouragement Lee would give him, the talk they had during that one car ride, how the man seemed to always smile and try to help others. And then he looked back at the Lee below him, seeing a dull yet holier-than-thou look on his face. Expressions were harder to tell now that his body had changed colors, but this man was different. His voice, while Izuku was unable to understand the words, sounded off. Like there a strange small echo in them. It's like, he's a different person. I mean, I know that's Mr. Lee, but, that quirk. Is it something like an energy transfer quirk? But it looked like it was some kind of a brainwashing quirk too. How did he? But why is Mr. Lee? His thoughts went back to his memories at this, only to shake his head. No. There must be something wrong here. I just know it. He watched as Lee gave a few more orders before leaving the room. That's not the Mr. Lee I know. But if he really is their leader. He glanced down at the masked men, only to see a spare mask sitting on one of the desks. The sight made the teen blink as his brain showed him the one thing that led him here. The secret room at Feast. His body began to move again at this. Yeah. I need to figure this out. Mr. Lee wouldn't just do this, and I bet that room will help me figure out what's going on. Izuku began to go backwards through the vent, and as he found the exit, he slipped out, only for another thought to enter his head. Wait. Maybe I should stop them first. I mean, they are doing weapons smuggling right now. He glanced down, his eyes now seeing a few put some weapon crates into a semi. He pointed his wrist at the thugs, only to retract it. No. If I hop down there, I won't figure anything out. I still believe in Mr. Lee, but that doesn't mean I can't track these guys. With that, he turned invisible and crawled down to street level, soon slipping under the semi and placing a spider tracer in the vehicle's underbelly. There we go. No chance they find this. He then crawled out from under the semi, only to see they were loading up 2 more vehicles, the teen soon crawling under them as well as he placed tracers in each one. The teen then took back the one he had put on Lee's car, as it was pretty obvious on the car's bumper, and he didn't want to alert the masked men of his presence. And as soon as this was done, he invisibly crawled back up the building wall before firing a web line. He was ready for the next step. It was when Izuku was about halfway to Feast that he realized it was still the middle of the day. Knowing he couldn't just walk in and ask for Lee's office key without raising suspicions, he knew he could only do one thing: wait till nightfall and sneak in. Thankfully, he knew that Feast also had a vent system, mainly due to him knowing he needed a way for him to sneak out if he had to SWCH to Spider-Man immediately, which he had found a few days ago. As such, he instead went home, quickly reaching the apartment while being invisible, crawling into his window like usual. The teen spent the next hour at his desk, making some web fluid while also making a small door opener device, as he had a feeling he probably wouldn't find the key at Feast with ease like last time, and breaking down the door was definitely not an option. Due to this, he created the tool before taking a short nap, his mother coming home a few hours later. And when he woke up, he told her the story, the woman frowning at every detail before Izuku declared what he was going to do. "Are you sure?" she asked as he finished. "I mean, I still can't believe it, but dear." Izuku interrupted as he glanced away. I still don't believe it myself, and I saw it." "Oh, Izuku." Izuku scratched the back of his head before replying, I want to believe that that isn't Mr. Lee. That there's some kind of mix-up or evil twin or something." He looked back at his mother, tears beginning to appear in his eyes. "Is it wrong of me to think that?" 𝐒𝐭 shook her head as tears appeared in her eyes as well. "Not at all." She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Izuku, you have the kindest heart I know. That's why you still believe in him. But what if he's just an evil villain? What if everything he's told me was a lie?" 𝐒𝐭 bit her lip at this, soon sighing, "I don't know." She tensed her hand on his shoulder before staring directly into her son's eyes. "But what I do know is that you'll do the right thing when the time comes. And I'll be there to support you." Izuku blinked at her, only to nod, "Okay." He leaned in next, hugging her as she embraced him back. "Thanks, Mom." "Of course. That's why I'm here." He chuckled at that as he ended the hug. "You're here to help convince me to investigate dangerous weapon smugglers." 𝐒𝐭 giggled as she did a fake shrug. It's a living." Izuku took another small nap a little later, letting the sun vanish from the sky as the moon took its place. And when that was done, he woke up, did a quick routine and swayed into being Spider-Man. He told his mom he'd be gone for a while, 𝐒𝐭 telling him good luck, before invisibly crawling out and swinging away. It didn't take him long to reach Feast, as he knew web-slinging route by heart now. But as he landed on the building, he felt himself release a long breath he didn't know he was holding. He put his hands in his hoodie's pockets, checking to make sure he had everything he needed before crawling down the side of the building. There, he found the vent he was looking for, quickly opening it and crawling through. It wasn't long till he found the exit vent, opening it and turning invisible as he crawled out. The vent spat him out on the second floor, the team glancing down at the main floor and seeing several people all sleeping on the beds inside, a chorus of snores filling the place. The sight reminded him that the place was also a shelter, something he sometimes forgets as he slowly made his way to Lee's office door. And as he got there, he pulled out the small device, which he put in the crack of the door. "Come on," he mentally whispered to himself as he fiddled for a second, only to hear a tiny click. "Got it." He glanced back at this, his hand slowly taking the door handle before twisting it. The frame was pushed back at this, Izuku silently tiptoeing into the room as he glanced back one last time before closing the door behind him. He then put the device away as he turned off his invisibility before taking out the small flashlight he would use for his notebook at night and made his way to the wardrobe. He pulled up his mask slightly, putting the light in his mouth as he opened the wardrobe. "Now, I know I accidentally saw he had a hidden room last time, but I bet there's a way to move this. After all, if I just force the wardrobe and Mr. Lee comes back, he'll know someone's been here." He patted around the wardrobe's frame, only to feel something push in. A tiny bit of wood pushed in at this, Izuku hearing another tiny click. Izuku leaned back at this, grabbing the side of the wardrobe, only to find it could now easily be moved. He slowly pulled it back, the wardrobe smoothly moving as he pushed it aside. And as he glanced inside, he saw the mask from earlier on a desk, along with a whole room in semi-darkness, only a lit bulb shining above the desk. "That's not creepy," he thought as he tiptoed inside, glancing back one last time before fully entering the room. He began to wave around his small flashlight, now seeing the full place around him. There wasn't much in the room, just the desk, a chair, and a board on all three walls around the desk. The only wall that didn't have a board was the entrance to the secret room, Izuku's eyes darting around. The teen started by going over to the desk, his flashlight shining a light on the mask first. He then moved the light across the desk, now seeing a few folders. Izuku hovered his other hand over this, a feeling of hesitation embracing his body. "If I move anything in here, he'll know someone's been in this room." He glanced back to the secret door. I think I could close that and make sure it's not suspicious, but moving anything will. Shoot. I didn't think this through, did I? I keep jumping into things. But he did say he was gonna be gone for a few days. Maybe I can just take some pictures with my phone. But I won't have looked at the files here. He looked back at the folder again, those thoughts mixing through his head before putting his hand on the folder. I need to know. Even if it's obvious someone's done something in this secret room, I still need to know. He took the folder and opened it, putting his flashlight over it as he began to read. This is, he thought aloud as his eyes slightly widened, a list of properties in Musutafu. Does Mr. Lee own these? He flipped to the second page, now seeing a list of people's names, but the very first one was missing. Instead, he saw one word for the top entry. Kingpin. Who's that? He glanced down the list, not recognizing any of the names before flipping to the third page, now seeing another list of buildings and several graphs filled with numbers. What is? Wait. Izuku's eyes stopped about halfway down the list, only to go wide-eyed. He recognized a certain building on the list. That's the bank where I first fought the masked guys. He mentally gasped, only to see a description beside it, says it's owned by the Kingpin. There's that name again. I don't know any hero called that. Is it a villain name? He began flipping through more pages, his eyes glancing around as he saw there were more papers on properties and money. And when he reached the end of the folder, he found himself having more questions than answers. What was all that? It's just lists of stuff. He put the flashlight in his mouth next and pulled out his phone. Let's take some pictures first. Turning the sound down on the phone, he put the folder down on the desk and began to snap photos of every page as he held the flashlight over it. He didn't want to use the phone camera's flash, afraid he was already making too much noise and movement. And after he recorded the first folder, he began to go through the second and third, skimming each. This one has more people. Property. Money figures. And that Kingpin name keeps appearing on them. Is it the name of an operation? The teen swayed to another folder, wide-eyed again as he saw the name on it. It was a logo of a company he was very familiar with. It was a corporation well known for a multitude of things. Oscorp. That's. Why would Mr. Lee be interested in them? He thought as starting taking pictures again while flipping through the pages. These are locations as well. And there's that name again, Kingpin. What is this all about? Izuku's mind paused at this, his brain going over the facts he knew about the corporation. Oscorp was the leading company in the world over quirk science. Famous for its support weapons as well, the corporation was something Izuku remembered looking into many times. It was the kind that made you think larger than life to most. As such, he began taking pictures before putting the file down. After this, he saw one final folder. Taking it in his hands, he saw another company's name he knew. It was one he had considered looking into if everything had gone wrong in terms of trying to be a support hero. It was a huge support company, though it was made for support lifestyles, something he wasn't interested in, but knew he could do if he had no other choice. Detonarat. This shows locations for them too. I don't see that Kingpin name though. Just what is Mr. Lee doing? He then finished photographing the files, putting the folders back down on the desk and moving over to the boards. There, he saw they were maps of Musutafu, all three the same maps, but with different things marked. The first one had several buildings marked with red circles around them. Let's see, that's the bank where I first fought them. And that's the warehouse that the Tombstone gang was at. He slightly moved the flashlight down, seeing another building marked. What's that building? Says it's another location they've hit. He pulled out his phone and took a picture of the map, only to go to the browser and look up the building. A few seconds later, a news feed popped up, one showing that a robbery had taken place a few days ago. Masked men rob jewelry store. He mentally said before looking at the date, that's the day I fought them and Ryukyu showed up. Wait. How did they do that? I thought she stopped them. Was it a decoy? The teen let out a sigh before looking back at the map one last time, only to find nothing else interesting marked. Seeing this, he went to another wall, staring at the map there. This one was the same map of Musutafu, but the markings were much bigger this time. What is this? Everything that's marked is like full blocks. Izuku followed one of the markings, only to see a small name under it. It says Tombstone. Does he operate on this block? He looked the map over with his flashlight again. Actually, it's more like a small district. Maybe this is Mr. Lee saying he thinks Tombstone is somewhere around these markings. He then looked over the other markings, only to see no names under them, but were in a different color compared to the Tombstone area. I don't recognize any of these places. I must be missing something here. Guess I should take a photo and look at the other map. One photograph later, he went to the final map, this one having buildings circled in blue. And as he looked it over, he soon realized what this one meant. That's the building I followed Mr. Lee to. These must be their hideouts. One is a few streets over from Feast, and that other one. It's not far from the second Feast building. He began to take pictures at this, grimacing at the sight. I think I found everything. Well, not everything, but something close. And after a few more pics, he put his phone away, glancing back at the desk with the folders on it. He had tried to kinda put them back where they had been, but had a feeling it would be noticed anyways. What is Mr. Lee trying to do? It looks like he's using this masked gang to rob some places, but that's it. Is it connected to this Kingpin? And who is that? He glanced back at the room, only to feel a wave of frustration hit him. Darn it. I don't get it. I mean, it looks like Mr. Lee is a villain even more now. But at the same time, I don't really get what he's trying to do. Who is the Kingpin? And why is Mr. Lee after him? Or her? He pulled out his phone again and looked at all the photos he had taken. In particular, he stared at the pictures of the maps. I don't get it. Kingpin, Mr. Lee, and Tombstone. Oscorp and Detonarat. He put a finger to his chin before sighing, I'm gonna go home. Maybe I can figure out more with my computer. The teen stared back up at the room for a bit longer before walking over and ruffling the folders a bit, trying to make them look neat like that had been before, and shuffled out of the room. He slowly closed the wardrobe, finding the hidden lock on it and making sure it fully shut off the place. And after this was done, he silently locked the office door and glanced out into the building, only to hear nothing but snores. The sound made him mentally chuckle before turning invisible, quickly sneaking back over to the vent and crawling right through. Izuku wasn't sure how long it took him to get back home. His brain was on autopilot as he swung back to his house, crawled through the window, changed out of costume, and went straight for his desk. This was followed by him uploading the photos to his computer, the teen soon looking over everything he could. As such, he began to replicate every list from the photos, and pulled up images of maps that he began to edit in what the marked maps had shown. It took a full night, something that 𝐭𝐽𝐾 woke up to, which she admitted had been a long time since she had seen her son do an all-nighter. After telling him to go to bed, he slept for a few hours before getting back at it, several more hours replicating the information. And as he did this, he tried to look up the name Kingpin in multiple search engines and news outlets, only to find nothing. No files or anything. With the exception of one. Izuku's eyes stared at a news article created a few months ago, its creator now deceased, article now redacted like crazy while also being part of an investigation. Ben Urich. Says here he wrote an article about the Kingpin of crime. Izuku blinked at the name. That sounds like a villain. It says that the reporter was later found dead. The teen leaned back in his desk chair, hand on his chin. There's nothing on an investigation after this. Was it covered up? He then turned to the clock, going wide-eyed as he saw how late it was. Wow. 2 days basically just passed with me doing this. The week's almost over. Izuku changed the screen back to everything he had replicated, only to see it looked like a muddled mess in his eyes. His brain couldn't make sense of anything. All he could see was just numbers and names, but his mind said only one thing: Mr. Lee was a villain. That fact kept repeating in his head. Martin Lee was a villain that seemed to be fighting this Kingpin, or was under him. Regardless, there was nothing on why Lee was a villain, or why he was doing any of this. Instead, Izuku found himself more confused than when he first saw that mask in the crack in the office. That alone led to one conclusion in his mind. He swayed the screen to the maps, staring at one in particular. I need to check the other hideouts. Maybe I can find something there. He thought before looking back at the time. It was the middle of the day, the sight making him let out a sigh before getting out of his chair and go into the kitchen. And as he entered that room, he made himself supper as he thought up one last thing. I will find out why you're a villain, Mr. Lee. Izuku was eating a bit of katsudon as his mom walked into the room. She saw a semi-tired yet confused look on his face, the sight making her frown as she sat down beside him. What's wrong? She asked, the teen slowly glancing over at her. Just thinking. What did you find out? Nothing. Nothing. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 replied, her head slightly going back at the response, but you said I know. Izuku sighed as he took a sip of water. It's just nothing makes sense. Everything I found in Mr. Lee's room is nothing but names, numbers, and locations. I don't understand any of it. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 shook her head. No, you understand it, Izuku. He glanced back up at her. You just don't know what to do you? Izuku stared at her for a few seconds before sighing again. Yeah. Anytime I think back to Mr. Lee, all I see is this kind man who's gone out of his way to help me so much. I mean, I no longer stutter around everyone at feast. I feel like I can do actual conversations. Though it's no one my age. But I still see that in him. 𝐭𝐽𝐾 shook her head at this, remembering what Izuku had told her about 𝐒𝐿𝐷era. She always knew something was wrong, seeing him come home with bruises and burns, but the boy never said anything. He was always silent, trying to hide it all, trying to not make himself a burden for her. She should have known better, seeing her son come home with a huge, pain-filled frown. But he was different now. Izuku came home with a huge grin on his face, happy as he found something he truly loved doing, and no one telling him otherwise. With the exception of some newscasters. However, the sight before her reminded her of the old Izuku, one that came home from 𝐒𝐿𝐷era every day, broken and miserable. Granted, he didn't really look broken this time, more confused than anything, but still miserable. It made her put her hand on his shoulder, her son turning to her as she said, Izuku, I want you to do what you think is right. If you need to go confront him, do it. And if you don't want to confront him, that's fine too. We'll call the heroes and let them handle it. Those words made her son flinch, the teen glancing down for a second before eating another bite. And as he did this, he let out a deep breath before saying, "No. I feel I need to do this." 𝐒𝐭𝐻's frown grew at that. Why? Because. Izuku dropped his chopsticks at this, slightly shaking his head. I don't know. I just he put his hand on face, slowly pulling it down before looking back at his mother. Mom, if Mr. Lee really is a villain and I take him down, what do you think will happen to Feast? 𝐒𝐭𝐻 blinked at that, her frown trying to grow as she replied, well, I don't know. The response made Izuku grimace, only to see his mother's expression change, the frown staying, but her eyes now staring straight at him with a certain blaze. But if Mr. Lee is a villain, I do know that if everyone in Feast knew you were Spider-Man, they would accept you taking him down. Izuku's eyes went wide at her statement, the teen wanting to say really, but unable to. Instead, he looked back down at his food. His mind went over everything that had just happened. The gang war right before the start of the week, Stain, Ida, and now this. The events flooded him, but his mind went back to everything he had been going over the past 2 days. The documents and maps, all showing some big thing happening between Lee and someone called Kingpin. As such, the teen grabbed and ate the last piece of food. A long gulp followed as 𝐒𝐿 saw a new look appear on her son's face. It was one she knew all too well. It was that fire that would appear in Izuku's eyes when he talked about wanting to be a hero. To save anyone and everyone. A flame that scared her so much, but in recent days, it made her so proud. He turned to her before doing a small nod. Thanks, Mom. No problem. Though. What are you going to do? Izuku took a long swig of water before replying, I'm gonna take a small nap and then sneak into one of the hideouts. I need to. Well, I need to know everything. 𝐒𝐿 nodded back, I understand. She patted his shoulder at this, and Izuku. Yeah. I'm so proud of you. She shined a small smile at this. I know I don't say it enough, but I am. Izuku blinked at her, small tears appearing in his eyes as he hugged her, the mother embracing him back. Thanks, Mom. Love you. Love you too. Izuku woke up a few hours later bright and ready. He checked the clock for a second, seeing there was still 1 day left of the week, though it was now nighttime, but that didn't matter in his mind. Instead, he quickly changed into his outfit, putting on the mask before going to the kitchen and making himself a small bento. He had asked his mom to get some supplies yesterday while he was replicating the pictures, having a feeling he needed to be extra prepared for this. Granted, it was also because he kept trying to tell himself to not just leap into everything. After a few more minutes of preparation, the teen went invisible and snuck out of his room's window, inhaling a deep breath before web-swinging into the city. He had decided to go for the closest of the 3 hideouts, knowing it was just about 8 to 9 streets over from Feast. He was a bit surprised, as it made it only a bit a ways from UA, but still significantly far enough that heroes and police would take a bit to respond to such a location. As such, he got there during a little over 2 hours before midnight, the darkness already settling in. The night cover made invisibility pointless, as he knew no one would be hunting him right now. And so, he landed on the hideout's rooftop, a 4-story building, and took out his self-made bento. Putting it in a little bag along with a water bottle, he placed it on the roof before taking out his spider tracer tracker, only to find 2 signals from the tracers he used earlier were right below him. They brought 2 of them here. He thought before seeing the tracker display a 3rd and 4th signal that were together and far away, but also had an updated on the tracker due to distance. That must be Mr. Lee's car and the other tracer. I can't tell if those have been moved, but I'll get to that later. Hopefully, they're still at the other hideout. Still. Maybe this place is where they stash all their cars and loot. Putting the tracker back in his hoodie, he started crawling down the side of the building, soon finding what he was looking for, an air duct. Nice. Time for some duct crawling. He slithered into the vent, still surprised at how easy it was before clambering through the area. It wasn't long till he found a vent he could look out of, glancing down and seeing a room that's lights were off. But despite them being off, He could vaguely make the outlines of the room he was staring at. A garage. Well, they do seem to have an infinite amount of cars. He thought before quietly grabbing the grate, slowly putting it aside before crawling out of the vent. He then began to crawl on the ceiling, mentally commenting to himself just how cool it was that he could do that. And as he did this, he went over to the wall and made his way down to the floor. He began to tiptoe around next, only to hear a door open. Turning invisible at this, the room's light suddenly turned on, making Izuku almost drop his invisibility. He quickly began to crawl back up the wall, only to glance down and see that a door from the opposite of the room had been opened, a masked man coming in and flicking another light SWC. "Is everything ready?" the thug asked another masked man that walked through the door. "The M-Star will be coming here tomorrow." "Everything is here. I have taken inventory," the second masked thug replied as they walked through the room. "Good. The MSTR wants to up the timetables. Because of the spider. He seems to interfere much more than the heroes." "I do not know," the first masked man said as they got to the other side of the room, pulling out a key as he opened another door. Izuku was right above him, staring the duo as he invisibly crawled down to their level. And as they walked out of the room, Izuku got down the floor, slowly opening the door behind them. And as he did this, he glanced inside and saw the room's lights were on. Several masked men were there, some moving crates while others were just standing around and talking. Izuku wanted to sigh as he still couldn't understand what they were saying, but instead just invisibly crawled up the wall. He felt his head start to hurt, cancelling the invisibility as he reached the ceiling. He then glanced down and started counting everyone in the room. "Only 10. But I don't see any weapons on them. Maybe their swords and guns are somewhere else in the building." He took a deep breath. "Should I go for it or see if there's more guys somewhere around here?" He looked back at the door he had went through, only to feel a tingle in his head. He knew what it meant. He couldn't keep his invisibility much longer. The team quickly crawled down, going through the top of the door's frame and back into the car room. Izuku turned visible a second later, putting a hand to his head. "Ugh. Gotta be more careful." The team glanced around at this, not seeing anybody else in the room. He then crawled over to the other side of the room, going down to another door and grabbing the knob. However, it wouldn't move. Locked. He glanced back at the first door. The only way to get past it is to break it open, and that'll make a lot of noise. Looks like I'm just gonna have to go and beat those guys. He fired a web line and swung across the room, silently landing on the wall before going over to the top of the door and slowly opened it. Izuku released himself from the wall and spun around, landing before quietly opening the door regularly. As he did this, he saw the masked men still didn't notice, the team quickly crawling up the wall before surveying the area. They still don't have their weapons. Good. Let's do this. He pointed his wrists at 3 that were all standing around each other, talking. Thwip. A big glob of webbing hit the trio, sticking them all together. What the dash, one of them yelped before another blast of webbing hit one of their feet, Izuku yanking it a second later. They let out a yell as the rest turned to the webbed-up trio, only for Izuku land right beside another masked thug, electricity surging through a fist. "Venom punch," he exclaimed as the thug turned to him, only to feel an electrified punch to the gut, knocking him flying. The spider, another yelled before energy poured out of his fists, the thug roaring as he charged at the vigilante. He then threw a punch at Izuku, the team ducking under it before moving a jab into the thug's face, shattering the mask and knocking him off his feet. "Get the spider," 2 more thugs roared, only for Izuku to fire 2 web lines into their feet, yanking both a second later. Globs of webbing then hit their chests as their backs hit the floor, sticking both to the ground. "Danger!" Izuku spun around at this, only to see an energy wave to hit him, knocking Izuku off his feet. Or he yelped as his back hit the floor, only to quickly roll back onto his feet. But as he did this, 2 other thugs charged at him, both now wielding katanas. Energy poured out of them as they leapt at Izuku, moving both weapons down at him. Spider sense blaring, Izuku fired a web line to the right and pulled, yanking himself away just in time before landing. The 2 katana thugs charged at him again at this, Izuku then firing a web line at the ceiling and yanking himself upward. He flipped over them as the thugs tried to slash at him, only for Izuku to fire 2 more web lines, grabbing the thugs' backs and yanking them. As he did this, both were knocked off balance, Izuku then firing more webbing and sticking them into the floor. But as this happened, the final thug ran out of the room. He grabbed a phone and began yelling into it, "Mr. The spider is here. 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Webbing covered the phone and was yanked out of his grasp, Izuku grabbing it. So, who ya talking to? Izuku then stared at the phone, only to see it was showing a restricted number. Give that back. The final thug yelled as he pulled out a pistol. Spider Sense began to yell at this, Izuku firing another shot of webbing, hitting the pistol before yanking it away as well. And as this happened, the thug began to charge at Izuku, the teen ducking under the punch before slamming a venom punch into him, knocking him flying. Webbing covered him next, sticking him to the floor. And that's that. Izuku commented as he looked back at the phone, now seeing the call had ended. Darn. Well, I hope he doesn't know I'm coming, but I don't know what that guy said before I took the phone. He let out a sigh and put away the phone. I'll use you later. He then walked back into the room full of knocked out thugs, Izuku's eyes glancing around. Dang. I think I'm getting pretty good at this. He walked around the room, seeing it seemed to be a break room, only to see another door. Izuku shuffled up to it, grabbing the knob and seeing it was also locked. Well, I don't need to be quiet anymore. He pulled on the door, yanking it off its frames. He then put it to the side, walking into a small hallway, which had another door at the end. Going over there, he found he had to break this door as well, only to go into another room. However, this room made him go wide-eyed. It was filled to the brim with money and jewels. All of them were on desks, stacks upon stacks of cash and bags of jewels on the floor. Is this from the banks they stole from? He glanced back and forth at the money, putting a hand to his chin. Mr. Lee, did you really do all this? I mean, I know these masked guys did this, but if you're their boss. He closed his eyes next, his mind going through everything that he had just done over these past 2 days. Finding the mask, the secret room, and now this. It was almost too much for the teen. He took a deep breath before looking back at the hallway. No. I'm going to finish this. I will catch Mr. Lee and find out why he's doing this. He pulled out the tracker again, seeing that the dot still hadn't moved. Here's hoping he still hasn't left that first hideout. Izuku went back to the room with the knocked-out thugs, firing a web line into the ceiling before cricking his hands. But before I go get him, I want to try something. Naomasa was not happy. It started with an anonymous phone call to the police station, which was obviously Spider-Man. It didn't help that he said he was Spider-Man, and he stated that he had found a hideout of the masked men, which surprised him that the Vigilante didn't know what the gang was actually called and they were all knocked out for the police. This was followed with him calling Aizawa and heading over to the building. And as he entered the place, he found himself looking at a room with a giant web cocoon with all the masked thugs in it, along with a small card. Naomasa took it and read aloud, "Here's a wrapped-up present for you. I'm gonna go fight the big boss of these guys now. Also, here's the location of another one of their hideouts. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Naomasa growled as he wanted to rip the card up, only to groan and put it into an evidence bag. As he did this, one of the officers ran in and yelled about a room full of money. He followed him and saw it, the sight making him facepalm just as he was then told Eraserhead was here. A minute later, the two were now talking as the rest of the force there began to tape down the area. So what do we got? Aizawa asked as he took a sip of coffee. A lot that we definitely need to cover up. That bad? Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. Yup. There's a whole room back there with a ton of stolen money. Naomasa sighed. Apparently, Spider-Man knows where the hideouts for the inner demons are. He held up the bag with the card in it. He even gave us an address. Oh. Aizawa took the bag, squinting his eyes. He knows where their boss is. Apparently so. Naomasa sighed again. I already told the force about the card and they're preparing a strike team. Granted, I would like more time to plan it, but I'm guessing you want to do it now because Spider-Man is going after their boss. Aizawa finished before taking another sip. Did you tell the chief? Naomasa groaned at this. First thing I did. He pulled out his phone as it suddenly rang. Here we go. Lee had his eyes closed as he sat behind a wooden desk. Energy began to sizzle around his fingers as he them crossed in front of his face, his elbows resting on the desk. He took a long, deep breath before opening his eyes, staring straight ahead. In front of him was a room full of masked men, all wielding guns and katanas. "The spider has found our hideout," Lee hissed, slightly gritting his teeth. "I can only assume he will now come for me." "What do you want us to do, 𝐿, the thug in front of the rest asked. "Some of you will wait for the spider. The others will get the truck ready." Lee then ascended from his chair, spinning around before taking a sheathed blade off the wall. He unsheathed the sword, revealing a thin, yet deadly katana. He rubbed his finger down its side, his shining white eyes staring at the blade as his mouth slightly contorted, showing pure white teeth. The man slowly turned back to the group of thugs at this, energy now surging around the blade. "And when the spider arrives, you will kill him." "As you wish, Mr." The sound of pool ball hitting rang out as a certain purple-suited man stood over a billiards table. A thin trail of smoke went out of the cigarette in his mouth as he stared at the table before looking up at the man currently playing the game. The man was wearing a dark blue suit with black vertical lines and had a long frown on his face, his mouth being the only thing on his head visible under the low light hanging above the table. "Hey there." The purple-suited man chuckled as he took the cigarette out of his mouth. "Get lost, Jiran." The other man replied, "I'm not dealing with you today." Jiran chuckled at this, tugging at his purple suit before doing a slight shrug. "Oh come now, there's no need for hostilities. I just want to talk." "You can still. Forget it." The man responded, his eyes glaring at Jiran as he just stood there, Jiran grinning as he put the cigarette back in his mouth. A few seconds later, a long sigh escaped the man's breath. "What do you want, Jiran?" "Knew you'd come around." Jiran took a deep breath before letting out a puff of smoke. "My new employer wants me to do some recruitment, and I know you have some of the best around. I can offer you some serious cash if no." The other man interrupted. Jiran twirled the cigarette in his fingers. "Now hang on, this is a good deal. And I'll tell you again. Forget it." The man replied, "I don't have anything for you." Jiran raised an eyebrow at this. "Any reason for the hostility? I know you have plenty of guys right now, your boss don't say his name." "I know." Jiran sighed. "I know not to say his name. Anyways, why is there no one for sale? Can I least get that? Simple." The other man moved the cue stick, knocking the 8-ball into a corner pocket. "Some competition is about to be knocked out, and we're gonna need all hands on deck." "Competition?" "The inner demons." The man put the cue stick on the table. "Our man on the inside says they're about to taken out." He then pulled out his phone at this, letting out a small hum, "and it looks like things are about to get busier." And as the man walked out of the room, Jiran watched him leave with a small frown, only for it to turn into a tiny grin. "Gotta say, that guy is too serious." He put a new cigarette in his mouth. "Shigaraki's gonna throw a fit." "Sounds like he just wasn't interested," said a third voice, Jiran turning to see another man walk into the bar's dim lighting. The man is in a black coat and covered in burn scars and piercings, in particular around his eyes and neck. "Got any more places to check?" "Just one more for the night." Jiran replied as he let out a puff of smoke. "I figure Shigaraki won't approve of me just delivering you. No offense." "None taken," the man responded while crossing his arms. "You need plenty of recruits to make a message these days." "True." Jiran chuckled before sighing. "At least, when it comes to villains. Too bad on the timing though. Sounds like the underworld is about to shift again. That's been happening a lot lately." "How so?" Jiran twiddled with the cigarette as he stared at the man. "If what he says is true and the demons are finished, it means two things. One, Tombstone's gang is gonna try and take over Musutafu. They'll probably fail, or get caught before they can take it all, which will make an even bigger mess. And the second? Well, I'm a betting man. And I'm betting the one that's gonna take down the demons is Spider-Man." Jiran put the cigarette back in his mouth. "And that means only one thing. Spider-Man is gonna become top priority for the law and the underworld." "Seriously? Can one vigilante really do that?" Jiran smirked at the question as he flicked his cigarette perfectly into a nearby ashtray. Oh yeah. Heroes these days are a dime a dozen, which means in the grand scheme of things, they don't matter. Well, except the big ones, like All Might. The two began to walk away from the pool table, heading for the exit, but vigilantes. If they make enough noise, everyone will dogpile. Jiran's grin grew at his next words as they left the building. And when the real mess happens, we'll be there to pick up the scraps. Police Chief Tsuragami let out a sigh as he walked back into the police department. He had been called in after Naomasa had told him about Spider-Man taking out a building of villains, only to be going after another villain tonight. Now, he regularly didn't have too much of a problem with vigilantes. The Dog Man was a big pusher of underground heroes, which were considered the closest to vigilantes, but this case was different. Spider-Man had caught the attention of the Hero Commission, something that would usually take a lot to happen. As such, he was now walking up to his office, letting out a low woof as another officer walked up to him. Chief. He turned to a cat-headed man. What is it, Tamakawa? I called in the heroes you wanted. 2 of them are in the back, Death Arms will be here in a few minutes, and the full team of the lurkers are on standby. Good, the Dogman replied. Get an extra small force ready with Duelf as a backup. Naomasa is already en route with Eraserhead to the address and we need to move fast. If Spider-Man really is going to do what he says he's going to do, we need to strike the inner demons now. Yes, sir. And as the officer ran away, gesturing to a few to follow him, the chief let out a long sigh and another woof. I have a bad feeling about this. Izuku landed on the building he had followed Lee to a few days ago, pulling out his tracker and seeing 2 dots right where he was. He had made sure to remove the traces from the other cars before coming over here, and had eaten his bento on his way there. He pulled out his water bottle and took a swig before putting it away, checked his web shooters, and then crawled down to the duct he had used before. Here we go. I hope he's still here. Izuku thought as he put his hands on the duct cover, taking a deep breath. Am I really gonna do this? I mean, I want to find out why Mr. Lee did this, but... He took his hands off the cover. Maybe Mom is right. Maybe I should just call for the heroes. He closed his eyes at this, taking another deep breath. His mind began to think back to everything that had happened recently, on how crazy these past 3 weeks had been. Every encounter went through his head before putting his hand to his nose, squeezing it. Mr. Lee, he mentally said as he then remembered his time at Feast, the smiling faces and how he felt helping others. And as he opened his eyes, he put his hand back on the vent cover. No. I have to stop him. Even if I don't get any answers. He pushed the vent open, his form slithering into the air ducts. He zipped through the enclosed space, taking a few turns before going to the cover from before. And as he got there, he saw a room now. Filled with masked thugs. Whoa! Did he bring the entire gang here? He mentally commented before he saw a new person walk into the room, the man's body still showing that black skin while wearing a pure white suit. Mr. Lee, is the truck ready? Lee asked one of the thugs. Yes, Mstr. They are putting in the last of the supplies in it now. Good. Lee replied before pulling out a phone, tapping it a few times. A call went through a second later. Do it. He then ended the call before putting away the phone. Another masked man walked up to him, a sheathed katana in his hands, Lee taking it. Inner demons. It is time. We will not fall here, but we will be moving to our new location. And the spider, Mstr. Lee closed his shining white eyes at this, taking a deep breath before opening his eyes. He will come. And he will die. All of you in here, stay and welcome him. Yes, Mstr, they all yelled, making Izuku flinch. The teen had watched the scene unfold, wishing he could understand what they were saying. Despite this, he let out a long sigh before putting his hands on the cover and slowly pulled it upward, putting the vent cover to the side. He then gripped the open vent, taking a deep breath. You can do this, Izuku. Granted, there's a ton of guys here, but you do have a main target compared to the usual. Take everyone out alone plan. And as he thought this, he saw Lee walk out of the room, 2 thugs opening a double door for him. Seeing this, Izuku began to crawl out of the vent, slithering his way up to the ceiling. As he did this, he glanced down and saw the masked men began to move around the room. "Prepare yourself," one of them said, "we must be ready for the spider." A few began to open some boxes, pulling out rifles and katanas. "Great! This whole place is an armory for them." 𝐒𝐿 mentally groaned as he then hopped off the ceiling and onto a catwalk. "Guess I better get started." The vigilante pointed both web shooters down, aiming at two thugs that took rifles out before walking over to the double doors. And as they got close, 𝐒𝐿 fired the webbing at the feet, instantly yanking the lines. Both fell face first into the floor, letting out yelps of pain before two globs of webbing hit their backs, sticking them to the ground, nullifying both thugs and their guns. "What the spider?" a thug yelled, only for a web line to hit his back before feeling himself now defy gravity as he pulled up to the catwalk. "Howdy. Mind if I join the party?" 𝐒𝐿 cackled as he kicked the yanked thug in the back, sending him flying into a stack of crates. "Danger. Oh!" 𝐒𝐿 muttered before leaping off the catwalk, a split second before a volley of bullets were shot right into the ceiling. He then fired a web line upward, turning into a swing as he did a wide arc across the room. As he did this, he glanced back at the thugs, quickly cutting his line before landing on the far wall before firing two web lines, each instantly hitting two rifles. He pulled on them next, yanking them out of the masked men's hands before jumping off the wall as a third thug swung his katana, firing an energy wave where 𝐒𝐿 had been. And as 𝐒𝐿 landed in the middle of the room next, a thug roared, "Kill the spider." As that line was said, 10 men instantly charged at the teen, his spider sense screaming at him. Two blades came for his face first, 𝐒𝐿 leaning back as both just went over him. This was followed by a third sword, only for 𝐒𝐿 to move a leg upward, his foot smacking the thug in the chin, knocking him over. 𝐒𝐿 then backflipped away, the first two thugs now moving their katanas at him. But as they did this, 𝐒𝐿 went down to all fours before doing a leg sweep, knocking both off their feet. A fourth thug came next, moving an energy punch that smacked 𝐒𝐿 in the face, making him stumble back. But as the thug tried to do a second jab, 𝐒𝐿 ducked under it before slamming a fist into the man's stomach, making him bend over before doing an uppercut into the thug. Danger! 3 of the 10 thugs that had charged suddenly swayed their method of attack, instead going to the nearest crates and pulling out guns. Spider Sense screamed at 𝐒𝐿 at this, making him fire 2 web lines upward before yanking himself away. And as this happened, the thugs began lighting up the ceiling, the vigilante quickly swinging around. He felt a small bullet graze his shoulder, the teen flinching for a second before firing 2 globs of webbing, both covering 2 of the 3 guns. This was followed by 𝐒𝐿 doing a dive before firing another web line upward and yanking himself into a swing. Web swing kick. 𝐒𝐿 yelled as he slammed 2 feet into the third-armed thug, knocking him flying into 2 more masked men. 𝐒𝐿 then fired a glob of webbing at them, sticking all 3 to the floor. And as he did this, the 2 katana wielders from before got up and began to fire energy waves from their blades. 𝐒𝐿 began to swing around the room again at this, dodging each one as small explosions rocked the walls as the attacks missed the vigilante. And after a third round of dodging, 𝐒𝐿 fired a web line at a nearby stack of crates and pulled it, causing the tower to fall on the 2. Or the thugs yelled as the boxes collapsed on them. Seriously? Even their cries are in that other language of theirs. 𝐒𝐿 thought before his spider sense went off again. It was here he saw 4 more thugs appear, all pulling out katanas. "Oh, come on guys. Enough with the sharp deadly weapons." 𝐒𝐿 aimed before landing on another stack of crates and fired 2 web lines. Both hit the swords of 2 of the thugs before being yanked away, 𝐒𝐿 then leaping from the crate as the other 2 fired energy waves. And as he did this, 𝐒𝐿 landed between the duo and fired 2 more web lines, this time grabbing their masks. He then pulled the lines in a crisscross shape, both thugs being slung into each other as they hit, a clang ringing out before both fell over. This was followed by several blasts of webbing, sticking all 4 to the floor. 𝐒𝐿 then glanced up and saw 5 more thugs, all pulling out katanas as well. Darn it. I need to get to ri. I can't be wasting time. Danger. As his spider sense warned him of something, the sound of doors opening behind him made him glance back. And as he did this, his eyes went wide when he saw the double doors from before open. and reveal Martin Lee. Oh. The spider. We finally meet. Lee proclaimed as two masked men appeared by his sides. He grabbed both on the shoulders as energy flowed out of his hands, the two thugs then contorting, looking like their life was now being scared out of them, both soon flopping over. The sight made Izuku's already wide eyes begin to widen even further. He almost felt like he was gonna throw up. What did you just do to them? He yelled, only to see Lee shine a small smile. They served their purpose. Lee remarked, Izuku surprised he could understand him. He then raised one hand upward, black and white energy pouring out of it. Inner demons, step aside. The thugs behind Izuku quickly ran around the teen, the vigilante just now remembering they were there. And before he could react, his spider sense began to scream at him. Feeling this, Izuku reflexively flicked his wrist at Lee at this, firing a web line straight for the man's face. And as the line of webbing began to exit out of the shooter, Lee pointed his hand at Izuku. Toom! An energy wave burst out of Lee's hand, Izuku unable to even flinch as the wave covered half the room. The attack instantly hit Izuku's entire body, moving him into a full stack of crates. 𝐒𝐻! Izuku screamed as his back went through box after box before hitting a brick wall, the blow making the teen cry out. A second later, the teen slumped down as a pile of crates covered the vigilante. No! Lee, Izuku muttered out, pain surging over his entire body as he felt more and more boxes begin to weigh down on his body. And as Izuku's eyes began to close, Lee fell to his knees, breathing and shaking his head. A second later, he began to stand up and pointed at the mess he had now created. Make sure the spider is finished. Yes, Mstr. And you? Lee replied as he tugged at his suit, I will now take my leave. Kill the spider and destroy this place. Leave no trace behind. Yes, Mstr. Meanwhile, take him down. Death Arms roared as he swung his giant arms, knocking three masked thugs off their feet. Two more then appeared and pointed their rifles at him, soon opening fire. Hang on, yelled another hero as he landed in front of Death Arms, creating a shield that blocked every bullet. Thanks, Crust. Arms replied as Crust threw a shield next, smacking the guns away from the two criminals. This was followed by Death Arms charging at them, quickly moving fists into their stomachs as both thugs cried out in pain. The heroes are here, screamed another masked thug. Destroy everything and flee. We must dash it. A laser shot straight up at the thug, hitting his back before he slumped over instantly. Two more thugs turned to the laser's origin, only to see the pro-hero Xless. You're done here, he remarked before firing his laser at the other, striking both in the stomach. The blows knocked them off their feet, the trio of heroes then glaring up at the building before them. It was a gigantic warehouse, which was currently closed off except for a giant shutter that was barely moving. The three had been called to rout out the villains here, only to find themselves fighting a constant wave of thugs as suddenly tons of masked men ran out from under the slowly opening shutter. We need to get in there. Death Arms commented as he charged ahead, smacking two more thugs away with giant swipes of his huge arms. Agreed. Crust responded as he created a wall of shields as three more gun-wielding thugs came out next, bullets already flying out of their weapons. This was followed by Xless firing his laser at each gun, knocking each one of the thugs' hands. And as they kept pushing the masked criminals back, several police cars arrived on the scene. Officer after officer ran onto the scene, only for another car to arrive. It was Naomasa, a pistol in his hand as Eraserhead walked out of the passenger side of his car. Seems Spider-Man was right. Why I think? Aizawa grumbled before pulling on his scarf. Wanna bet Spider-Man isn't even here? No. Naomasa replied as the two ran up beside the other officers, soon taking cover behind one of the cars, but you're probably right. I'm just hoping whatever he's doing won't be an even bigger mess than what this is gonna be. I wouldn't bet on that. Aizawa emmed as he began to stand up, his fingers fiddling with his capture weapon. I got a feeling this night is just getting started. The sounds of boxes being moved rang out, several masked thugs pushing aside everything they could as quickly as possible. And as they did this, Lee left the room, gesturing to two men to follow him. They went into the next room, where he saw a line of masked men all carrying boxes into what looked like a modified semi. On the sides were shielded metal plating, and the inside was much longer than a usual truck of his size, showing the load he had used was custom. "Is everything ready?" he asked as he saw the last box be put into the vehicle. "Yes, Mstr. The driver should be in the front now." "Good. I will be riding in this one. The rest of you, help out the others to destroy this place and then flee. If you know you are not followed, meet up at the new hideout." "Yes, Mstr." And as Lee walked around the semi, the thugs all gathered around some crates they had left behind. Opening one, they found exactly what they needed, cans of gasoline. Each took one, all taking off the caps before they began to pour it all over the room. But as they did this, in the other room, a final box was lifted up to reveal a slumped-over Spider-Man. And as the thugs around him saw this, one lifted a blade upward and swung it down on the Vigilante's head. "The Spider," one masked man remarked as they removed the box that was over Izuku. The teen was just laying there, the thug lifting his blade up as a black and white energy poured out of it. And with just a split-second pause, the sword came down. "Danger!" Izuku's spider sense screamed at him, making his eyes burst open as he saw the sword coming straight for his head. And in that split second, he shifted his head to the right, the blade moving into the floor instead. "Whoa!" Izuku yelped before firing a web line straight up, the teen quickly yanking it. The pull shot him to his feet and into the air, flipping over the crowd of thugs. He then shot a second web, soon swinging across the room as the thugs all yelled at him. He began to swing around, dodging several energy waves from the thugs' swords as he swung around them. Holy cow! That was too close. Another second and I would have been dead. Izuku thought before firing a web line at one of the masked men, grabbing his right knee. He yanked at this, making the thug flip over before swinging down and moving both legs into another thug, web swing kick. The thug went screaming into a pile of crates, two more yelling as they fired a set of energy waves at the Vigilante. But as they did this, Izuku just zipped across the room, evading every blow as he swung down and kicked another in the stomach. And as he did this, Izuku glanced back at the room and saw there was only 5 thugs left. And they were all bunched together. Got ya. He thought before firing web lines straight up and yanking himself. And as the masked men saw this and began to swing their swords, Izuku let out a yell, Venom Smash. He shot himself down as electricity flowed through a fist, slamming it into the ground a second later as the bolts surged off him, each one hitting the thugs. They all cried out before getting flung into the crates surrounding the room, knocking them all out. Seeing this, Izuku let out a long breath he didn't realize he had been holding in. He put his hand to his mask and rubbed it down, muttering to himself, that was too close. And Mr. Lee is a lot more powerful than these guys. As he said that, the teen went wide-eyed, oh no. Mr. Lee, the sound of a truck revving up could be heard just as he exclaimed that, making Izuku glance back at the double doors. He pointed his web shooters at the edges of the doors, only to hear, pust, oh, come on. Izuku growled as he quickly swayed out web fluid. Stupid web shooters. I don't need that right now. The truck sound got louder, only to start getting quieter a second later, telling Izuku only one thing. The vehicle was about to start moving. No. He yelled before firing the webs this time, slingshotting himself into the double doors. He kicked both down, the metal frames going flying across the room he had just entered. There, he saw several masked men with gasoline cans, all turning to him. Where's Lee? He roared, only for one of the masked thugs to yell back. The Spider! Oh yeah. Still can't understand you guys. Izuku deadpanned before turning and seeing 2 thugs walk into the back of a semi that was in a large open garage that seemed to be a foot or so off the ground. Oh, no you don't. Izuku yelled before his spider sense rang out, glancing back to see the thugs from before all charging at him. But as they did this, Izuku just clenched his fists, out of my way. 2 thugs swung their fists at him, Izuku ducking under both before slamming a fist into a thug's stomach, knocking him off his feet. This was followed by 2 more thugs throwing punches at Izuku, the teen backpedaling to dodge both before firing webs at their feet. He did a quick yank, knocking both off balance before Izuku punched a 3rd thug, all three's backs now hitting the floor. Webs covered them all next, sticking them to the ground before one final thug leapt at the teen. Ugh! Izuku grunted as Masked Man slammed his fist into the teen's face, almost knocking him back. But as the thug tried to hit him a second time, Izuku caught the fist as electricity surged through him. Zap! The thug fell back with a single bolt, Izuku webbing him to the floor a second later. But as this happened, he turned to see the semi was now gone. Shoot, he yelped before firing 2 webs at the garage's edges before slingshotting himself outside. Gotta go. I'll call the police on you guys later. And as Izuku began to swing over the streets, he pulled out his tracker, only to see a dot now moving away. It's the one I tagged earlier. Nice. He looked ahead as he fired another web line. I will catch you, Mr. Lee, count on it. That's the last one. Death Arms roared as he hid behind a shield made by Crust. A barrage of bullets hit the barrier, both heroes hiding behind the shield. And as the bullets rained onto the 2 heroes, a certain capture weapon suddenly flew over the duo, hitting and tying up the armed thug, making him drop his machine gun. Seeing this, Crust made another shield that Death Arms leapt onto. He was moved into the air, only to quickly tackle the thug, knocking him out in one blow. Nice! Crust cheered and gave a thumbs up, Eraserhead walking up to him with a long sigh. Don't celebrate. This fight was pointless. The heroes turned to him, Crust yelling, but we just beat the entire gang here. We've captured a ton of villains. Aizawa shook his head. Didn't you notice how little resistance we faced here? We just won in under half an hour. That means that whatever this place was for, it wasn't that important. But Crust tried to say, only for Death Arms to land beside him and cross his arms. His right. Arms sighed while glaring at Aizawa. I've read up on the Inner Demons case. They're known to be very well armed, and they're all brainwashed, right? That's the theory. Eraser replied, but I'm guessing you noticed there weren't that many here. I did. Arms responded, Crust now showing a huge frown. So, this was pointless. Not quite. Naomasa chimed in as he walked up to them, several officers behind him as they began handcuffing and dragging away the masked men. We shut this place down. That alone should slow down the Inner Demons operations. Aizawa glared at Naomasa at that comment, the detective giving a light shake of the head in response. Rolling his eyes. At this, Eraser began to walk out of the building, Crust glaring at the leaving figure. He needs to be more optimistic. We defeated villains tonight. That alone should be considered a great feat. Naomasa let out a chuckle at that. I don't think he's ever been optimistic in his entire life. The detective began to follow Aizawa at this, repressing a sigh as he thought about what this meant. He knew Eraser was right. They had gotten to the building just a few minutes after the heroes had charged in, only find themselves just fighting a few at a time. The masked men had fought like animals, just charging in with blades and guns, thinking they could just fight with those weapons and no quirks. Instead, they got ran over by the group of heroes here, only to find that the warehouse was barely filled with the masked goons. All in all, they cleared out the place in under half an hour. That alone made Naomasa nervous, because he knew this meant only one thing. Whatever Spider-Man was doing, that was probably where most of the Inner Demons were. Izuku had never really realized till now just how fast web-swinging could be. He had tested his speed with it before, but nothing like this. His mind told him it was probably the adrenaline, the body pumping as he tried to get every bit of speed possible. Granted, he had done car chases before, but they had always been small, as he quickly caught up to the car. However, the vehicle he was chasing had a head start, something that thankfully wasn't too much thanks to it being a semi. Still, he had to admit that the swinging did make it easy to traverse a city, allowing him to switch streets on the fly, as he could just zip over rooftops with ease. And he also felt he should record in his notebook that he should teach himself a bit of park hour later. But as he did this, he fired another web line before glancing down at the tracker, seeing the vehicle was still ahead of him. It was also nighttime, making vision harder despite the many city lights. And as he did this, he glanced back up and saw a certain giant semi a few blocks away. It was armored on its sides, but still sleek looking. There it is. And if I'm right, Mr. Lee should be in that semi. I hope. I didn't actually see him get into it, but there wasn't any other moving vehicles. He thought as he did a low swing, "You can do this, Izuku. You can do this." He then fired 2 web lines, slingshotting himself to the top of the semi. And as he hit the roof, he did a small roll, making a clanging noise. As he did this, his spider sense rang out, only to hear the sound of a door being opened. Oh boy! He glanced over the side and saw that the back door of the semi was now moving. Not this time. I'm not fighting another army of thugs coming out of a semi. Izuku fired a web line at the edge of the roof and leapt off, doing a spin in midair as 2 thugs glanced up and saw the vigilante now about to swing right into the semi. "Web swing kick," he yelled as he moved both legs into the thugs, knocking them back. The 2 collided into a mountain of boxes, Izuku landing inside the truck. It was here he noticed that the 2 masked men were the only ones inside, the sight making him blink. "Here. There's only you 2. That's nice, yet disappointing," Izuku commented before firing 2 globs of webbing, sticking both to the truck floor. They began to yell at him, the teen just shaking his head before walking past them. "Let's see what you got back here. Maybe it'll help me figure out what's going on with Mr. Lee," he commented as he opened one of the boxes. There, his eyes went wide as he saw it was filled with cash. Even more money. How much does Mr. Lee need? He began to open the other boxes, finding a few had weapons, others had money, and a few had stashes of liquid containers. "Is this trigger? I know it's a quirk-enhancing drag according to what I've looked up. Did they make this, or did they steal it from Tombstone?" And as he inspected the box, the sound of footsteps above him suddenly rang out. Izuku glanced back and saw the thugs were still webbed up, but he also saw that the truck was still moving. Right. Got distracted. He thought before closing his eyes, turning invisible. He then began to crawl up the semi's walls, soon slithering up its ceiling as he made his way back outside. The teen raised his head out of the semi at this, only to go wide-eyed again. On that truck's roof was Martin Lee, the man still showing the inverted color scheme as he had earlier. The sight made Izuku's invisibility stop, the sight of the man shocking the teen as he saw Lee now stare down at his head peeking out of the truck. "The spider," Lee remarked before gesturing to a sheathed katana in his right hand. Hi," Izuku muttered out before crawling onto the semi's roof, slowly standing up as Lee put his hand on the katana's handle. Seeing this, Izuku flashed both palms at the man. "Wait." Lee gripped the handle, but didn't pull out the blade. Instead, he just glared at the teen as Izuku slowly asked, "Can I ask you something?" Lee's eyes narrowed at this. "What?" Izuku stuttered out, only to feel his mind go blank. "Come on, Izuku, don't just freeze up. You got to know why he's doing this. Ask him." He took a deep breath before asking, "I just have no." "Why?" Lee tilted his head at this. "Why?" "Yeah," Izuku exclaimed, not meaning to raise his voice. "I mean, why do this, Lee? Why? Why be a villain? You run feast, don't you? You made that to help others." He raised his hands up, gesturing them. "Why do all this? Why hurt people and run this weird masked gang?" And as Izuku's voice got louder and louder, Lee just stood there. He stared directly at Izuku, as if looking into his soul before slowly responding. "I see. You seem to misunderstand something, Spider." "Misunderstand?" Lee did the smallest of nods before saying, "Indeed. You see, I am not Martin Lee, you're not." "What?" Izuku muttered. "What are you talking about?" "Of course you're Martin Lee." Lee shook his head. "I am not. You see, Lee and we are 2 sides of the opposite coin. He is the positive of our being." "The positive?" Izuku slowly replied, his mind now racing. "He's not Mr. Lee. But I saw him transform. I saw him turn into this weird photonegative thing." "Wait." He said there are 2 sides. Is Mr. Lee possessed or something? Is it his quirk?" The teen did a slight shake of the head before asking, "If you're not Lee, who are you?" "I am the true Lee. The one that will accomplish everything he cannot. To do what he cannot. That is my purpose. He responded, only to pull out the katana from its sheath. I am the one that will cleanse this world of the evil I seek to destroy. As he said this, Izuku felt his body tense up, clenching his fists as he saw Lee point the blade at him. As for myself, call me Mr. Negative. And in that moment, a black and white energy poured off the sword, more than anything Izuku had ever seen from the masked goons. Lee then twirled the blade once before throwing the sheath away. And now, I will destroy you. Izuku's body shifted at this, his tightened fists raising up from his sides as his mind began to race, cleanse an evil. But what would dash? That thought made his brain go back to the hidden room, one word hitting his mind, his mouth opening at the same time, Do you mean the Kingpin? Mr. Negative's eyebrows slightly raised at this, only for him to respond, I am surprised you know of him. However, he is but one of many I must eliminate. Though Lee couldn't see it, Izuku blinked at the response, one of many. He felt his fists tighten again. Then why be a villain, Lee? Why commit all these crimes? Lee let out a low chuckle at that. You are naive, Spider. In order to win this battle, one must fight fire with fire. That is the way of a demon. A flare of black and white energy surged out of the man's katana as he added, and that is my way. The way of Mr. Negative. He then pointed the blade at the vigilante. I won't let you interfere anymore. As the leader of the inner demons, I will cut you down. And as he declared this, Izuku felt his body tense again, his eyes staring at the man before him. The very sight made his mind say, I have to fight him. I don't think I have a choice. Lee then pointed the sword away, the blade now horizontal and just at the man's belt. As such, the energy flowing out of it looking like a shade of smoke that began to cover Lee's face. The sight made it look like a black and white mask, one more demonic than any of the thugs under him. Seeing this, Izuku's eyes narrowed as he slowly got into a fighting stance, only for his quirk analysis part of his brain to go into overdrive. I see. Mr. Lee did say his quirk is a villain quirk. I don't know what his quirk is, but it's like I'm looking at some sort of inner demon inside of Mr. Lee. Of what I saw before, the quirk does seem to do some kind of brainwashing element. Does that mean it brainwashes him as well? At that thought, Izuku slightly shook his head. Focus, Izuku. If that's really the case, I'll just have to find a way to save him, even if it means fighting him. Okay, Mr. Negative. If you're not Lee, I'm gonna beat you out of him. I will save him from you. Izuku declared as electricity surged around his hands. The declaration just made the villain laugh. Save him. Ha! You foolish child. He pointed the blade at Izuku again. Did you not hear me before? I am the true Lee. Izuku shook his head. No. You're just some monster inside of him. And I'll find a way to save him. Electricity crackled off him as he got down into a crouched position. Let's go. Lee just smirked at that before swinging his katana, an energy wave flying out of it a split second later. Spider sent screaming at him. Izuku quickly leapt over the attack, glad his spider strength gave him a boost to his jumping. And as he landed from dodging the first blow, Lee moved the blade at Izuku, the teen sidestepping away from it. Izuku then spun around and swung a kick up to Lee's face, only for the villain to raise an arm and block the blow. Seeing this, Izuku hopped back, dodging another sword swipe from Lee at the same time. But as he got back into a position, he saw that the back of his feet were at the end of the semi. Shoot! Already about to lose my footing. He glanced back at Lee, seeing a burst of energy surge from his katana. I gotta be careful here. I don't want to get hit by that giant energy wave thing that he did back at the hideout. Lee then swiped the blade again, firing another energy wave. Izuku leapt over it as well, only for Lee to move his blade upward, firing a second wave at the airborne teen. Spider-Sense screamed at him at this, Izuku quickly firing a web line at the semi-roof, yanking himself down to dodge the wave. His body hit the roof and did a roll, getting back onto his feet as he moved an electrified fist at the villain. Venom punch. He yelled, only for Lee to hop back, avoiding the blow before moving the blade at Izuku again. But as he did this, Izuku just sidestepped again, dodging the sword. This was followed by Lee swinging the blade again and again, 𝐒𝐿 backpedaling as he tried to evade each attack, no energy waves coming out this time. And as this happened, 𝐒𝐿 tried to point his wrist at Lee, firing a glob of webbing at the man's face, only for Lee to swipe it away with a flick of his sword before moving it at 𝐒𝐿 again. The two began a dance at this, Lee swinging his sword in precise movements as 𝐒𝐿's spider sense kept yelling at him. Improvising was taking over the Vigilante again, feeling the same adrenaline he felt dodging the hero killer. But despite this, he felt himself hesitating, his eyes staring straight at Lee as the man continued to try and hit the teen. There wasn't much killing intent from him, or at least compared to the hero killer. Instead, 𝐒𝐿 felt nothing but raw power coming from the villain. As if he was fighting an intelligent animal compared to the raving crazed hero killer. But as this happened, 𝐒𝐿 found that every dodge wasn't enough. Lee kept nicking him, the energy coming off the blade just scratching the teen as he danced around the villain. Not only that, every energy wave that shot of the blade collided with the nearby buildings and cars, 𝐒𝐿 hearing the sounds of the few vehicles at night exploding and honking at the still-moving semi as it passed through red light after red light. Damage was happening all around him, the teen finding himself unable to stop the slowly increasing destruction as he dodged another move, only to swing a punch at the villain that Lee quickly hopped back to evade. "You will not beat me, Spider," Lee remarked as energy flared off his blade, "you cannot even touch me." And as he said that, Lee slashed at 𝐒�'s chest, the very tip of the blade drawing 𝐵𝐿𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 yelped as the blow slightly sliced open his costume. It was just a nick, but the teen felt it. The Vigilante was heavily breathing now, feeling the pressure of everything he had already done tonight now hitting his body. Despite this, he didn't reply, instead backpedaling 1 foot before firing another shot of webbing at the villain. Lee just spun his blade in front of himself, blocking the webs before feeling something hit his feet. He glanced down to see 𝐒𝐿 had webbed them to the semi's roof, Lee quickly slashing the blade at the webs. But as the webs were cut down, another web line hit the katana, only for Lee to feel a sudden yank. "Gimme that!" 𝐒𝐿 roared as he pulled the blade out of Lee's hands. The villain stumbled for a second at this, 𝐒� catching the blade before throwing it off the semi. "No!" Lee yelled as he saw his katana now hit the street behind 𝐒�, clanging and bouncing on the asphalt. "Sorry, but just like I told your masked goons, when I'm around, it's a no-sharp deadly weapon zone," 𝐒� declared before electricity charged out of his right arm. "This ends here." Venom punch. And as he charged at Lee, the villain just raised his hand at the incoming blow. He caught the electrified fist, the electricity surging through his body. But as he caught it, 𝐒� felt he couldn't pull his hand away, only to see black and white energy pour out of Lee's hand. And into 𝐒�'s fist. "What are you doing?" "Giving you a new perspective." Mr. Negative spat as 𝐒� saw the energy now cover his fist. But as 𝐒� saw this, he suddenly felt a headache coming on, as if something was hammering away at his head. And as this happened, his spider sense let out a scream, 𝐒� feeling like his brain flicked on a SWCH as he suddenly charged in more electricity than he had ever done before into his fist. "You're..." Lee yelped as the electricity zapped his hand, making him let go of 𝐒�'s fist. The two both stumbled back, 𝐒� flicking his hand up and down as Lee just gripped his hand. "How did you dash?" Lee glanced back up at 𝐒�, the teen now flexing his hand before glaring back at the villain. You resisted the negative." "The negative?" 𝐒� blurted out. Lee's eyes narrowed in response as energy began to pour out of his hands again. "It seems I underestimated you. I see now why my demons were having such trouble with you." "Demons? You mean your goons?" "Yes," Lee replied before holding up his palm, the sight making 𝐒� flinch. "Danger. Oh!" 𝐒� muttered out as energy began swirl around Lee's hand. "Die Spider," he roared as a giant blast of energy shot out of his hand, instantly consuming everything around 𝐒�. Boom! An explosion rocked the back of the semi, slightly contorting the end of its roof as Lee fell to one knee. He stared at the energy blast he had just made, the blast having knocked Spider-Man off the vehicle. The teen hit the road, rolling on the concrete as the semi kept moving. And as Izuku came to a stop, his eyes were closed as he felt nothing but pain rack his entire body. This was followed by him feeling the ground shake, as if giant footsteps were rocking the street he was laying on now. The vigilante slowly opened his eyes at this, seeing nothing but a blur as he tried to glance around. "Ooh," he ummed, his hands rubbing the hard pavement before glancing up. The semi Lee was on had vanished, as it had already taken a turn down another street. "My head. It hurts. Everything hurts." Izuku barely thought as he tried to get up, only to feel his knees buckle in pain. No. Move, Izuku. Move." His head slowly looked up at this, only to see another sight. The source of the giant footsteps was now in the distance, as he now saw Mount Lady running down a street with Kamu Woods and Edgeshot on her shoulders. "The lurkers," he mentally commented before trying to get onto his feet again. "They must be going after Lee." He then looked down at his hands, seeing the collision with the pavement had ripped up the gloves, but the healing factor was slowly starting its process. His web shooters were fine though. And with a long deep breath and one big push, he stood up. Taking a long deep breath, he clutched his side before telling himself, "I gotta go help. Gotta stop Mr. Naga. He slightly shook his head. "No. Mr. Lee, gotta help. Mr. Lee." With that, he pointed his web shooters at a nearby building and fired, yanking himself back into the air. And as he began web swinging, he felt his body clench up, but ignored the pain as he knew he had to do one thing. He had to keep going. "There's the target," Kamu announced as Mount Lady chased down what looked like to be a slightly damaged semi. "Look." Kamu pointed to the insides of the semi, the two other heroes barely able to see the duo of webbed-up thugs inside the vehicle under the night sky. They then saw Mr. Negative standing on top of the semi, the man just staring at them. "I don't understand. We were told Spider-Man would be part of this. He's obviously been here, but where is he?" "That doesn't matter. Whomever is on that roof must be a villain. He certainly looks the part with that energy quirk coming out of his hands," Edgeshot declared as he put two fingers up to his forehead. "Mount Lady, try to stop the vehicle. Me and Kamu will subdue the villain." "Got it," Mount Lady replied as she kept running after the semi. "I'll go first. Throw me," Kamu exclaimed as he leapt down into Mount Lady's palm, the giant woman throwing the hero a second later. He then shot out a barrage of wood over the truck as he landed on the roof, Lee just watching as the branches quickly move into him, the wood instantly wrapping around his chest and arms. Kamu slightly hesitated at this, surprised he was able to easily grab the villain. That is, till Lee just flicked his hand and had it grab the branches now wrapped around him. The branches instantly turned black, Kamu's eyes slightly widening before he tried to pull the wood back. But as he did this, he suddenly felt Lee gripping the wood he had used to tie the villain up with, only for every bit of those branches to turn jet black. The brown color of wood began to turn more and more black, the color soon consuming every bit of wood as Kamu tried to pull away, only for the black part to reach his arm. And it went up to his face. "What are you? I'm giving you a new perspective." Lee interrupted as Kamu let out a scream as the black energy consumed him, the other heroes gasping. It had all happened in just a few seconds, the other heroes yelling, "Kamu!" But as they screamed this, Mount Lady trying to go even faster, the branches wrapped around Lee instantly went limp before going back into Kamu. The hero was now glowing black and white as Lee smiled at the sight. He then pointed at the other members of the lurkers and said, "Kill the heroes." "Yes, Mr. Kamu responded as he spun around and fired a barrage of wood at both. The branches instantly hit Mount Lady, pushing her back as Edgeshot leapt off the giant woman, dodging the attack. "Ack! Kamu!" Lady yelped as the branches instantly wrapped around her and began to constrict. Mount Lady!" Edgeshot gasped before glaring back at the hero now attacking her. "Kamu! What are you doing?" Kamu responded by firing another volley of lumber at Edgeshot, the ninja hero instantly turning into string to dodge the attack. As he did this, Kamu leapt off the semi as he continued to constrict Mount Lady, Edgeshot then folding his body as he zipped himself down one of Kamu's branches. But as he was about to reach Kamu, the hero summoned a barrier of wood, stopping the hero before he folded his body as he avoided another attack of branches. Blast it! Snap out of it, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 yelled as he wrapped around another branch before slamming a foot into 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺's head, knocking the hero back. The blow made him loosen his grip on 𝐿 slightly, causing her to flex out her arms, breaking through the lumber. Rah! She roared as she got free, only to glance down and see 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 fire another branch that smacked 𝐒𝐻𝐿 in the head. Her eyes slightly widening at this, she pulled back a fist. Sorry 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺, but this is for your own good. She moved a fist straight down at the wood hero, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 quickly creating a shield of lumber around his whole body as the fist slammed into it. The branches began to crack and break at the attack, 𝐻𝐿 getting back up as he exclaimed, "Good. Keep him like that, Mount Lady." He then began to fold his body, turning into a strand of string as he zipped into the wood barrier, quickly slithering through the cracks. And as this happened, Lee had watched the start of the fight against 𝐒𝐿 from the fleeing semi with a smirk before it took another turn, the sight vanishing before his eyes. It seems I have both won and lost this day. I lost my hideouts. But these heroes will no longer bother me. Including that vigilante Spider-Man. There is no way he survived that blast. He commented before spinning around, "A shame I lost my blade. But I suppose I can always get another." Lee began dusting off his suit, tugging at it for a second before spinning around. He slowly walked up the roof, the smirk on his face turning into a grin. But that smile would not last, as the sound of something landing on the semi made him glance back, only to see a certain vigilante known as Spider-Man. Part of his costume was ripped up, especially his gloves and a rip down the chest. Despite this, the mask was still intact along with the hoodie, and the teen was now in a crouched fighting stance. How are you still alive? You took that blast head on. It should have killed you. Lee yelped as energy surged around his hands, both tensing up into fists. Sorry, but I have a lot of experience when it comes to explosion quirk users. Izuku replied as electricity appeared around his hands. Ready for round 2. Or is it 3 now? It is the final. You will die here, Spider. Mr. Negative replied as his hand swayed from fist to open palm as he pointed it at Izuku. Not this time, the teen yelled as he pointed his wrist and fired. Webbing instantly hit the palm as he yanked it, Lee's hand being pulled upward before energy began to burst out of it. But before it could become the giant energy attack like before, Lee grabbed the webbing with his other hand, all that energy now going through that one as he burned the webbing off of him. And as this happened, Izuku charged at him with an electric surging fist. Venom punch! He roared as he moved the jab right at Lee, only for the villain to sidestep, dodging the attack as Izuku went past him. The teen almost stumbled, quickly getting his footing as he spun around to see Lee about to throw a punch at him. Danger! Spider Sense blared at this, Izuku now backpedaling as he shifted his head to the right, barely dodging the fist. This was followed by 2 more punches, Izuku quickly sidestepping as he just stayed a hair ahead of Lee, only for a 4th jab to hit Izuku in the face. Lee began a 5th swing at this, Izuku raising a hand to catch the fist. And as he caught it, Lee slammed a fist into the teen's stomach, making Izuku clench up. Weak! Lee hissed as he hit Izuku in the stomach again. He then pulled a fist back, energy surging around it as he was about to move it into Izuku's face. But as he did this, the teen Spider Sense screamed at him before raising a palm right up to the fist. And as he caught this, Lee felt his fist suddenly get zapped as Izuku surged electricity through. You're... Lee stumbled back at this, only to feel Izuku's fist smack his face, then a 2nd jab. And as Izuku moved a 3rd punch, Lee backpedaled, dodging the blow before trying to throw another punch. Spider Sense yelling at him, Izuku ducked under the jab, only to evade 2 more. He could feel this Spider Sense guiding him, now getting just a split second ahead of the villain. And as they did this dance of evasion, the semi began to take a long turn. At the same time, Lee's fists began to surge with black and white energy again. Izuku felt his Spider Sense scream at this, knowing this meant only one thing. Lee was about to do another giant energy attack, making the teen flinch as he hopped back to the end of the semi. Seeing this, the villain pointed his palm at the vigilante. Fool! Now you die. Energy began to swirl into the palm, 𝐒𝐿 staring at it as the attack that had almost killed him twice was about to happen again. But as it was about to come of the villain, 𝐒𝐿 fired 2 web lines upward. And yanked. The teen was moved right up, the energy blast surging out of Lee just as 𝐒𝐿 pulled himself skyward. He felt himself curl up, doing a flip as the energy wave went right under his feet. And as 𝐒𝐿 glanced back down to the still-moving semi, he saw the blast hit the street, hitting several cars and building, ripping them apart before looking back at Lee. And then he saw the villain on one knee, letting out a long heavy breath. That attack. It takes a lot out of him. He pointed his wrist down at the semi, this is my chance. Thwip. As the webbing hit the truck, the vigilante yanked himself right down onto the vehicle. Landing in a crouched position, Lee glanced up to see as he saw the teen rush up to him. He tried to lift his arms over his face, trying to put up his guard, but it was too late. Venom punch. 𝐒𝐿 roared as an electrified fist slammed into Lee's face, making him scream out in pain. Lee was knocked right off his feet, only for 𝐒𝐿 to fire a web line into the villain's chest and yank him back. 𝐒𝐿 followed this with another punch, this one without electricity, Lee's back hitting the semi's roof a second later. Webs covered his body next, Lee's hands surging with energy as they instantly ripped through the webs, only for 𝐒� to fire more and more down on him. Stay down. Please stay down. 𝐒� yelled as kept firing webbing at him. But as he did this, Lee continued to rip through the webbing with hands, only to hear a pest. The noise made both freeze up, 𝐒� grimacing under his mask as he yelped, "Oh, come on. Spider!" Lee screeched as his energy-surging hands ripped through webbing again, now pulling out his arms as he began to rip up the webbing covering his chest. Thankfully, his legs were fully webbed up, giving 𝐒� the time he needed to SWCH webbing cartridges. And as he refilled the webbing, his spider sense blared as he looked back at Lee as he pointed his palm at him, energy pouring out of it. Die! The palm began to glow white, about to fire the energy blast as 𝐒� stared at it. And in that split second, 𝐒� pointed his wrist at the hand and fired a strand of webbing. The web hit just as the energy began to flow, only for the teen to yank at it, causing him to fire the energy to the side, just missing the vigilante. This ends now. 𝐒� yelled as he let go of the webs, electricity surging through his right hand. He leapt at Lee just as he lifted his other palm at the vigilante, but it was too late. In that split second, 𝐒� grabbed his shoulder, lightning surging through the palm into the villain. Yewa! Lee screamed as the electricity surged through his whole body, 𝐒� grabbing the other shoulder as more and more lightning pumped through. But as he did this, Lee grabbed his shoulders, black and white energy now going through his hands as he zapped 𝐒�. Ah! 𝐒� cried as he closed his eyes for a second, only to squeeze them open a second later, now seeing Lee glare at him, electricity flying off his body as 𝐒� kept zapping him. It felt as if both were pulling and pushing at the same time, the duo screaming as they kept trying to knock the other out with their strongest power. And as the seconds passed, black and white energy began to crawl off 𝐒�'s shoulders, slowly going up to his face. The energy was about to go right up to 𝐒's brain. And then it happened. Darkness filled 𝐒's vision, everything around him turning black and white. The semi they were on, his costume, the buildings they were passing by, all of them turned black and white. What did you do? 𝐒� muttered out, not noticing his bioelectricity sputtering out as he saw Lee now grinning. You are now in my domain, he laughed, only for 𝐒's eyes to go wide as he saw a pillar of blackish smoke rise out of the villain. It then formed a giant being, complete with a mask just like all the other thugs wore, though it was several times bigger. What in the dash? 𝐒� stuttered before glancing back at Lee, the two still locked as they gripped each other's shoulders. The teen's eyes shifted between the two, his mind now reeling, that giant thing. It's just like what I saw earlier. Is this thing Mr. Lee's inner demon or something? Is it warping his mind? You will now become mine, Spider. I now know how you resisted me before with your electricity power, but it won't work this time. Behold, my quirk, my inner demon, the negative. Lee exclaimed as 𝐒� looked back at him, now seeing a crazed grin on the villain's face. And as he stared at Lee as the giant masked monster behind him began to move, Izuku's eyes narrowed as he increased his grip on Lee. The villain slightly flinched at this, only to let out a roar, "Become mine, spider. I'm not yours or anyone else's." Izuku yelled as electricity began to flow through him again. "And I'll save you right now, Lee, yo." Lee yelped, his hands quickly shifting from Izuku's shoulders to the teen's arms. He then surged the energy from before into Izuku, making the vigilante let go. Seeing this, Lee then raised his leg and kicked Izuku in the stomach, making the teen stumble back for just a second. Before his spider sense screamed at him, Lee pointed a palm right at Izuku, energy swirling in it as Izuku glanced at him, pointed his wrist, and fired. The web line instantly hit Lee's chest just as the energy was about to come out of his palm, and with a mighty yank, he pulled the villain off his feet. "No, wait," Lee tried to say as Izuku pulled back a fist. "Venom uppercut." Izuku roared as he slammed his electrified fist into Lee's chin. And as the blow connected, the black and white world around Izuku instantly disappeared. He blinked at the sight, only to look down in front of him. Lee's entire form was now laying on the semi's roof, completely and utterly knocked out. He took a deep breath at this, and pointed his wrist at the villain. A second later, webbing covered the man. I did it," Izuku thought before glancing back up and seeing that the semi was still moving, only for its horn to suddenly ring out. Blinking at this, the teen quickly ran up to the front and glanced down through the front window, now seeing the thug driving the truck face down on the vehicle's wheel, looking like he was unconscious. "Did me taking out Mr. Lee knock him out too? If that's the case, I'd better stop this thing." The teen crawled over to the driver's door and yanked it open with his spider strength, glancing down to the pedals. "I think this one is the brake." Thwip. Webbing covered the brake as the truck began to rapidly come to a stop, almost yanking Izuku off the side. And as it came to a complete stop, Izuku climbed back onto the roof and stared down at the still knocked out Mr. Negative. He was still in the photo-negative form, the sight just confusing the poor teen. "Mr. Lee, why did you do all this? I still don't understand." He glanced down at his hands, seeing they were still red and scratched up from the earlier asphalt tumble. I still solve anything. Should I have not fought him? Was this even a good idea?" He flexed his hands, feeling a tinge of pain. Did I even do anything to help him? That thought made the teen feel like a hole had just appeared in his stomach. As such, the teen went back to staring at the villain, his mind going over question after question. And not a single answer. He had never felt more clueless. And as these thoughts flowed through his mind, a rumbling sound cut him out of thoughts. Izuku spun around and now saw a certain giant woman a few blocks away. The lurkers. He looked back at Lee one last time. "Mr. Lee, just what were you trying to do?" And with that thought, he put his hand in his hoodie and pulled out a small card and pencil. Maybe this is all a useless Deku like me is good for." A few written words later, the teen was gone. Turning invisible and swung away, what was left was what looked like several scorched streets and overturned cars, along with a stopped semi with 3 knocked-out masked thugs, and 1 unmasked villain fully webbed up on top. That was the sight the lurkers were greeted with, confusion on all 3 faces. And as Izuku got home, he found his mother asleep. It looked like she had tried to wait for him, only to fall into the land of dreams anyways. The sight didn't make Izuku show any emotion though. Instead, he stepped out of his costume, several tears slightly growing in his eyes before flopping onto the bed, instantly passing out. A certain man's footsteps were almost silent as he walked down an alleyway, eyes glancing back and forth. He had been following the action for some time in a slow pace. After all, he knew exactly what he was looking for. A grin appeared on his face as he walked through another alley, only to come to a stop. "Bingo," he whispered to himself as he leaned down and picked up something on the ground. His grin widened as he stared at the object, a katana with BLD on the tip. Putting his hand in his pocket next, he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. A second later, a voice responded as the man said, "It's me." Another voice murmured through the phone, the man responding a second later, "Yes sir. You were right, and unfortunately, it's out of reach now." A grin shined on the man's face. "However, I believe I have something that will compensate."
He held up the katana at this, his eyes staring at the red liquid on its tip. "Trust me, you'll like what I just found." The week was now over. School was starting up again for UA, all its first-year students now coming back from their internships. To many, it was an informative week, to some it was challenging. For one in particular, it was a total waste of time, and for another, it was something they did not expect. In fact, they went into this week dreading it, only to come out beyond surprised. That one was Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He had gone into the week with his usual indrawn, aloof self, hiding the annoyance and hatred that he had for his old man. This was followed by his father repeatedly yelling at him, telling him to use his flames, saying that was the reason Bakugo easily beat him, and why there was burn marks all over Shoto's body now. But the teen didn't want to use those flames, ones he considered to be pure evil. No, he held nothing but hatred for his father, but only agreed to take his internship because he knew it was the best way to get experience. He still wanted to be a hero, something his mom had told him he could do. Though it didn't really help when he was constantly getting berated all the time. But that changed once the two of them went villain hunting. Specifically, the hero hunter. Shoto didn't ask or complain about it, as he knew it would be good experience despite going after something that was way out of his league. And as they went to Hosu, the duo soon found it being attacked by the monsters that he had seen at the USJ. This was followed by him helping the evacuation while his father beat the Nomyu, only for the attack to come to an abrupt end. And then they found the hero killer, who had been already beaten by a vigilante. Spider-Man. The teen didn't really know anything about him, all he remembered was hearing the class he was part of talk about it at lunch one day, but he didn't pay it any mind. Now, he was regretting that. For right after Spider-Man had beaten the hero killer, he talked back to Endeavor. No one talked back to his father. Even Shoto had a hard time doing it, and the vigilante just made fun of him to his face. Incredible. And this was followed by his father chasing after Spider-Man, losing him, and then went home furious. Spider-Man had made fun of his father and successfully evaded him. It was something Shoto didn't think was even possible. And that wasn't all. As for the rest of the week, the news kept going over and over the footage of the hero killer and Spider-Man, saying how he had done the hero's job. For Endeavor, his anger had no bounds. He lectured Shoto on the ride home about how vigilantes had ruined everything in an incident a few years back and how Spider-Man was no different. It was a story Shoto had never heard before, but after hearing it and what had happened that day, Shoto wished he had known about it sooner. He would have gone into vigilantism on the spot if this was what made his father this angry. Instead, the teen went to bed that night, pulled out his phone and spent some time looking up everything he could on the vigilante. He found that there wasn't much on him, but a forum known as the Spidey Squad had just been formed a few days ago. The teen instantly signed up for it, making him a Spidey fan on the site. He then looked up to see if there was any merchandise, only to find nothing. At least, in terms of what he could buy online without his father knowing. He might be able to find something local though, but it would have to be later. As such, Shoto found Endeavor growling at the news all week long while trying to train Shoto and do small patrols, only to see the vigilante on even more news, along with the hero killer proclaiming the word hero holds no meaning anymore or something like that. But that stuff with the hero killer didn't really interest Shoto. And as the week came to an end, Shoto knew what he wanted to do when he got back to school. He wanted to ask his classmates what they knew about Spider-Man. Naomasa let out a long sigh as he walked down a hallway. He rubbed his eyes at this, having just woken up from a small nap after the crazy ending of last night. Though he would admit that the ending was the worst part of that night as well. It began when him and Aizawa had finished locking down the hideout that Death Arms, Crust and Xless had helped take out. That event was fine, mainly because they captured everything, not a single member of the inner demons getting away. It was the few minutes after that was the issue. For after him and Aizawa had got back to Naomisa's car, an officer rang out on the scanner, saying the lurkers were in pursuit of something. Sharing a glance with the underground hero, the two quickly drove off. This was followed by them driving through the city, only to come to a stop when they found the lurkers stuck in a street, fighting each other. The sight made them raise eyebrows before getting out to figure out what was going on, only for the fight to come to a stop.
This was followed by the lurkers trying to repeat their earlier chase, only for them to find a semi with several webbed-up people on the vehicle. The trio of heroes told the detective what had happened next, saying the villain had somehow brainwashed 𝐭𝐻𝐽 Woods and the two had to try and contain him. Aizawa then used his quirk on 𝐭𝐻𝐽, but found it did nothing, making them conclude the quirk had already lost its effects on the pro-hero. After that, they investigated the semi, now finding even more money, drags and weapons. That and on the roof was the villain behind it all, a man none of them recognized. It wasn't till they had him cuffed with quirk nullifying HNDCFFS and hauled off to the station that they found out that it was a man named Martin Lee. His profile showed him as a philanthropist, one who had made an organization to help the needy. This information was the final straw for Aizawa, as he said he was sick of all the irrational stuff the last few hours had done and told he'd help Naomasa with the case after a nap and a day of classes. Naomasa was fine with this, but also found himself in a standstill. For when they picked up Martin, they found a note from Spider-Man that said, "This may sound strange, but please go easy on him. I believe there's still good within him. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." That note was something he had read over and over as he finished his walk down that hallway and opened a door, glancing inside to see Martin Lee cuffed to a makeshift hospital bed with quirk nullifying HNDCFFS on him. The man had been unresponsive since they found him, but his injuries weren't bad. Nothing life-threatening, just some broken bones. This was then followed by the police chief telling him that the Hero Commission is now repeatedly asking every day when the Spider-Man case is going to be solved. He told him that they're going to start really breathing down the police's neck soon, and Naomasa has to figure out something. However, the detective had a feeling that this was just the beginning. "Tough night, here," chimed in a voice, making Naomasa turn to see it was cat-headed 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐽. "Oh yeah." Naomasa sighed as he shook his head, "Not sure if I can take it anymore, honestly." "That bad?" 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐽 asked with a tilted head. "You know, you could just tell the chief you need a break." Naomasa tried to say, only to look back at Lee before glancing down at the note from the crime scene, which was now just a photo on his phone as the real one had been placed into evidence. "I don't know 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐽. I don't know. I don't get how one vigilante is doing this much so quickly." He shut off the phone at this and put it back in his pocket. I get the feeling this is going to get even worse before it gets better." 𝐒𝐿 patted his back at that. "Come on, let's go talk to the chief and see if he can let you get some rest. You need it." Naomasa stared at him for a second, only to nod, "Thanks." Midnight had just walked into the teacher's lounge when she saw it. It was Aizawa's giant yellow sleeping bag, fully zipped up to signify the man was fast asleep inside. The sight made her shake her head, knowing that she should wake him, but she had also heard that he had a case literally last night. Seeing this, she left the room and waltzed over to the classroom for Class 1A, glancing inside with a big grin. However, the sight inside made her smile slowly change to a frown. In the classroom was only one student, Tenya Ida, who had a dead stare on his face. She had been given a rundown on what had happened to him over the internships, mainly over the hero killer and Spider-Man. She had been hearing a lot of stuff on that vigilante recently, mainly on the news of how he was doing the hero's jobs, the thought making her want to sigh. She was really hoping the students won't get attached to something like that. It was here that the other students began to file in. The relatively quiet ones were first, such as Todoroki and Shoji, the rest soon walking into the room. It wasn't until a certain blonde boy named Katsuki Bakugo walked in that things started to get loud. A few were laughing at his hair, which was a comb-over, the woman stifling a giggle as well. This was followed by the final student walking into the classroom, Okako Uraraka. She had a long frown on her face, and Midnight could see she was beat up and bruised despite hiding it under her clothes. But before she could ask what happened, the girl walked in and gasped, "Ida." The glasses-wearing boy turned to her, the girl showing a concerned frown. "Hey, you okay? I heard about what happened." Ida slowly replied at that, "I am unsure." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Uraraka responded as she sat down beside him. "Do you, wanna talk about it?" Ida stared at her for a second, only to glance away. I don't know." "What happened?" chimed in a voice, making Uraraka turn to see Mina and Tsuyu staring at them.
Oh, 𝐸𝐫 apparently fought the hero killer with Spider-Man last week. Uraraka responded, making Mina go wide-eyed while Tsuyu put her finger to her chin. Todoroki and Kirishima turned to them at this, both hearing the vigilante's name as she glanced back at 𝐸𝐫. Anyways, I just wanted to see if you were okay. I heard about what the hero killer did to your brother. I'm sorry about what happened. I will be fine. 𝐸𝐫 replied as he closed his eyes. My apologies. I'm still recovering. Uraraka nodded at this. I understand. She then put her hand on the teen's shoulder. Just know we're all here to help. 𝐸𝐫 glanced back up at her at this, now seeing Mina, Tsuyu and Kirishima also nod. And before he could thank them, Todoroki walked over and spoke up. 𝐸𝐫, could I ask you something? They all turned to him, surprised the usually quiet teen was asking for anything. The sight made a few others in the class glance over, including Katsuki. Sure. 𝐸𝐫 slowly responded. I know I was there at the end of the fight with the hero killer, but I never got to ask you, what was meeting Spider-Man like? Multiple students showed different reactions at this, Uraraka and 𝐸𝐫 showing surprise, Tsuyu just blinking at him while Mina and Kirishima whispered to each other. A few others in class began to murmur at this, only for Katsuki to speak up. Who? Almost all of the class turned to the blonde, the teen raising an eyebrow at the sudden stares as Kirishima said, Don't you know about Spider-Man, Bakubro? He's all over the news. No. And stop calling me that or I'll turn you into ash, you worthless extra. Katsuki growled, making Kirishima glare at him before he turned back to the others. Who the heck is Spider-Man? What, is he some hero that's been rising the ranks or something? Everyone was about to respond, but 𝐸𝐫 beat them to the punch as he pushed his glasses up his face. Spider-Man is a vigilante that has been making news recently. He is the reason why the sports festival we were part of had such low viewership, and he is the one that defeated the villain who hurt my brother, the hero killer. And as those words entered Katsuki's ears, he let out a cackle. But seriously? Wow. Then your brother must have been some loser. What did you just say? 𝐸𝐫 barked back, the teen now glaring at the explosive blonde. My brother is a great hero who took on a monster of a villain. Katsuki just leaned back in his seat and waved a hand. No, he's a total loser. If this so-called hero killer got beat by a vigilante, then he must have just been some F-rank villain. 𝐸𝐫 slammed a fist on his desk at that, his glare intensifying as he growled, he wasn't some F-rank villain. He was a monster. Yeah right. Katsuki spat as he stuck out his tongue. If some nobody vigilante can beat him, then this hero killer must have been a weakling. The teen then saw the glare he was getting from 𝐸𝐫 and now Todoroki staring at him, making him let out a scoff. Oh please, everyone knows vigilantes are losers that failed to become heroes. That means this Spider-Man is the same, just worthless trash. Over half the class was now staring at the blonde as he added, Wait. You said he's the reason the festival got low views. Why? What could some pathetic vigilante do to make that happen? He fought a gang war all by himself just outside of UA's doorstep. Todoroki instantly responded in a flat tone, everyone turning to him. Seriously? Bakugo sneered, You're joking, right? There's no way the media would rather talk about that instead of the festival. What, you think you're more important? Todoroki asked in a low voice. Yeah. Of course I am. Bakugo yelled as he stopped leaning back, I won the festival, didn't I? He pointed to himself, that makes it more important than some loser vigilante. 𝐸𝐫 opened his mouth to respond to this one, only for Todoroki to chime in again, I wouldn't speak lightly over Spider-Man. I've seen what he's done, and I know for a fact that he could easily beat you. Katsuki's face lit up at that, slamming his hand into his desk as an explosion came off his palm. What was that, half and half? Want me to roast you again like I did at the festival? He stood up and got right up into Todoroki's face. It'll only take me a second to beat a worthless endeavor wannabe like you. Ice began to form off Todoroki's side at that, his usual blank expression showing a hint of anger at the comment, only to see 𝐸𝐫 stand up as well. Explosions began to pop off Katsuki's hands at this, a vicious grin appearing on his face. You wanna go too? Come on then, you pathetic extras.
I'll kick both your dash stop. Kirishima yelled as he got between the three, don't start the day off with a fight. There's no need dash, shut it, extra. Katsuki spat as he grabbed Kirishima's shoulder and pushed him away, the boy stumbling into some chairs as Bakugo cricked his neck. These losers think they can take me, and I know I can beat them without trying. You. Ida growled, the rest of the class now staring at the three. Some were grimacing at the sight, teens like Hagakure, Yorozu, and Koda were all fidgeting. Tsuyu grabbed Uraraka's shoulder as she was about to try and interfere, the girl glancing back at the frog quirk user as Tsuyu shook her head. Mina had gone over to Kirishima, pulling him back to make sure he didn't just straight up attack Katsuki. The rest were all just watching, their eyes going back and forth between the two sides. And watching it all was Midnight, the teacher about to walk in, only for a hand to grab her side. She glanced back and saw it was Aizawa, a dead tired look in his eyes as he said, don't bother. But dash, forget it. It's not worth it. Aizawa grumbled as he let go of her and took out a cup of coffee from his sleeping bag. He took a sip as he added, I know what you're going to say, and the answer is no. I'm not doing anything about Bakugo. Seriously. Shouter, despite how much I disagree with your love for expulsions, you have to admit you need to do something about Bakugo. She pointed to the classroom as Bakugo leaned up closer to Todoroki's face, did not see the festival and the battle trials. I watched the footage, and the injuries he gave to Aomar and Uraraka in the trials were terrible. Aizawa just stared blankly away from her at this, making the woman groan, Shouter. I know Nezu told you to do something about him. Aizawa rolled his eyes, I'm not doing a thing. He has the most potential, the best grades and the best control of his quirk. The rest should be expelled instead. They have no drive and don't take heroics seriously. Midnight shook her head at this, they're just kids, Shouter. You know your expulsion method doesn't always work. You need to dash, it works. Aizawa grumbled before sighing, unfortunately, the internships had some consequences, which of course were related to this stupid case I'm part of. The man put a hand to his face and pinched his temple, stupid Spider-Man. I can't believe I lost so much sleep over a bunch of dead ends and pointless villain fights. Shouted anyways, Aizawa interrupted, if I expel them right now, they might think it's because of the internships going wrong instead of them realizing why they're expelled. He turned to her with a glare, my method works. If they think they're just allowed to be heroes because they can beat up a bunch of toys in the entrance exam and win a few festival games against a bunch of other incompetent kids, they don't deserve to be here. He let out a low growl as he began to move around her, get to your class, Kiyoma. I have work to do. Midnight shook her head at this before sighing and walking away as Aizawa entered the classroom doorframe. And as he did this, Katsuki continued to pop tiny explosions in his palms, oh yeah, 4 eyes. I bet you learned nothing over your internships. Heck, I bet all of you didn't improve a bit because you're nothing but a bunch of worthless dash. Say another word and you're expelled, interrupted a voice, everyone turning to see Aizawa. Get to your seats. Now. You're wasting time, which is irrational, and I will expel all of you for it. Katsuki growled at the teacher at that, Ida and Todoroki spinning around and quickly taking their seats. As they did this, Uraraka watched her classmates sit down with a long frown on her face. Most were wearing frowns just like hers, the sight making her feel even more uneasy as her teacher made an announcement, stating they would be getting a new student. A minute later, the Gen Ed kid that made third in the festival, Shinso Hitoshi, walked into the room. And as he was introduced, she slumped back into her seat as a single thought went through her head, I wonder how everyone else's internships went. Naomisa's eyes creaked open, his mouth letting out a long yawn. He slowly got out of his desk chair, having just finished a small cat nap. He rubbed his face as he walked out of his office, only for another officer to walk up to him just as he closed the door. Naomisa! The voice exclaimed, Naomisa turning to see it was his old partner Izo Tanuma. Hey Tanuma, Naomisa replied, what's up? Got more info on your case? Tanuma chuckled as he gestured to him a folder. Naomisa took it, opening it as Tanuma commented, gotta say, you take on the craziest cases. Anyways, that's the report on that other location you had that other team go to a few hours ago. Looks like that vigilante got there before us as well.
I see. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 muttered as he began reading several pages. So the inner demons also had that building and the officers found them webbed up and half the place was coated in gasoline. Yep. 𝐻𝐼𝐵 nodded. Looks like they were trying to get rid of all their stuff, but Spider-Man stopped them. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 let out a long sigh as he closed the folder in one quick motion. Figures. 𝐻𝐼𝐵 shined a small smile at this. He had been 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵's partner for a long time, and even though they didn't work together that much anymore, he knew the man well. It had been a while since he had seen 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 that frustrated. The case that bad? No. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 shook his head. I think it is. 𝐻𝐼𝐵 chuckled before slinging an arm over 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵's shoulders. Come on, let's go get a cup of coffee. I've been out of town for the past week or so you can update me on everything and maybe I can help you out. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 stared at the man for a second, seeing his usual casual smile before nodding. Okay. Just don't expect too much. This case is honestly so crazy that I don't know where to fully start. We'll start with a cup, simple as that. The sound of a liquid pouring into a bottle could barely be heard as a chalk white hand handled a small jug of whiskey. A long sigh escaped the man's breath as his eyes stared at the drink. And after another few seconds of pouring, he stopped the flow and put the jug down, taking a sip later. Still not enough. He grumbled as his ears picked up the sound of footsteps behind him. What? He asked without turning around. Phone call, boss. The thug replied with a gulp. Is it him? Yes, boss. The thug muttered out. Figures. The man spun around at this, revealing a frowning tombstone as he took the phone out of the thug's hand. What do you want? I already got you the shipment, and my boys are loading up another batch right now. Now, the boss didn't want me to call you about that, replied the phone, making Tombstone sigh as he heard the voice. Hammerhead. Tombstone growled, where's your boss? He's busy. And before you yell at me, I'm here to give you some good news. Hammerhead responded as Tombstone hissed into the phone. But as the thug on the other line began to talk, the long scowl on Tombstone's face began to disappear. Instead, his lips went into a neutral position as he raised an eyebrow. Really? Tombstone let out a small chuckle. Now that's a surprise. I know. Hammerhead added before switching to a deep gravely tone, but that's not all. The boss thinks things will start moving again. That's not my job. Tombstone grumbled. I know. That's why I'm calling instead of the boss. TCH. You mean that he just doesn't want to talk to me? Tombstone hummed before glancing back into the room, seeing a few thugs moving some boxes. All right. Tell your boss I got no interest in taking his stuff. I just want money, got it? The phone call ended a second later, Tombstone letting out a long hiss as he gave the device back to the thug, only to see an expectant face on the criminal. Deal's still good if you're wondering. In fact, things are even better now. 𝐻𝐼𝐵, boss. Tombstone chuckled and shook his head. Simple. Our buyer has a boy in the police, and they just said that the leader of the inner demons got caught by that Spider-Man guy. The villain got out of his seat at this and took a chug of whiskey. Looks like one bit of competition is out of our way. That's great, boss, the thug responded, only to see Tombstone's face go back to a scowl. Or is it? It ain't over. Tombstone grumbled as he took another swig of whiskey. Get the shipments ready. If the inner demons are gone, that means two things. Some new gang will probably appear, thinking our racket is an easy target. Or Spider-Man will start coming for us. And if it's number two, boss. Tombstone put the bottle down on the desk behind him. Then I'll break every bone in that bug's body. Uraraka sat down her tray of food slowly, inhaling a deep breath before taking out a pair of chopsticks. As she did this, she glanced up to see Tsuyu, Ida, Mina, and Kirishima all sit around her. But before any could say anything, Todoroki also sat down, right beside Ida. They turned to him, surprised the usually quiet boy was sitting here, as he preferred to be alone. And as they began to eat, Ida turned to Todoroki and asked, Todoroki, are you wishing for me to answer your earlier question? The teen nodded back, Ida taking a small breath before replying, well, I apologize, but I don't have too much to tell you. That's fine. I understand.
Todoroki responded. Before I begin, may I ask why the sudden interest? Todoroki slowly blinked at him, only to reply, let's just say, I was inspired by him. The group all went wide-eyed at this for a second, Tsuyu's eyes only slightly growing. And after a moment, Ida pushed his glasses up his nose before speaking up. To start, I only met him for just a few minutes. However, I must say in those few minutes, it was like watching a pro. The others all raised eyebrows at this except Todoroki, only for Ida to say, I had chased down the hero killer, only for him to beat me instantly. Everyone leaned in at this, surprised at Ida just admitting that as he continued, and then Spider-Man just jumped in and fought the hero killer with ease. He quickly got around all the hero killer's attacks as if he knew what to do, and yet he told me later in the fight he was improvising everything. Really? He improvised everything while fighting a killer. Kirishima chimed in, the group turning to him. What? Don't interrupt Kiri, it's rude. Mina added while nudging him. Sorry. Kirishima muttered out, only for Ida to chop his arm at him. It's fine. I understand your surprise. It's just, I didn't expect a vigilante to be so skilled. Ida crossed his arms at that. In fact, I keep thinking about what happened and it still feels unreal. Everyone shared a glance at this, only for Todoroki to ask, what's his quirk like? I saw online that people think he has several quirks. That's possible, Kero. Tsuyu added, I thought at most you could be born with his too. Todoroki nodded at that, I thought so too, but they think he has several. That or he uses a lot of different support equipment. Ida put his hand to his chin at this, I'm not sure about that one. It seemed he could cling to walls, he could shoot webbing out of his hands, and he was invisible at one point. And he had electric powers as well. Ida blinked at his own words, that does sound like multiple quirks, doesn't it? That or a lot of support equipment like Todoroki said, Kero. Tsuyu finished for him. That's gotta be it. Kirishima added, I mean, no one has that many quirks. Isn't it like impossible? And as Uraraka heard those words, she glanced back down at her arms, staring at the bruises. The sight made memories flow through her head before glancing up. Unaware Tsuyu was staring at her as Uraraka noticed a certain blonde man walking across the other side of the cafeteria. He looked like a skeleton, a bit of BLD dripping off his mouth as he grabbed a drink before leaving the cafeteria. You okay? Tsuyu chimed in, Uraraka turning to her. I'm okay. Just tired. Uraraka replied. You don't look it, Kero. Did something happen to you on your internship? Uraraka bit her lip at that, you could say that. She then saw Mina turn to her as well, making Uraraka glance away, sorry. It's fine, Kero. Tsuyu added, Uraraka looking back at her. Want to hear what happened to me on my internship? The brown-haired girl nodded back, the frog girl giggling before starting a small tale of her being at sea. Two pairs of eyes stared at the blade, the duo being a pair of men, one in a white lab coat while the other was in a formal suit. Both were cloaked in the shadows of the room, one of them taking out a small swiping device as he held it over the red liquid on the katana's tip. Excellent. To think we would get a sample of Spider-Man's BLD indeed. Perhaps now we can see if sirs. They turned to a third voice, another lab coat-wearing man racing into the room, the package. It's here. Two grins followed this, the one in the suit replying, I see. Bring it in. A few minutes later, a large cylinder container was wheeled into the room, its bottom part having a ton of wires dangling off it, all connected to a small generator. Inside the cylinder was a ton of glowing purple liquid. And a small jet-black creature inside. The being was utterly grotesque, just the ugliest thing the duo had ever seen. It also didn't look the least bit alive, though that was because it was missing an arm, had an exposed brain that was half sunk in and one of his eyes was just an empty hole. Yes. This is definitely the work of All for One. The suited man commented. And Garaki. It has his style. That man is never subtle despite how much he wants to think he is. The lab coat man added as he walked up to the cylinder, his eyes scanning the creature over. So this is a Nomu. Fascinating. And yet slightly disappointing, the suited man finished for him, though he did say this one was a failed prototype, correct? Indeed. The lab coat man sighed before spinning around, his eyes going back to the BLD-tipped blade on a nearby table. Let's just hope it's enough. I believe it will be. The suited man replied while scratching his chin, it seems All for One has been very busy. I wonder what he's doing right now if he's making creatures like this. Who knows, the lab coat man responded as he began to examine the BLD again. I suspect with him, it's probably related to All Might. He's always been obsessed with that clown. True, the suited man hummed as he stared at the 𝐻𝐻𝐽, the creature just floating in the cylinder without a single ounce of movement. At least we were able to convince him to give us this. I can't wait to see what we can make with it. Tomura Shigaraki let out the longest hiss he could as he sat on a bar stool, staring at the two that had just walked into the bar. He was already in a bad mood today, and this was about to make things a lot worse. Seriously, the white-haired man growled as he pointed at Jiran. This is all you could find. This. Burned-up chicken nugget. The scruffy smoking villain just shook his head at this as he pointed at the scarred-up man standing beside him. He's the first one of a few I found. Just give him a chance. Shigaraki hissed at Jiran before his eyes turned to the burnt man. Fine. Who are you then? Name's Darby, replied the villain. That's not a name. What's your real name? Shigaraki grumbled as he got off the bar stool he was sitting on. I'd rather not say. Darby responded, a trickle of flames appearing on the back of his hand. He walked up to Shigaraki at this, both just a foot or so away from each other before the two moved their hands at each other. And as their attacks were about to strike, two dark portals opened over the hands, making them both miss their targets. What the Krogiri? Shigaraki roared as he turned to the bar, the misty villain standing behind it while cleaning a glass. You shouldn't immediately try killing a new ally, Mstr Shigaraki. Krogiri coolly replied, at least give them a chance. You. Shigaraki hissed before glancing back at Jiran, is this all you got? I need more than this. We're going to destroy the Hero Society, and it's not gonna happen with just one new guy. Jiran took the cigarette out of his mouth and breathed out a puff of smoke. I got some more coming in over the next few weeks. Though I gotta say, I was honestly surprised with one of the rejections. He put the white stick back in his mouth. I really thought she would be down for this kind of gig. A small pink tongue slithered out of a fanged mouth, liking the tiny drop of BLD that was on a shining silver knife. The fangs from before turned into a vicious grin as the tongue liked the knife again. A feral yet feminine voice cooed, a steady blush on the person's face as she let out a giggle. It was a girl with blonde hair that was tied up into two messy buns. On her body was a schoolgirl's outfit along with several knives hidden on herself. Her eyes were that of a cat's, shining as she stared at a television. The box was showing a certain dark green-colored costumed vigilante. Spider-Man, here. She muttered as her tongue took off the last drop of red liquid on the blade. So you're the one Mr. Staney picked. She then put the knife away before putting her hands up to her face, a large red blush shining on her cheeks. I can't wait to meet you. Spider-Man Notebook 1, Quirk, Steps, and Quips. I'm writing this notebook as my first steps into becoming a hero. Thanks to a spider that bit me, I have been given a quirk, something I've wanted all my life. It's incredible, as the quirk seems to be a mutant type, one that's completely changed my body. As such, I need to make notes all about this quirk and my journey to become a hero. I am Izuku Midoriya, and these are the notes of my journey to become a hero. Quirk, spider type, mutant notes. My quirk seems to be a kind of multifaceted mutation. It has given me super strength, which I still need to test. At the moment, my pitiful equipment mainly shows that I should be able to lift a few tons, but it never feels like it. Then again, I just received this quirk, so it may still be adjusting to my body. Due to this, I'm going to split my notes in terms of all the quirk aspects. This will be the strength section, which I will update later when I have better equipment to test just how much I can lift. Aspect 1, Strength Notes, see above. Aspect 2, Enhanced Reflexes Notes. I have found my body is incredibly reactive. It's as if when I twitch, I can suddenly feel things around me. I believe this is a combination of enhanced reflexes and the radar ability I found in my studies. I found also that I can leap very high relativity easily and still keep my full balance when I land. Even trying to do basic balance acts are child's play now. I wonder what I would like if I took gymnastics now. Edit. My radar is now called Spider Sense, which I believe coordinates with my reflexes even more now that I've understood this aspect of the quirk better. See Aspect 4 Aspect 3, Wall Climbing Notes. My body can now latch onto walls, ceilings, and just about any surface. Unsure if this the same for a slippery wall, but I seem to be able to stick to anything. I found that if I have enough momentum, I can even run up walls with ease. It's so cool. It's like I'm a living spider. Not only that, it doesn't seem to interfere with my clothing that much, now that I've started to get the hang of it. I'm hoping this means my future hero costume will be easy to make as to not have to be made around this aspect. Aspect 4, Spider Sense Notes. I seem to have a cognitive-like radar sense, one I have named Spider Sense. As stated before, it seems to help with my reflexes, though its primary function seems to be a kind of warning system. This could be useful, as it means I can't be snuck up on. Edit. Due to my recent fight with the masked men and tombstones gang outside of UA, I've realized I need to formulate an entire fighting style with Spider Sense in mind. I believe it's necessary, as it focuses all my reflexes thanks to the special awareness it gives me. Aspect 5, Invisibility Notes. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't seem to get any data out of the spider that bit me. It seems to just be a husk. I wish I could get more, as it somehow not only gave me these spider-like abilities, but also invisibility. I looked up tons of spiders on the web and found nothing close to it. There were ones that could camouflage, but nothing akin to invisibility, or something close to it. Despite this, the invisibility seems to be almost perfect. It can camouflage my skin and clothes without affecting my eyesight. However, I found I can only hold it for a tiny bit before it starts to hurt my head. I need more practice with it. Aspect 6, Bioelectricity Venom Power Notes. In my original investigation of my quirk, I found an energy signature within me. Turns out, it's a bioelectricity ability. Like invisibility, it's unnatural to spiders, but I'm not complaining. It seems to be some sort of charge I can do, though I can't seem to summon it except in bad moments, such as it ruining my support exam. Not my favorite power of this quirk so far. Edit. I found out how to summon it thanks to fighting some masked men at a bank. Current hypothesis. I felt like I was going to get killed by a big masked guy with an energy quirk. Either fear or adrenaline made him summon it. Perhaps a state of mind. Either way, I seem to be able to feel the electricity now. I don't know another way to describe it. Second edit. I found I can't combine both my invisibility and venom power. Unknown why, perhaps an incompatibility with both abilities at once in my body. Steps to being a hero. In order for me to become a hero, I've decided to start as a vigilante. As such, I've looked up how vigilantes get accepted into the hero society, which seems to be very difficult. They are rarely trusted, and have to help a lot of heroes before being approved. That said, my life has always been a struggle since I'm a Deku, so I hope this idea works. I will now be going over the steps for my path to become a hero by being a vigilante. Step 1. If possible, make sure web fluid is full before going into a fight. This is necessary due to making sure I have all advantages I can have in any fight I'm part of. Edit. I need to make better web shooters as well. Possibly a reload system and ability to try other forms of webbing. Unfortunately, I don't have the money for that right now. Step 2. Make sure to smile and be positive. All Might says that being a hero is all about inspiring hope. Even if they can't see your smile under your mask, be positive. If necessary, make a persona for yourself to try and make others feel safe. Try quips as well and make people laugh. Page on quips. So, making a late night withdrawal. This is a no pointy weapon zone. Are you twins, triplets, etc.? Future quip. How about you come up here and fight me like a spider? Need more info? And I need to read some joke book. Step 3. Until you're a hero, you need to make yourself known, even if it's just leaving a calling card. That way, your name can get out and see if you can get the hero commission to sign you on. Edit. I've recently made a full note, signing myself as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I think it rings out well. Mom thinks it's a bit corny. Step 4. Figure out your own fighting style. Observe heroes and fight villains to figure it out. Edit. Going to make a separate notebook for this. It will include webbing formula, support item ideas and super moves as well. Step 5. Pending property of Izuku Midoriya, Future Hero Spider-Man Notebook 2. Villains. I'm writing this notebook over all the villains I have fought as Spider-Man. These are my analytic notes, viewpoints and guesses on their quirks and other notes I believe are necessary. My first fight was with bank robbers, which all but one had mutant quirks, but I didn't get any names. As such, I'm going to try to find out names of enemies for all future notes. Villain 1. The Vulture rank, unsure, possible C rank due to him being able to avoid hero's quirk, possible Metal Wings mutant quirk notes, a thief that was using his quirk to escape from heroes, which were bright green metal wings. When I landed on his back, I saw they were fully connected to this body, specifically his arms, making it a mutant quirk. He was my foray into aerial combat, though I didn't fight him as more in chase him. If I'm correct, I believe this to be a debut for the villain, as I later looked online and saw no reports on a flying villain of his description. Quite strange due to his age, as he looked old, probably at least in his 60s, which is an advanced age to be in villainy. Perhaps he has money troubles. Unknown why he's a villain. Overall, I think it was a good experience for me. It helped me realize I still need to practice web swinging for future aerial fights. Villain 2, Masked Men Demons rank, unsure, as gangs of villains don't have normal rankings. Considering the robbery in my first encounter, at least D rank quirk, energy quirk, shows black and white aura of some kind. Name unknown. Notes, a group of bank robbers, they seem to all wear a distinct outfit and all have similar abilities. After the encounter at the bank, I looked up known groups of villains online and found nothing. No group operates with all the same quirks, at least in terms of stuff that's open to the public. I really wish I had better access to villain data. They also all speak another language I can't understand, making it hard to understand motive except for just wanting money. Their quirk seems to let them shoot energy from their hands. Particularly the big one I fought at the bank could fire out what was basically a giant black and white shockwave. Highly dangerous quirk to fight head-on. I'll need to make sure I fight with evasion in mind if I encounter this kind of quirk again. Thankfully, this encounter allowed me to unlock the bioelectricity power that messed me up in the UA support exam. See Notebook 1 for further details. Edit. I've had a second encounter with these masked men. It was on a semi, where I also encountered Ingenium. So cool. I got his autograph. It seems their quirk allows them to transfer the energy to other weapons, which they used on a katana. Second edit, another encounter with the masked men. And Airjet. His outfit is so awesome. This time they had a WHP weapon that they used their energy quirk on. Highly dangerous, even more so than the katana. Third edit, yet another encounter with the masked men. Their motive seems to be making moves on turf the Tombstone gang own. Unknown why, as the masked men seem to only be robbing places. Fourth edit, had two more encounters with masked men. First was with Ryukyu, who was amazing looking. I've never seen a dragon up close. But nothing new was learned. Same with second encounter, as they had a fight a few streets away from UA. Fight made me learn multiple things, in particular in how to use my spider sense more. See Notebook 1 5th edit. I found out that these masked men are called demons, and they work for Mr. Lee, who calls himself Mr. Negative. Unknown why this is the case. See Mr. Negative entry Villain 3, Tombstone rank, a quirk, Unyielding Wall, mutant quirk. Gives individual an almost invulnerable body. Highly dangerous. Notes, had encounter with Tombstone's gang, which are a group of all animal mutant quirks. And Fat Gum. He seemed to be really nice. I hope I didn't offend him when I ran off like that. Putting the gang under Tombstone's file, as they all seem to be just under him as a collective. They all use something called Trigger, which I haven't been able to find information about. Need more information. Edit, seems Tombstone's gang is making and dealing this trigger drag. The masked men seem to also want in on their turf, which caused me to encounter them at a warehouse. Second edit, Masked men and the Tombstone Gang had what I could only call a war on the streets of Musutafu. Both were fighting for an unknown reason. I still need more information. Villain 4. Fishbowl Head can't remember name of villain rank, unknown, suspect it to be at least AC due to dangerous nature of quirk. Illusion quirk, seems to be able to project a full illusion in a room. Possibly created through gas. Unknown if that's the case. Notes, definitely the oddest encounter so far. Fishbowl Head seems to be able to make full illusions that withstand pro-heroes' attacks. I met Shishido due to this. The rumors on him are correct, he really does act like an animal. Then again, he's in the top 3 heroes that act like animals, including Hound Dog and Miruko. He seems to just be a bank robber, which could possibly make him less dangerous. Also had the craziest outfit I've ever seen for a villain, though I'm still new to this. Villain 5, Gentle Criminal rank, C quirk, elasticity notes. Out of all the villains I've faced, this is the one I have the most information on. Unlike most villains, this one constantly tapes themselves and puts it on the internet. Gentle Criminal is a chivalrous thief as he calls himself in his videos. His quirk is a super useful one that would make him a great hero. It's a shame he uses it to do stunts and criticizing corporations. I also lose my fight with him, which has made me realize I can't just hop into every fight instantly. This villain has helped teach me a good lesson. And a hurt back. He also has a companion who is named La Brava, who videotapes him constantly according to the videos I've watched. I didn't see her do anything when I chased him, but the videos show him repeatedly get the best of other heroes. I believe Gentle Criminal must have some kind of trump card that allows him to get away. Perhaps she is the trump card. I need to encounter him again. Villain 6, Scorpion rank, B quirk, Metal Tail, Mutant quirk notes. Possibly the most dangerous villain I've met so far. He seemed to be on a rampage while I was web-swinging around. I was trying to find Gentle Criminal, only to encounter this villain. He seemed to be on some kind of rampage, but had gotten into a fight with Fourth Kind. Such a cool hero. I still can't believe I helped him fight this villain. The villain's tail easily cut down my webbing, something I hadn't encountered before. Perhaps I need a better formula for my webbing. Is it not sticky enough? Or maybe I just can't afford better chemicals. Either way, I found in this fight that I need to understand my foes quickly through a fight and use my surroundings more. I can't be so reckless. After all, Fourth Kind did more than me. Shows I have a long way to go. Edit. No longer the most dangerous villain I've faced so far. Villain 7, Spinner lame name. I think it should the lizard rank, unknown, possibly AC due to being able to rob a bank without getting caught quirk. Gecko mutant quirk notes. A bank robber I encountered. Why do I keep fighting bank robbers? After investigating the bank on Rhodia Street, which led me to the next bank he was going to rob. Out of all the foes I've fought, he seemed to be the most desperate, something I hadn't encountered before. Overall, he wasn't too much of a threat, but I also think I'm getting used to fighting people with swords. Seriously, what is with all the swords? I talked to him after the fight and he admitted he was just desperate for money. I hope the police go easy on him. And I hope he listened to me. That sounds so odd to write. I never imagined I could give out advice. Especially from a Deku like me. I wonder if the mask is why people will listen to me as Spider-Man. Villain 8, Stain rank, a quirk, a type of BLD paralysis quirk, emitter type notes, the most dangerous villain I've faced yet. A very experienced killer who specializes in knives and swords, which complement his quirk perfectly. He also had the strongest killing intent I've ever encountered. A true killer, one that has killed many without batting an eye. Looking back at it, I'm not sure how I survived. He seemed to be a villain that was conflicted with society, as if obsessed with philosophy. I still don't fully understand what his motive was compared to all the other villains I've encountered, as it seems he was being a villain purely to get back at hero society. Why would someone do that? It seems odd, as I don't see why that would be the reason for him having such a murderous aura about him. Not only that, he said I was a true hero, but I'm furthest thing to being a hero right now. I can't even compare to the top 1,000 heroes, all of them can do 10 times the job I can. Either way, I hope I never encounter him again. He was way too scary. Edit. Now that I've had time to think about it, I wonder if I could have talked him out of it. I mean, his argument over hero society has a ton of flaws he was ignoring. Probably not though, especially if he believes his ideals so much he's willing to kill over them. Villain 9. Mr. Negative aka Martin Lee aka Mr. Lee, rank, unknown. Probably at least be due to his quirk. Quirk, a type of energy manipulation transfer quirk, emitter type. May also be transformation type, as his body changed when using it. May be side effect of quirk. Notes: I just found out yesterday that Mr. Lee is the leader of the masked men. I'm just now getting to these notes, and I'm not sure if I want to put down anything about Mr. Lee. I will put this section as pending for now. Property of Izuku Midoriya, future hero.